Chapter 1132. Welcome Lin Ling, prepare a feast. His voice rang out and a large number of boats appeared. Every boat was filled with the aroma of wine, and flames soared into the sky. It was extremely lively, and upon closer inspection, there were hundreds of boats. They were like resplendent stars in the sky, and the surface of the water was lit with fireflies. A few large words were placed on the surface of the water. Old acquaintances welcome Lin Ling. It seemed like they were welcoming Lin Ling, but in reality they were trying to intimidate him. Interesting. A large number of ships also appeared in the distance. They were all from various factions. They were all here to watch a good show. At the same time, a black-robed figure appeared in the sky. He held a sword and moved forward slowly. That's the youngest king of the rainforest. He's so handsome. The crowd's pupils constricted. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling. After a single glance, they felt that Lin Ling was a talented person. Unfortunately, such a talented person was going to die here today. Welcome me. Stopping in mid-air, Lin Ling looked down at the flaming words floating on the water. Then he looked at the large number of ships. Are you Lin Ling? Go to the biggest ship, there is a surprise waiting for you. Someone saw Lin Ling and immediately laughed. You're from the Yi clan? Lin Ling looked at that person with contempt and asked softly. That's right. I'm a disciple of the star-picking sect, and I'm of the Yi clan's bloodline. That person puffed out his chest proudly. These outsiders thought they were very powerful, but in reality the Dragon Beach 9 castles didn't make a move. Otherwise, how could these outsiders be so arrogant? Haha, you're quite lucky to have the chance to meet our fort master. On the other boats, a large number of people were drinking and cheering. They weren't weak as they were all at the Holy Spirit realm. However, they soon couldn't laugh anymore. In the sky, Lin Ling nodded. The tyrant's song in his hand slashed downwards in a domineering manner. It was as if a battle axe had descended from the heavens, splitting the clouds apart. Rumble. The surface of the water exploded and waves surged into the sky. The giant sword turned into a black and white sword beam, and wherever it passed, life was lost. Hundreds of small boats were turned into dust, and countless lives were slain by the sword. Lin Ling did not attack the Dragon Beach 9 castles because he wanted to see what was going to happen here. However, the other party did not give him time, so Lin Ling drew his sword and killed everything. Rumble. The shockwaves shook the surroundings, and the people who were watching the show from afar narrowed their eyes. What a terrifying sword strike. There were several tens of thousands of Holy Spirit realm experts there, but none of them could withstand a single sword strike. How could they know that Lin Ling had awakened 500,000 small worlds in his body? His power was vast, and his sword strike was comparable to the profound meaning of martial arts. As long as it was a low-level profound meaning world, Lin Ling's sword strike would be able to break it. Pop, pop. Water fell from the sky like rain. Lin Ling gripped his great sword and walked forward step by step in the rain. His gaze was fixed on the largest bronze ship in the distance. You killed them? Even more small boats rushed out and a large number of experts appeared. They were both furious and shocked. Are you from the House of Yi? Lin Ling asked indifferently. His eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as if he was asking them a question, but at the same time, it was as if he was talking to himself. Needless to say, this kind of disdain infuriated the people from the Yi clan. This young man had killed a member of the Yi clan. The House of Yi will not allow you to do as you please. These people unleashed a powerful aura. When had the House of Yi ever been looked down upon like this? So, you're from the House of Yi. Lin Ling nodded again. His eyes were cold and murderous and the sword in his hand swept out. Whoosh. The sword beam was in the shape of a crescent moon, and everyone saw a black and white sword beam slashing out. Clang, clang, pop, pop, pop. Any weapon or martial arts technique was cut in half. In just one move, thousands of people who just appeared were killed. There was no way to stop this. How can this young man be so strong? The crowd in the distance seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. They did not expect the youngest king of the rainforest to be so powerful. At the same time, the news spread to the other 8 houses and the lords were shocked. One man with one sword defeated everyone in the House of Yi? They had guessed that only Holy King and a young girl named Lai Qing were powerful in the rainforest. As for Lin Ling, they had guessed that he was quite strong as well. However, they did not expect him to be so strong that it exceeded their expectations. There was no entanglement, nor was there a battle to the death. It was a one-hit kill. A transcendent. No wonder you're so arrogant. Let us meet you. As one of the 9 houses, the House of Yi naturally had more than just Holy Spirit level cultivators. They had many transcendents as well. Kid, you've killed so many of my people. You're dead meat. Your sword is good, but let's see who's stronger when it comes to my saber. Don't blame me for not reminding you, my Water King's Dipper Saber is a high-grade spirit weapon. Hundreds of First Realm transcendents rushed out. There were old men, middle-aged men, men and women. Under the lead of an armored old man, they rushed towards Lin Ling. These people were the top forces of the Yi family. From this, it could be seen that the Yi family was much stronger than the people of the rainforest. After all, among the people of the rainforest, how many transcendents were there? There were not even 50 of them. Water King's Dipper Saber. One of them was the fastest. Holding the saber with both hands, he appeared in front of Lin Ling as if he had stepped through the void. The dazzling saber slashed down. From afar it looked like the silver moon descending from the sky. A high-grade spirit weapon. Many people in the distance narrowed their eyes. A transcendent First Realm cultivator was already scary enough. Coupled with the heaven-grade weapon in his hand, how could the young man block it? It's the Water King's saber. It single-handedly annihilated the Iron Shark gang and the He clan. More people recognized the powerful old man. Apparently he was quite famous in the Dragon Beach 9 forts. His saber was unpredictable. As long as one was around him, they would immediately enter a world of saber. Any martial arts would be destroyed. The profound meaning of martial arts allowed a cultivator to create a small world of martial arts and control the vast power of heaven and earth. I wonder if that kid's sword can compare to that saber. How can it compare? Everyone looked on with anticipation and excitement. However, was a high-grade spirit weapon that powerful? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not even raise his sword. Instead, he threw a punch towards the sky. Kacha. The giant saber collided with the fist. It was as if it had hit a steel mountain. An ear-piercing sound was heard. Then the glittering saber cracked. What? He broke a high-grade spirit weapon with his fist? Everyone looked as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Could that young man's fist be an existence that surpassed a spirit weapon? How could they know that Lin Ling had been tempered by treasures and the 500,000 small worlds in his body had awakened? Only a saint weapon could harm him. A spirit weapon? Too weak. My saber. The old man held the broken saber. His expression changed drastically. This was the first time he had seen someone break his saber with their fist. This made his martial arts heart, which had always been confident, crumble at this moment. You can die now. Chapter 1133. The Mysterious Man. Boom. As if he was hit by an ancient elephant, the old man was reduced to dust. Blood splattered all over Lin Ling's body. It was a ghastly sight. One punch and the old man was reduced to dust. This power was terrifying. How terrifying. The Transcendent Realm Masters who were rushing towards Lin Ling all stopped at this moment, all of them a little scared. I'm here to see an old acquaintance. Lin Ling's target was still the largest warship. He took a step forward and the sword in his hand emitted a black and white light. He swung it down viciously. The life and death mysteries were unleashed like the most mysterious force. Swoosh. Before everyone's eyes, the sword split the sky and earth. It even severed the martial mysteries that made them famous. Hundreds of transcendents were unable to block it and were completely annihilated. Lin Ling's morality mysteries could reach level 7 or even 8 by borrowing the power of the Tyrant Song Sword. Coupled with his murderous intent, he was at least at level 7 of life and death mysteries. How could they block it? The entire body of water was dead silent. Only those who were watching from afar widened their eyes. They had a feeling that the Yi clan had summoned a grim reaper from hell. The most ironic thing was that the Yi clan actually wrote big words on the surface of the water. Old acquaintances welcome you, Lin Ling. And this was the price to pay for the welcome. In less than 3 incense sticks worth of time, there was no one left around the Yi clan. Everyone was dead except for Lin Ling. He stepped on the waves and walked towards the largest bronze warship. I'm here. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. He swung the sword in his hand like a thunderstorm, splitting the water and rushing towards the warship. At this moment, inside the dragon warship, the lord of the castle and the mysterious man were drinking wine and watching erotic dances. They knew that Lin Ling was here, but they also knew that the Yi clan would humiliate Lin Ling and delay Lin Ling's arrival. Therefore they were not in a hurry and were enjoying themselves. However, at this moment the warship shook violently. Then the bronze plate cracked and the entire warship was split into 2. The lord of the castle was still sitting in his chair and drinking wine. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The mysterious man was the same. After 3 breaths they finally reacted. The warship was cut in half. I'm here. The indifferent voice was like a battle horn. At this moment, it floated in their ears. They knew that Lin Ling was here. Men, capture this person for me. The lord of the Yi clan was still sitting in his chair. His forehead was full of veins. He was furious. How dare someone cut his warship in half? This was enough to make him furious. However, after his voice floated out, there was only silence outside. The lively drinking scene that he expected did not happen. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The lord of the castle looked over and his pupils constricted. The world outside was a mess. All the warships were broken. Wooden planks and other objects floated on the water. Everyone was dead. The water was dyed red with blood and many bodies floated. The Yi clan was completely wiped out. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The most frightening thing was that this happened too quickly. Not even 3 incense sticks worth of time was enough for the lord of the castle to know what had happened. Did Lin Ling do it alone? As for the mysterious man, his pupils constricted. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. To be able to wipe out everyone in the Yi clan, he must have reached the first realm of the transcendent realm. Moreover, he must be a rare powerhouse among the first realm of the transcendent realm. This result was beyond his expectations. In his mind, Lin Ling was at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm at most. Who knew that Lin Ling had reached the transcendent realm like him? This caused his wishful thinking to be disrupted. An indescribable anger rose in his heart. Haha. But soon the mysterious man laughed out loud. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Lin Ling, I didn't expect that my strength would increase, but so would yours. Who are you? Lin Ling continued to walk on the water. However, when he looked at the mysterious man, there was a hint of doubt in his cold eyes. Was the mysterious man an old acquaintance of his? Back then, during the great gathering of the Holy Sons, I was the star of the Holy Sons. Unfortunately, you appeared and defeated me, making me a laughingstock. After that, when the rainforest Holy Land was destroyed, my father led his people to kill you. Who knew that they would all die? My father died, my people died. This is a blood feud that I will never forget. And you, Lin Ling, have become a person that I must kill. Ah, ah. A cold voice drifted out and fell into the sky. Many people in the distance felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being invaded by yin qi. This meant that the mysterious man's strength was terrifying. For revenge, I joined the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect and experienced the 10,000 ghosts devouring my heart. I also entered the 18 hells to steal the hearts of ghosts and exchanged my soul for this body. The voice sounded out again, causing many people's expressions to change. 10,000 ghosts devouring my heart. This meant that millions of ghosts had devoured one's soul and entered the 18 hells. It was said that the 18 hells contained all kinds of hell tribulations, for example, the 5 horses dismemberment tribulation, the tongue-tearing tribulation, etc. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the mysterious man had succeeded and obtained the hearts of ghosts, turning into a ghost king. This mysterious man was indeed terrifying. For revenge, he had gone through countless trials and tribulations. You also know that there are strong and weak transcendents. Although I am only at the transcendence, my profound martial arts have reached the large success stage. With the ghost Tao in my body, if I enter the cycle of reincarnation, I can become a ghost king. The sinister voice was still talking about his sufferings, but also about his strength. If there was a price, there would be a reward. The greater the price, the greater the reward. That mysterious man had paid so much, how could his strength be weak? Xiao. At the same time, a large number of experts appeared. They were the lords of the Dragon Beach 9 castle. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all sneered. It was undeniable that the youngest king of the rainforest was very strong. However, the descendant of the ghost sect was even stronger. Even the transcendents like them didn't dare to provoke the descendant. However, they could also see that the mysterious man was acquainted with Lin Ling. In that case, they would leave Lin Ling to the mysterious man. I said that I would give you a surprise. You can see it now. That mysterious man was wearing a black robe like a ghost king. At this moment, he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a sinister face. His face was as white as a corpse's, and there seemed to be ghosts moving under his skin. It was a ghastly sight, especially his pair of strange green eyes, as if they wanted to devour the souls of others. With just a glance, many people in the distance felt their legs go soft, as if they had seen the descent of a ghost king. However, although that person's face was ugly, Lin Ling still recognized the outline. It was indeed an old acquaintance. He didn't expect that guy to still be alive. Young barbarian King Fujitor. In the past, Lin Ling had defeated his opponent in the ancient tomb during the Holy Sun Assembly. Afterwards, during the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, the barbarian king had brought his clansmen to kill Lin Ling and the others. But when the ancient flame devil descended, all of them had died. Only the young barbarian King Fujitor had luckily survived. At that time, Lin Ling had been facing too many enemies, so he hadn't paid attention to whether the young barbarian King Fujitor was alive or dead. Aren't you surprised? Chapter 1134. Here I am, old acquaintance. No. However, Lin Ling shook his head instead. He didn't feel surprised at all. Instead, the killing intent in his heart grew even denser. As expected, if I don't annihilate my enemies, then there will be endless troubles in the future. His grandfather had been injured because of this enemy, and he was already half dead. If Lin Ling hadn't visualized the 9 heavenly fish diagrams and had his own understanding of the cultivation of the soul, his grandfather might have really died. Could this person still be allowed to live? The House of Yi must not be allowed to live either. Is that so? You're just pretending. Or maybe you think you have that trump card so you're not afraid of me. But I can tell you that in order to defend against your trump card, I've prepared a lot. It can be said that you can't use your trump card at all, and without it, how can you be my opponent? Young barbarian King Fujitor's fear of Lin Ling was undoubtedly the ancient flame devil. However, he seemed to have complete confidence in himself. Soon after, he spread out his hands. Buddha Ghost World, seal all living things under the heavens. Woo woo woo. Endless yin chi spread out from his body. It was as if he had sealed a ghost path world, turning the area within 1,000 meters into a ghost domain. The ghost domain was like the Yellow Springs, and a large number of corpses walked out of the void. Tens of thousands of ghosts wept, and it was a shocking scene. Some people who got too close were instantly swallowed up and they cried out in pain. Some people reacted faster. They wanted to escape, but they found that they couldn't escape from the ghost domain. Entering the ghost domain was like entering the Yellow Springs. Who could leave the Yellow Springs alive? How terrifying. As expected of the Ghost King's successor. As for the people outside the ghost domain, they were secretly feeling lucky. Even the 8 fort masters were trembling with fear, thinking about how they would escape if they entered the world of the ghost domain. However, they discovered that they couldn't escape at all. Although the opponent's realm was lower than theirs, the control of the Ghost Dao's profound martial arts was too strong. The transcendent realm was divided into strong and weak. For example, a rare Saint physique could easily kill a transcendent even if there was a difference of 2 realms between them. This was because a Saint physique was an absolute power bestowed by the heavens. Profound martial skills were also very important as they allowed a transcendent to fight across realms. Most importantly, the Ghost Dao was strange and mysterious. Apart from a limited number of profound meanings such as thunder, fire, and other yang profound meanings, it was difficult for a transcendent to defeat an opponent even if their profound meanings were the same. My Buddha Ghost Realm can seal all living things under the heavens, creating a world of its own. It's an 8th level Buddha profound meaning, but your trump card is sealed, so you can't summon it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Young barbarian King Fujitor's clothes fluttered in the air. He was like the king of ghosts and gods. He was brimming with boundless confidence. Why bother? However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke nonchalantly. You don't dare to try, do you? Fine, you've seen my enormous strength. You don't have the power to fight back. Your fate can only be to become my ghost soldier. Before you die, I want to ask you if you have any regrets? Young barbarian King Fujitor floated towards Lin Ling. He was incomparably excited because he was about to kill his enemy. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Therefore, he wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. Even more so, he wanted to see Lin Ling be shocked by his strength. Only in this way would he feel refreshed after killing Lin Ling. How pitiful. You've prepared so much, but it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although you've bitterly cultivated in the 1,000 generations ghost sect and your strength has greatly increased, don't forget where I've bitterly cultivated? Compared to me, can you even compare? Lin Ling coldly shouted. He raised the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. The black light on the sword disappeared and a white light bloomed. It was as if the most dazzling sun had risen in the world of the ghost domain. I'll break your ghost domain. Everyone heard that heroic voice. In their eyes, an endless radiance passed through the ghost domain. 10,000 ghosts rushed towards the dazzling sun, but they were immediately turned into ashes. Many ghosts let out terrified cries as if they had seen the most terrifying thing. It was righteous energy, a total of 8 layers of righteous energy. Righteous energy was also a kind of heaven and earth power. It was extremely firm and yang, as if it would never bend. With righteous energy in one's body, the defense and attack of any martial arts would be greatly increased. This was the advantage of righteous energy. The most important thing was that righteous energy could restrain ghosts. Since ancient times, there was a saying that evil could never prevail over righteousness. Swoosh. The sword ray was like a pair of scissors, cutting open the terrifying world of the ghost domain. All the ghosts and devils were like paper. What? Young barbarian King Fugitor's eyes widened. He sensed that Lin Ling's martial profoundness wasn't weaker than his. How could this be? One must know that he had comprehended the ghost Tao's profoundness after entering the 18 levels of hell. Lin Ling hadn't experienced that kind of pain, so how could his martial profoundness not be weaker than his? All of this was too ironic for him. He thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to do anything to him after he sealed Lin Ling's ancient flame devil. However, everything was as Lin Ling had said. Facing him, Lin Ling didn't need to use the ancient flame devil. 9 Netherworld Sky Tyrant. Soon after, the young barbarian King Fujitor shouted angrily. A ghost claw suddenly stretched out of his chest and collided with the incoming sword. A loud clanging sound was heard, and billowing black smoke gushed out. It seemed as if his ghost claw had encountered the hottest flame. Everything was as fragile as paper. Moreover, that huge white light sword was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. It seemed as if there was nothing it couldn't cut. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out, causing young barbarian King Fujitor to let out a sharp cry. It seemed as if a soul had been cut off from his body, causing him to firmly stand in midair. I'm coming, old acquaintance. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from behind him. The huge sword in his hand blossomed with a dazzling golden radiance, making him feel as if he was holding a huge sea urchin. His sword had previously passed young barbarian King Fujitor, and had even cut off the soul within his body. That was the soul of a Rakshasa god from the 18 levels of hell. It was also the root of young barbarian King's strength. I'm coming, old acquaintance. Young barbarian King Fujitor was still standing in midair as he muttered to himself. He sensed that the ghost energy within his body was frantically pouring out. This made him lower his head to look, and he saw a golden sword scar on his chest. That sword scar had split him into two. Evil couldn't triumph over righteousness. He possessed powerful ghost Tao martial arts, but everything was just a joke in front of Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness. I can't accept this. Young barbarian King Fujitor let out the last roar of his life. His face became distorted as he was burned to death by righteousness. However, he couldn't accept this. He was extremely unwilling. He had set up this trap to shock Lin Ling, and make him regret killing his barbarian King clan's people. Unfortunately, he had never thought that he couldn't kill Lin Ling. Boom. In the end, an explosion resounded, and the boundless ghost energy dissipated in the sky. He died just like that. The pupils of the people of the 8 forts in the distance condensed. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Young barbarian King Fujitor was talking about his sufferings and how he could become stronger, but now he was killed by a single sword strike. This young barbarian King Fugitor's encounter with Lin Ling was simply his misfortune. Yi Castle. Lin Ling stepped into the sky, and slowly walked toward the Lord of the 9 Forts. The Lord's complexion changed drastically. He didn't expect that even young barbarian King Fujitor wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was so powerful, but why didn't he destroy the 9 forts of the Dragon Beach? I'm a 3rd stage transcendent, and I have 3 spiritual sources. Chapter 1135. Come near me and you die faster. I don't need you to tell me. However, in midair Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His face was indifferent and unmoved. You want to kill me? The Lord's expression turned even colder. When he saw that Lin Ling did not bother to say anything more, he knew what Lin Ling was trying to do. He said coldly, I don't actually have much of a grudge against you. You killed the Yi clan, but I didn't kill anyone from the rainforest. What more do you want? You were originally going to die, but I didn't kill you. You should be lucky, but you touched my reverse scale. Lin Ling finally said indifferently. Reverse scale? In the distance, many people's expressions changed. They finally understood why Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. It was because of the reverse scale, because of that old man. Lin Ling was also telling everyone that the reverse scale should not be touched. 3rd stage of Transcendent Realm has 3 spiritual sources, which can increase the power of profound martial arts by 3 times. Being threatened in front of so many people, the Lord of Yi Castle felt that he could not swallow his pride. Was he being threatened with his life? This was a joke. Starlight Great Wheel. He stretched out his hands and a large amount of starlight shot down from the clouds in the sky. He grasped it with both hands and spun it, forming a huge starlight disk. This martial art was similar to the martial arts of the Void Star Divine Palace. It was also the power to control the stars in the sky. 8th level. The 8 lords sucked in a breath of cold air. The lord of the House of Yi was enraged and had finally unleashed his full potential. Lin Ling's morality enlightenment was also at level 8, but the lord of the House of Yi was at a higher level. Therefore he had a chance to win. Holding the gigantic starlight disk in his hands, the lord of the Yi castle revealed a ferocious look on his face. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling was and how he could kill him. Rumble. It was as if the heavens and earth were merciless rolling wheels, bringing with it a divine and dazzling radiance as it pressed down on Lin Ling. The violent spiritual yuan energy fused within it, making it difficult for many people to breathe. The Dragon Beach 9 Castle clan's strength was indeed not undeserved. This martial art was different from the young barbarian King Fujitora's. It was more vigorous and its strength could crush everything. On the other hand, the young barbarian King Fujitora's martial art was strange and cold. It belonged to two different types of attack. The profound meaning of morality can destroy the path of ghosts, that's normal, but it definitely can't destroy the power of the starlight divinity. More people became confident. Whoosh! Lin Ling raised his sword. Black and white light leaked out as if it was the most mysterious way of the sword in the world. Killing intent and righteousness merged in midair, forming a sword that no one dared to look directly at. Then it slashed out heavily. Rumble. The starlight wheel collided with the black and white sword energy, and a deafening sound erupted. The two forces intertwined, causing countless people to clench their fists and feel nervous. However, in the next moment, the starlight will seem to be unable to withstand the friction between the black and white sword energy. With a cracking sound, it was split in half like a moon. Amazing. Staring at the scene, the crowd forgot how to breathe. In the sky, Lin Ling's footsteps didn't stop as he slowly advanced. It was as if the previous slash was as easy as lifting a finger to him. That calm and dominating aura made even more people secretly admire him. His reverse scale was touched and he slashed the world. Although that young man was an outsider, his heart of martial arts that protected everything was admired by them. Damn it, die. Starlight Whirlpool. The Fort Lord roared angrily again and displayed his mysterious martial arts. Pushing out both palms, countless stars turned into mysterious trajectories and blasted towards Lin Ling. Slash. Lin Ling coldly shouted and slashed out with his sword. Any starlight that came into contact with the sword instantly turned into ashes. Lin Ling continued to advance. Crushing. Lin Ling was crushing the Fort Lord step by step. He was also telling the Fort Lord that he was a powerful third-stage transcendent realm cultivator. Whatever other powerful martial arts he had, he could use them all. This was the arrogance of the strong. 2 spiritual sources. When he slashed out with his sword, I vaguely saw 2 spiritual sources and they were extremely huge. Some of the 9 Fort Lords exclaimed. Lin Ling wasn't an ordinary first-stage transcendent realm cultivator. He was a strange kind of cultivator and the strong kind. Of course they weren't wrong. Lin Ling had 2 spiritual sources and was already comparable to a second-stage transcendent realm cultivator. On top of that, his spiritual sources had been strengthened before. Naturally, he was much stronger than an ordinary second-stage transcendent realm cultivator. How could 100,000 military points exchange for an undeserved reputation? What else do you have to be proud of? Use them all. Lin Ling was like the Grim Reaper pressing down on the Yi Fort Lord. Save me. The Yi Fort Lord was finally afraid. He had never been so afraid of someone before. He even regretted attacking the people of the rainforest because he had touched his reverse scale. He was going to be crushed by Lin Ling. Little bastard, since when did you have the right to be so arrogant? The Dragon Beach 9 forts were all from the same place. Naturally, they couldn't just watch the Yi Fort Lord die. 2 of the Fort Lords charged towards Lin Ling. Mixed star technique. Both of them moved strangely. Dense energy exploded, turning the sky into a starry sky. Like shooting stars, they instantly appeared behind Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling tightly. Got him. The other Fort Lords were overjoyed. This was the secret technique of the star-plucking descendants. Once caught by this technique, they would immediately enter the universe and be turned into dust by the swirling starry sky. This martial art was very strange, but it was extremely powerful. In the past, when they first came to the water realm, they relied on this unique skill to kill many experts. The most terrifying thing about this unique skill was that when the 9 of them joined forces, they could form a 9-star alignment formation, which increased their power by 9 times. Got him. The Lord of Yi Castle saw a glimmer of hope for victory. As for the people watching from afar, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Amongst them, there were a few older cultivators who immediately recalled that it was the most terrifying 9-star alignment array. In that case, Lin Ling would have to face off against 9 Transcendent Realm cultivators. Lin Ling was very proud. For the sake of his reverse scale, he fought against the world. That kind of unyielding fighting spirit won the respect of many people. They were from the water domain and naturally knew that it was a merciless world. It was a blessing to have a strong cultivator protecting you. However, this strong cultivator who was about to rise would still be ruthlessly killed by the veteran cultivators. 9 against 1, it was an unfair victory. However, in this world, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. If given more time, this kid would be able to conquer the water domain. Many people secretly sighed. Why don't you try and see if you can move? At this moment, the 2 fort lords were like stars twirling around Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to frown. What a strange martial art. Moreover, these two seemed to have fused their cultivation base together. Originally, they were both Transcendental Realm 3rd stage cultivators. Once they fused their cultivation base together, their power would increase by another 10%. Most importantly, there were still 7 people waiting outside ready to make a move. The Dragon Beach 9 forts isn't as simple as you think. The other fort master also sneered. Is that so? Lin Ling softly replied before closing his eyes. This caused many people to be puzzled. What was the youngest king of the rainforest doing? Come closer to me and you'll die faster. However, at the next moment, a cold voice drifted out, causing even more people's pupils to constrict. Come closer to Lin Ling and you'll die faster? At the same time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. That pair of eyes were blue and 2 flames were quietly dancing within. When one of the fort lords looked at him, his heart inexplicably trembled. It was as if he was looking at the most ancient sea. The surface of the sea was calm, causing his heart to calm down as well. However, the sea began to surge with waves. The fury of the sea made him feel terrified. He felt incomparably small and insignificant. What shocked him the most was that he actually wanted to embrace the sea. Moreover, this wasn't the sea. Boom. Chapter 1136. Qin Hall's men. 2 bodies of water appeared between heaven and earth. One originally existed on earth while the other was a sea that belonged to the sky. But when many people looked carefully, it wasn't a sea but a sea of flames. As for the 2 fort lords, they had turned into ashes without even making a sound. Come closer to me and you'll die faster. Many people suddenly recalled this saying and finally understood what it meant. Kill. Kill. In the sky, Lin Ling's entire body was wrapped in blue flames. He turned into a shooting star and shot towards the other fort lords. Obviously, he knew that if these fort lords were to join forces, he would have to avoid them. After all, they were all in the 3rd stage of Transcendent Realm. If it was one person he wouldn't be afraid, but if there were too many of them, it would be troublesome. Therefore he chose to destroy them one by one. With his sea heart flame he could do this. What kind of flame is that? The crowd looked at the tranquil flame. They couldn't feel any heat from it as if they were looking at a tranquil sea. But the more it was so, the more they felt terrified. After all, was there a flame in the world that didn't have any heat? Therefore that flame was definitely not ordinary. Everyone be careful, this kid wants to destroy us one by one. Things happened too quickly. While the fort lords were still in shock, one of them guessed Lin Ling's intention. Shua. However, just as the lord of the castle shouted, a palm covered in blue flames landed on his body. The flames burned and took his life. Sadly, his warning was the last thing he said in his life. Fort Lord Ning. The remaining fort lords narrowed their eyes. One must know that Fort Lord Ning possessed the half-step Saint artifact Qilin Enraged Sky Armor. He was the existence with the strongest defense, but he was instantly killed. Gather together. The fort lords anxiously shouted. If there were 9 of you, I would still be afraid. But now there are only 6 of you left. Moreover, there's one more on the other side. Lin Ling said indifferently. He raised his hands and the sea heart flame in his body turned into an ocean and floated in the air, shocking everyone. Try the power of the ocean. Boom. The sea heart flame was an earth-grade flame that even Sky Hill City's experts feared. Although Lin Ling only had a preliminary control over it, once this flame was released, it was enough to sweep away the fort lords. Crash. Under countless gazes, the sea waves surged. The expressions of those few allied fort lords changed drastically. In a single exchange, another 3 fort lords had died. The remaining two fort lords were relatively stronger, so they were barely able to hold on. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The sea heart flame was indeed strong, but it had one flaw, which was that it consumed a great deal of his spiritual qi. One had to know that a transcendent couldn't compare to a saint spirit realm cultivator, so each attack consumed a great deal of spiritual qi. However, Yang Kai still smiled. Although his spiritual qi continued to be consumed as time passed, killing the two fort masters wouldn't be a problem. Amazing. He's only a 7-star saint realm, but he has a saint physique. Suddenly a surprised voice rang out. In the void, a spear stirred up the winds and clouds, bringing with it hundreds of wind dragons that descended from the skies. These wind dragons roared and emitted layers of halos. Rumble. When the wind dragon arrived, the sea seemed to be sucked in as well, but it was only a little bit. Clearly, although the wind dragon was powerful, it wasn't enough to instantly suppress the sea heart flame. What a huge force. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze towards the sky. At some unknown time, a large number of figures had appeared. These people wore golden robes embroidered with royal serpents, their origins extremely mysterious. The one leading them was a young man wearing a jade crown. His martial arts were somewhat strange, not a profound martial art, but with every movement he made, he seemed to be able to control the purest energy in the world. One had to know that on the martial Tao, first one's martial instinct, then true intent, then great true intent, which was the martial true intent, and then profound martial arts. This was the division of martial arts comprehension, but right now, the martial arts displayed by this young man seemed to surpass profound martial arts. First realm transcendent. The strength of this young man was comparable to Lin Ling, but he was obviously much stronger than the fort masters. Millions of wind dragons roared as they revolved around the sea, each time drawing out a wisp of sea fire. Gradually, the two forces began to dissipate. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of vast martial arts collision was simply beyond their imagination. It wasn't until the two forces had dissipated that they turned their attention to the mysterious young man in the sky. Interesting Earth-grade Saint physique. What a terrifying talent. Are you interested in following me? In the sky, the young man wearing the royal serpent robe looked at Lin Ling and said. Obviously he was very interested in Lin Ling's talent. No. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the young man. Although their cultivation levels were the same, the young man gave him a sense of pressure. With the appearance of his Eye of Time, he calmly analyzed the situation. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he and the young man were tied. This was very terrifying. One had to know that Lin Ling had 2 strands of spiritual source, 500,000 small worlds, an Earth-grade Saint physique, and a King-grade Saint artifact as his trump cards. However, it was still a tie. This meant that the young man had a trump card that Lin Ling didn't know about. Very arrogant. Do you know who I am? This king is Lu Ruffing from the Qian Palace. The young man's face turned gloomy. Qian Palace? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Of course he knew about this place. It was a huge banner that gathered tens of millions of forces and sections. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Even the Dinghai heavenly abode was just one of the forces. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the 2 lords. At this moment, there were only 3 lords left. The lord of the Yi clan was still on the other side, trembling with fear. You can't kill them. Lu Ruffing shouted coldly. This is between me and them. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ling said without looking at the young man. This shocked many people. His reverse scale had been touched. Lin Ling was decisive in killing. Even if the young man had the protection of a strong cultivator, he would not compromise. If I say no, it means no. Their lives are more valuable than yours. Lu Ruffing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The people behind him sneered. These young men from the countryside were very bold. They thought that they could look down on everyone just because they had an Earth-rank holy physique. Little did they know that they had provoked an extremely powerful existence from the Qian Palace. I know that you're here for the star-picking Violet Palace and they're the key. But what does that have to do with me? Lin Ling continued to move forward, arriving in front of the 2 fort lords. With a cold smile, the sword in his hand slashed out. At that moment, the 2 fort lords had already been severely injured by the flames. If Lu Ruffing had not stepped in to save them, they would have died. Save me. The 2 lords shouted at the same time. They were completely terrified. They finally understood why Lin Ling came to the Yi clan but informed them of the other 9 castles. It turned out that Lin Ling's plan was to kill all of them in one fell swoop and get rid of future troubles. How dare you? At this moment Lu Ruffing was shocked by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling knew about that secret? That's right, the Dragon Beach 9 Castles was like an ant to him. He wouldn't stop Lin Ling just to prove his strength. However, the Dragon Beach 9 Castles was related to that place and had attracted the attention of the Qin Hall. That was why he was here to protect it. Unfortunately, it was too late when he reacted. The remaining 2 lords were killed by Lin Ling's sword. Lu Ruffing was furious. There was only 1 lord left. Chapter 1137. Demon God Confrontation. As for the crowd in the distance, they were even more shocked. Their reverse scale had been touched. In their hearts, the people of the rainforest had become existences that could not be provoked. You're forcing me to kill you. Lu Ruffing gently floated down. Lin Ling had killed someone in front of him, so how could he let Lin Ling go? Your talent is good, but unfortunately your realm is too low. Plus, you've already exhausted all your spiritual yuan in the previous battle. How can you be my opponent? Shoo. Without any nonsense, Lu Ruffing disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a gust of wind that was capable of directly shredding a transcendent realm master to dust. He made his move. Many people stared at the front. They didn't know where Lu Ruffing came from, but they could feel that his origin and strength were terrifying. Lin Ling had indeed exhausted a lot of his spiritual yuan in the previous battle. He was no match for Lu Ruffing. You can't kill me? Lin Ling couldn't see Lu Ruffing's body at all, but he said lightly. His words made the people of Lu King's mansion in the distance sneer. Was this brat still so stubborn? Wind spear condensed sound. The strongest wind in the world appeared. In Lin Ling's eyes, thousands of wind spears came straight at him. The power of the wind was so great that Lin Ling frowned. He moved his feet and dodged. At the same time he condensed the remaining spiritual yuan in his body and turned it into a sword slash. Shoo. However, after the sword slash, it passed through the wind, which made Lin Ling's face change slightly. What kind of martial art was this? Why was it so powerful? One had to know that his sword had reached the 8th level of life and death profound, but it couldn't cut through the wind? The comprehension of profound martial arts is very deep, but profound martial arts only control the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is vast and complex. Only by removing the crudity and leaving the essence can one dominate everything. A disdainful voice drifted out in the wind. In the end, a spear shot straight at Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. Clang. Lin Ling pointed his giant sword. A deafening sound rang out as the tip of the sword collided with the tip of the spear. Did you see my gun? Lu Ruffing's surprised voice rang out. He thought that Lin Ling could not see through his martial arts. Your spear seems to carry the power of heaven and earth. After fusing with it, I couldn't see through it at first, but now I can feel a thing or two. Lin Ling said indifferently. So what if you can see through it? You can still block it. Lu Ruffing's voice was filled with anger. The spiritual source on the tip of the spear became even more vast, suppressing Lin Ling with force. Who is this kid? How can he see through the 9th prince's spear? Those people in the distance were also shocked, but they soon sneered. Lin Ling had consumed a lot of spiritual yuan, so even if he could see the spear it was useless. I can still block your gun. However, at that moment Lin Ling said softly. He stepped into the air as if he had become one with the sky. His huge sword was still thrusting forward, making it difficult for Lu Ruffing's spear to advance any further. Physical strength. Lu Ruffing sucked in a breath of cold air. Unless one faced it personally, one would not be able to see through the physical strength. Previously he thought that Lin Ling only had a saint body. I forgot to tell you that my spiritual yuan recovers very quickly. At the same time Lin Ling said indifferently. His spiritual yuan in his dantian had recovered 10% of his strength. Coupled with the strength of his physical body, his sword became even heavier this time. He slashed out fiercely. With a cracking sound, the majestic power sent Lu Ruffing's body flying. He floated in the distance with an ugly expression on his face. He, a famous genius from the Qian temple, had personally suppressed a young man from the countryside, but it was to no avail. Instead he was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, his opponent was someone who had fought several times before. Amazing. It seems that I have to use my trump card to kill you. Lu Ruffing obviously did not want to waste time. After all, the longer he delayed, the more embarrassed he would be. Is the 9th prince going to use that? Those behind him were looking forward to it. Although Lu Ruffing was only a stage 1 transcendent, which was the lowest level in the Qian temple, there was a reason why the Lu mansion still valued him so much. And the reason was the wind demon lion. With a furious roar, the clouds in the sky were blown away, and the water on the ground was blown away until the bottom of the water could be seen. An unstoppable force from the ancient times erupted in a mighty manner. Under countless gazes, 100-meter-tall ancient lion appeared. The lion was green in color and there were many mysterious patterns on its body. Its mane was formed by a green gale. The roar was earth-shattering. A large number of people in the distance were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They quickly ran away from this terrifying world. The wind demon lion, ranked 65th among the 72 demon gods in the sky. As for the people wearing the imperial python robes, they spoke proudly. Now, do you still have the right to be arrogant? The lion spoke in a low voice like a king, as if it was the king of all beasts in the world. In the distance, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. The 72 demon gods in the sky? This was the first time he had seen a demon god other than the 6 guardian gods. Although he was surprised, he wasn't too shocked. Previously, his eye of time had detected a mysterious aura in the other party's body. Therefore, he estimated that he couldn't defeat the other party, but the other party couldn't defeat him either. I said you can't kill me. Lin Ling slowly carried the tyrannical song sword on his back. His words made those on Lu Rufeng's side laugh. Can't kill him? That's a fool's dream. Come out, ancient flame demon. Lin Ling let out a low roar and an ancient aura emanated from him. Smoke spewed out, causing him to disappear from the sky. Then the demonic flames spread out, and the 7-tailed fox desolate beast appeared before everyone's eyes. Its demonic eyes stared at everyone with a bloodthirsty look. What? This guy still has a trump card. He's also one of the 72 demon gods in the sky. Horrified voices erupted. Some of them came from the water realm, while others came from Lu Rufeng's side. Of course, the wind demon lion was the most surprised. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be one of the demon gods. The ancient flame demon, ranked 69th among the 72 demon gods in the sky. After a moment of shock, the wind demon lion finally spoke in a serious voice. He no longer had the arrogance from before. I'm wind and you're flame. However, in the ancient demon god rankings you're weaker than me. I can kill you. Is that so? As far as I know, it's difficult for a stage 1 transcendent to display the power of a demon god. Since your cultivation is the same as mine, your wind demon lion might not be able to defeat me. As for your ranking, it's based on the ancient rankings. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he spoke from the ancient flame demon's neck. The wind demon lion fell silent. Lin Ling's words made sense. The ancient rankings were based on the demon god's heyday. However, they obviously couldn't display their full strength now. Even though the wind demon lion was ranked higher than the ancient flame demon, if Lin Ling performed better, it was possible that he could kill the wind demon lion. As such, Lu Rufeng hesitated. Then he sensed a powerful aura coming towards them. In the end, he recalled the wind demon lion. Chapter 1138. Strive hard, brat, you're lucky. Lu Rufeng returned to normal, but he looked coldly at Lin Ling. He, the 9th prince, had failed. I told you you can't kill me. Lin Ling smiled faintly as if he didn't care at all. This made Lu Rufeng and his men's faces turn pale as if they had been slapped in the face. They, the Lu mansion, had never suffered such a big loss before. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Lord of the House of Yi. That one glance caused the Lord of the House of Yi to tremble and almost kneel down. Only now did he realize that he had provoked such a terrifying existence. The Lord of the Dragon Beach 9 Castles is here? At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. Their auras were powerful as if they were ancient war gods. Lin Ling. A furious roar was heard. A man in a black robe stared at Lin Ling from the crowd. It was the Tri-Era Ghost King. You killed my son. Apart from that, Dark North Evil God came as well. He stared at Lin Ling with killing intent. The two of you better not spoil the big picture. The Kuan Palace has already found out that the descendant of the star-plucking Violet Mansion has appeared here. Therefore no one here can be killed at will. The Three Lives Ghost King and Evil God North Sea didn't dare to say a word. This was the gathering place of all the experts of the Kuan Palace. How could they dare to offend them? Obviously they'd come for the star-seizing Violet Palace, and the key to the secret realm was the Fort Master of the Dragon Beach 9 Forts. Because the Fort Master was the only bloodline descendant of the star-seizing Violet Palace. This was something they had only discovered recently. Don't worry, the Fort Master of the Dragon Beach 9 Castles has been confirmed. Only the Fort Master with the surname Yi is left, and the rest were killed by that junior. At that moment an ancient voice rang out, causing many people to frown. They recognized that voice, so they gave some face. How dare you? How dare you kill the fort lord? All the experts were looking at Lin Ling. These people had powerful auras, and every one of them was an existence that surpassed Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. He didn't make a move against the Dragon Shore 9 castles because he had already guessed that the star-seizing Violet Manor was related to them. It was only after his grandfather was ambushed that he let go of everything and came to wipe out the Dragon Shore 9 castles. But now he had become everyone's enemy. The most terrifying thing was that there were experts from the Kuan Hall gathered here. Moreover, the experts currently treated him like an ant. If they knew that he had the ancient flame devil, there would be even more people who would want to kill him. Even Lu Rufeng kept a low profile at this moment, not letting others know that he had the 72 demonic gods. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to grow so much in such a short period of time. In the sky, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. The expressions of the experts from the Kuan Hall changed slightly. This ancient expert actually knew that ant? This surprised them greatly. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he stared at the pair of eyes in the sky. An unprecedented anger arose spontaneously. It's him. The owner of the Void Star Divine Palace, Celestial Venerable Void Star. Celestial Venerable Void Star's position in the Kuan Hall wasn't low, so when he appeared, the experts fell silent. Only the Three Lives Ghost King and Northern Darkness Demon God sneered. How could Lin Ling still be alive? The only regret was that they couldn't obtain Lin Ling's 72 demonic gods. The situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for Lin Ling. Numerous eyes stared at Lin Ling as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel pressured. How about joining my Void Star Divine Palace? In the sky, the pair of eyes said indifferently. It was as if he had seen through all of Lin Ling's secrets. That was why he knew how strong Lin Ling's talent was, especially his saint body. One had to know that not long ago, Lin Ling's talent was extremely ordinary. It's impossible. Lin Ling raised his head. His clear eyes were filled with determination and even killing intent. I see that your talent is not bad, so I'm giving you a chance. But you won't take it? The pair of eyes in the sky revealed a cold expression. It's impossible. Lin Ling still said the same thing. He still remembered the deaths of the saints. In order to let the 6 guardian gods leave, those saints had died in the charge. His hometown had also been destroyed by the other party. The Qingyun's sacred ground had been completely annihilated. How could he not take revenge? Even if the other party wanted to recruit Lin Ling would never compromise. This enmity was irreconcilable. Kneel. The pair of eyes exuded a strong sense of majesty. It was as if Lin Ling had violated his dignity by rejecting him in front of the experts of the Kuan Hall. This kid is courting death. How dare he go against Celestial Venerable Void Star? The experts of the Kuan Hall came from various sects and kings of various countries. They didn't know Lin Ling, but they felt that Lin Ling was extraordinarily courageous. Rumble. Boundless majesty shrouded Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to kneel. The power was too strong, as if it was the eye of a god. As for Lin Ling, he felt as if his pupils had been cut by a knife. Pain shot through him, making it so that he could no longer open his eyes. The last time Lin Ling dared to look Empyrean Void Star in the eye, Empyrean Void Star wanted to destroy Lin Ling's eyes. Serves him right. His eyes are blind. The Three Lives Ghost King sneered coldly. The others also revealed a cold expression. That young man was blind, so he should be kneeling next. Unfortunately, in the face of an ancient expert, no matter how strong his backbone was, it was useless. Bang. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a piercing pain in his eyes. It was as if he had returned to Gu Yen's sect and become blind again. Most importantly, the majestic heavenly aura enveloped his body, causing his bones to creak as if they were about to break. He was forced to kneel. However, he couldn't kneel. Even if his eyes were blind and his bones were broken, he still couldn't kneel. Lin Ling's body trembled as he stubbornly resisted. Many people in the distance who were watching a good show gradually became surprised. This young man was terrifying. His willpower was too great. My obsession is as arrogant as ever. How can I fall here? Lin Ling shouted angrily in his heart. Scenes from his childhood flashed through his mind. Every time he faced a life or death crisis, every time he was oppressed by a powerful cultivator, every time he was in the vast expanse of the world, he never gave in. The sound of glass shattering could be heard. Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to explode. The 9 heavenly fish diagrams appeared in his sea of consciousness, causing the sea to erupt with sky-high waves. His soul continued to grow stronger, and above the sea, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. At this moment he seemed to be able to see things that were thousands of miles away. He saw a large number of experts coming in his direction. He also saw Venerable Si Kaming and Old Man Dong Fu. This mysterious power was too terrifying. It was like the eye of clairvoyance. No, it should be the eye of 10,000 miles. Could it be that the eye of time had awakened another divine ability under the pressure? At this moment, the crowd in the outside world didn't know what was happening to Lin Ling's soul, but they were becoming more and more shocked. This young man was still not kneeling. He had resisted for a long time. One had to know that Heavenly Venerable Su Xing had the divine eye. Even high-grade transcendents like them didn't dare to face it. He definitely can't hold on. He'll kneel in an incense stick's worth of time. The Three Lives Ghost King sneered, believing that Lin Ling couldn't hold on. A cultivator has three qualities. First, backbone, second, pride, and third, courage. If you compromise, how can you talk about the martial Tao? Chapter 1139. The gathering of experts. Man strives for three breaths: backbone, pride, and courage. These three breaths will never be extinguished. These breaths will exist forever with the world. At the same time, Lin Ling didn't kneel. Instead, he finally opened his eyes and stared at the sky god eye. These three breaths will exist forever with the world. Countless people were shocked and their faces stiffened. That weak little ant stared at the heavens. Just how strong was his backbone and arrogance? Could it be that his courage was boundless? The sky god eye was also shocked. He didn't kneel and his blinded eyes had recovered. He stared at him like he did in the past. Man strives for three breaths. At the same time, a large amount of ancient aura appeared. Ocean waves erupted and separated the world, preventing the sky god eye from displaying its power. Venerable Si Kaming had arrived. A large number of experts from the Qin Hall had arrived. However, they all stared at Lin Ling in shock. What had they just seen? They had seen Lin Ling stare at celestial Venerable Void Star and not lose out at all. Who was this youth? Venerable Si Kaming. The sky god eye roared furiously. He sensed that not only had he failed to kill Lin Ling today, but Lin Ling had also awakened under his pressure. This meant that he had been helping Lin Ling grow. Now that Venerable Si Kaming had arrived, he couldn't do anything. Celestial Venerable Void Star, I've said before that Lin Ling is my general. Don't you know that? Venerable Si Kaming coldly stared at the sky, causing the sky god eye to slowly close. I was reckless before. I apologize to you. He had to compromise. After all, Venerable Si Kaming was an extremely troublesome existence for the Qin Hall. Moreover, more and more experts had arrived. He couldn't hide the truth from the masses. Venerable Si Kaming glanced at the experts from the Qin Hall and suppressed his anger. He then looked at Lin Ling in shock. Not long ago he wanted to inform Lin Ling to come here, but Lin Ling had already left. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would find the Dragon Beach 9 castles before him? This Lin Ling was truly mysterious. It was as if everything in the world revolved around him. Venerable Si Kaming, is this kid a general of your Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture? A powerful old man from the Qin Hall laughed. When he saw Venerable Si Kaming nod his head, he couldn't help but say with envy, amazing. He doesn't fear Empyrean Void Star with just his willpower and backbone. Ah! Venerable Si Kaming's face was full of pride. He waved at Lin Ling and Lin Ling walked towards him. Lin Ling knew that his plan to kill the Yi clan's lord had to be delayed. Today the experts from the Qin Hall and Kuan Hall were here for the star-plucking Purple Mansion. This was a major event that Lin Ling couldn't stop at the moment. The crowd also waited quietly, each with their own thoughts. Lu Rufeng's expression was ugly. He thought that Lin Ling was a nameless ant, but who knew that Lin Ling dared to look directly at Celestial Master Void Star and was even a general under Venerable Si Kaming. Lu Rufeng's status and feat were like a slap to his face. Other than him, the experts who arrived first also stared deeply at Lin Ling. They would remember this stubborn young man. As for the experts who arrived later, they didn't pay attention to Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was just an ordinary cultivator below them. Among the experts here, the weakest was at least a first-realm transcendent. There were even many that Lin Ling couldn't see through. They were probably at the transcendent realm or above, and that realm should be the Saint realm. The Misty Evil sect is here. Their sect master has a high position in the Kuan Hall. His strength is also unparalleled. They're from the Heavenly King Palace. The crowd exclaimed from time to time. Today in Xianxia province, thousands of sects and experts had gathered. These people are all here for the star-plucking Purple Mansion. Lin Ling was shocked as he looked into the distance. 10,000 kilometers away, he could see that there were still many great forces arriving. That's right. In ancient times there was no Xianping province. At that time the four great countries ruled everything. Later on, for some unknown reason, the four great ancient countries disappeared and became fragmented. The star-plucking great emperor's country was one of the four great countries. According to legend, one could obtain the 5 great inheritances from there. In ancient times, the 5 great inheritances were the most powerful forces that ruled the world. Therefore, when the star-plucking purple mansion appeared, all the experts of Xianping province came here for it. Beside Lin Ling, a woman in purple clothes said lightly. Her face was covered with a purple veil, only revealing a pair of autumn moon-like eyes. Her voice was extremely gentle and she looked at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a junior. Lin Ling didn't know this woman. "Little sister Meng Yun, are you all right?" The purple-clothed woman smiled and spoke again. This made Lin Ling even more surprised. "She knew you, Meng Yun?" "Lingshan, this is my father's red-armored general, Lin Ling," Venerable Si Kaming said with a smile. Lin Ling immediately reacted and greeted politely, "Sister Lingshan." In fact, he hadn't stayed in the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture for long. He wasn't even as long as Yu Mingyun, so this was his first time meeting Venerable Si Kaming's daughter. However, since Sister Lingshan's eyes were so beautiful, her face must be devastatingly beautiful. "I'm not like what you think." Lingshan smiled and removed the purple veil. Immediately, a centipede-like claw mark was revealed. It was a ghastly sight. Lingshan's face wasn't bad to begin with. However, because of the claw mark, it made her extremely ugly. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Lingshan to be so magnanimous as to let him see her face. However, he also sighed in his heart. Sister Lingshan was also a rare beauty. It was a pity that she had a scar on her face. This injury can't be healed. Venerable Si Kaming sighed with a hint of anger in his eyes. "Father, it's been so long. I'm used to it." Lingshan put the veil back on as if she didn't care at all. However, Lin Ling felt that it wasn't that she didn't care. Instead, she was helpless. This sister Lingshan probably had a past that she couldn't bear to look back on. The 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. At this time the crowd began to move. Countless gazes looked towards the sky. The sunset had risen and countless fragrant flower petals drifted down like rain, causing the world to be filled with a fragrance. Under the sunset, a large number of women wearing palace dresses and bare feet came over. Each of these women was very beautiful. It was as if the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden had descended to the mortal world. The Qian Temple is so good. With the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace, even if I can't get close to her, it's good to see her every day. Many people laughed. In particular, some warriors who were free and easy stared unscrupulously at these fairy-like women. They knew that the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace was recruiting the most beautiful women in the world. Is that the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden? Then many people looked at a woman in a palace dress with a jade belt fluttering in the wind. That woman was holy and noble and she had the most beautiful face in the world. She also had the most alluring figure. It made people wonder how the world could give birth to such a beautiful woman. Chapter 1140. Mysterious Maiden of 9 Heavens, beautiful, she's really beautiful. If I can admire the moon with her in this life, even death would be worth it. Many people were shocked. Even some cultivators who didn't care about women's charms were shaken at this moment. If you want to die, then try to get close to her. She's a woman of the Langya 10 temples. Only that man is worthy of her. Someone said disdainfully, causing many people's hearts to beat violently. The 10 most terrifying existences of the Langya 10 temples were the heavenly seers. Although they were young, they were all existences above the transcendent realm. They were as famous as the Kuan Temple and the unfettered 10 temples. That bitch is here. Venerable Si Kaming glared at the fairy in the sky and shouted angrily. Lingshan pulled him back and shook her head. "Father, it's been so many years. Why do you care?" Although she said so, Lin Ling could still feel her emotions fluctuating. It was a kind of anger and helplessness. Mysterious Maiden of 9 Heavens. Lin Ling also looked at the fairy-like woman. He didn't know what kind of grudge this woman had with Sister Lingshan. "Lingshan, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still the same." Ignoring the gazes around her, the fairy-like woman looked at Lingshan. She seemed to know her. "Thank you. You too." Lingshan looked up at the mysterious Maiden of 9 Heavens with a touch of persistence in her eyes and smiled. "Bitch." Venerable Si Kaming bellowed and scolded Xian Envy of the 9th heaven in front of countless people. This action surprised many people. However, Venerable Si Kaming had a high status behind the Qian Palace, so no one dared to say anything. Haha, how can you force things? He loves me. What's the use of pestering him? The mysterious maiden of 9 heavens didn't get angry and smiled gently. Her smile was like a spring breeze, causing more people to lean towards her. Is it because of that rumor? There was no lack of older experts in the heaven and earth palaces. At this moment, they recalled that 10 years ago, Venerable C. Kangming's daughter fell in love with an outstanding talent. The two of them were in love, and Venerable C. Kangming thought highly of his son-in-law and gave him a lot of guidance. After that, as their relationship became better and better, the two of them also announced their marriage. The news spread in the heaven and earth palaces in a grandiose manner. However, on the day of the wedding, the hero still refused and publicly announced that the woman he loved was the 9 heavens maiden. He was ashamed of Venerable C. Kangming's nurturing and Lingshan's feelings. Thus, on that day he refused in front of everyone and ended up with the 9 heavens maiden. That experience was undoubtedly a huge blow to Lingshan and Venerable C. Kangming. It had to be known that the entire world was watching the marriage, but the female side had been rejected. How humiliating was that? No wonder Venerable C. Kangming hates the Empyrean maiden so much. Many people came to a realization, but they still mocked. After all, love couldn't be forced. If Venerable C. Kangming wanted to seek justice for his wronged daughter, it would be even more humiliating for them. Lingshan clenched her fists as the crowd discussed animatedly. The Empyrean maiden, on the other hand, smiled faintly and didn't look at Lingshan anymore. Her attitude undoubtedly made people miss her even more and made Lingshan a clown. This is too much. Venerable C. Kangming was so angry that his face turned red, but there was nothing he could do. The Empyrean Maiden Palace wasn't any weaker than the C. Kangming Heavenly Prefecture. In addition, the hero was one of the 10 palaces in Xianxia. He couldn't seek justice even if he wanted to. It's not what you think. In the past, I treated that hero like my own son and even gave him the Dragon Roar elixir. Who knew that his goal was that precious elixir? After getting the elixir, he immediately broke the engagement and made my daughter the laughingstock of Shenpeng province. It's humiliating for a man to be rejected, but it's even more humiliating for a woman to be rejected. Venerable C. Kangming looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling could also sense the bitterness in Sister Lingshan's heart. After being rejected in public, the hero even said that he loved the Empyrean maiden. Naturally, everyone would compare Sister Lingshan with the Empyrean maiden and think that Sister Lingshan was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. She couldn't see through herself. After that, my daughter went to get the Dragon Roar elixir for me, but she was slapped by that man. He even called my daughter a toad. The shame of that slap is still there to this day. Venerable C. Kangming said word by word. The scar on Lingshan's face came from that. What a shameless man. Lin Ling's voice sank. Love was indeed something that could not be forced. But since that man had chosen the Empyrean maiden, then everything that he owed Lingshan should be returned. However, not only did that man not return it, he even ruined Sister Lingshan's face, causing her to never have the face to see anyone again. The wound on her face was painful, but how could the wound in her heart be healed? After that, the Empyrean maiden also met Lingshan. She was very arrogant and said that Lingshan wasn't worthy of that hero. Lingshan was a toad, so they were both bitches. Venerable C. Kangming shouted again. The Empyrean maiden was happy to be with that hero and she was also the winner. However, she shouldn't have reprimanded Lingshan, because Lingshan was the victim. Love couldn't be forced, but the way the Empyrean maiden handled it was wrong. She didn't care about Lingshan's self-esteem. Venerable C. Kangming looked at Lin Ling. You promised me 3 things and you've already fulfilled one. As for the second, I want you to pursue the second Empyrean maiden and dump her. What? Lin Ling's expression changed. He looked at the Empyrean maiden and saw a young girl beside her. She was as pure as a fairy, so she must be the next Empyrean maiden. However, how could Lin Ling possibly pursue such a fairy-like existence? Moreover, the young girl raised her head high like a noble swan. She must be a supercilious existence, so Lin Ling didn't care about pursuing her. I just want to take revenge on the Empyrean maiden so you don't have to like her. You just need to make the Empyrean maiden lose face. Can you do the second thing? Venerable C. Kangming knew that his condition was a bit too much, but he still looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Father, this is our business. Don't involve Lin Ling. Lingshan persuaded. Her voice was still gentle. Perhaps she had been hurt for so many years that she had become numb. Venerable C. Kangming sighed and shook his head. Whether you succeed or not, I'll take it that you've completed the second thing. You just need to have the heart. In the end, he didn't force Lin Ling to complete the task. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, feelings couldn't be forced. Lin Ling also didn't like to play with feelings. Lin Ling nodded. He just needed to do his best. Whether he succeeded or failed, the second thing would be considered completed. Of course, he didn't take it to heart. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. They were all from the Qian Temple and the Kun Temple. They even started fighting. Finally, the experts from the two temples appeared and ended the battle. The last bloodline of the star-seizing Violet Mansion has been found. 1 month later, the star-seizing Violet Mansion will be opened. During this month, the experts from the two temples can't casually attack each other. The powerful martial artists discussed and finally came to a consensus. Chapter 1141. Return, come on. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed one after another. Lin Ling's gaze fell upon the Trailura's ghostly lord and the evil god of North Sea. He smirked coldly. His cultivation was not very strong at the moment, but he had only been cultivating in Xianping province for a short time. Therefore, he was confident that it would not take long for him to surpass the Trailura's ghostly lord and the rest. On the other hand, the Three Lives Ghost King and Three Lives Ghost King had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had escaped another calamity. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength had risen too quickly. If they didn't kill him now, there would be no end to his troubles in the future. The various powerhouses gradually left. Only the native warriors were left in the water domain. They looked at the ground that was riddled with holes, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Today their sanctuary had welcomed countless powerhouses. The youngest king of the rainforest, how terrifying. However, soon after, an old martial artist sighed, causing many people to recall the past. Only now did they remember that the former overlords, the Dragon Beach 9 castles, were all wiped out. The last person was only alive because he was protected by so many experts. That youth's reverse scale was touched, and as expected, he was killed without mercy. In the hazy clouds, a large number of figures walked towards the island on the other side of the rainforest. Experts are as common as clouds in the universe and Kun palaces. You've seen it for yourself today, right? Venerable Si Kaming said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. There were many strong cultivators. The Qingkuan Palace, and thousands of sects had gathered. Many of them were not weaker than the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture. The strength of Xianping Province was beyond his imagination. However, you don't have to belittle yourself because your natural talent is extremely formidable. In the future your name will surely shake the Qian Hall. Venerable Si Kaming added. In the past, when Lin Ling had first arrived at the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture, he hadn't been the strongest. Venerable Si Kaming thought that Lin Ling would need some time to grow. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would gain a firm foothold in the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture in such a short time? This meant that the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture could no longer accommodate Lin Ling. If this speed continued, Lin Ling's name would definitely spread throughout the Qian Hall. In addition, Lin Ling's innate talent was very terrifying. He had 2 great demon gods in his body, and he had an earth-rank innate talent, Holy Physique. A large number of red-armored and orange-armored generals followed behind Venerable Si Kaming. They all looked at Lin Ling with reverence in their eyes. We're here. At this moment Lin Ling chuckled. In the water ahead, a large number of islands appeared. On the largest island, there was a flag with the words Rainforest written on it. Who is it? At this moment, everyone on the island looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The aura in front of them was too strong. Could it be that an expert had come to kill them? Everyone tensed up. Holy King, it's me. Lin Ling bellowed when he saw how nervous the crowd was. This caused the 4 clan leaders, the Holy King and the others to relax. Lin Ling had returned, which meant that the House of Yi had been eradicated by Lin Ling. This news shocked many. Lin Ling's strength was indeed more powerful than they had imagined. Are these people from your hometown? Venerable Si Kaming and the others landed and looked at the crowd. Venerable Si Kaming in particular had a look of indifference on his face. After all, to these experts from Xianping Province, the Holy King and the others were like ants. If it were not for Lin Ling, they would not even bother to come here. The 4 clan leaders, the Holy King and the others inhaled sharply. They could sense that these people were very powerful. They could not see through them at all. I'll be staying here for a month. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. Venerable Si Kaming glanced at Lin Ling. Eventually he put away the indifference of a powerhouse and smiled. The 4 clan leaders were relieved. They looked at Lin Ling, knowing that he was giving Lin Ling face. Venerable One, Madame Yuqin, Sister Lingshan, why are you here? At this time Yu Munyun's voice was heard. She and Lai Qing were walking side by side from afar. Venerable Sea Calming's eyes fell on Lai Qing and nodded slightly. This woman has a strong murderous aura. I have a set of martial arts techniques that nobody wants to practice. It's very suitable for her. At this moment, Yu Mingyun had already walked towards Madame Yuqin while Lai Qing was staring coldly at Venerable Sea Calming. The sword by her waist let out a sword hum as the killing intent on her body intensified. Facing an expert like Venerable Sea Calming, she was not afraid at all. However, she looked at Lin Ling and suppressed the murderous aura in her sword. Lai Qing, he's my master. Lin Ling explained with a smile. At the same time he explained why Venerable Sea Calming and the others were here. Many people's expressions changed. So this was the reason why the star-plucking purple mansion was here. This girl has a strong murderous aura. Her sword skills are also very high. Jun Luoye, try fighting with her. Venerable Sea Calming smiled and said with interest. Yes, my master. A young man in red armor walked out from behind him and looked at Lai Qing indifferently. Lai Qing looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling nod. She didn't say anything and walked out as well. The sword in her hand finally flashed. The dense murderous aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Clang. The two looked at each other and instantly tangled together. Jun Luoye, Transcendent Realm Level 3. You have a yellow saint physique and your profound martial arts have reached level 10. Who do you think will win? Venerable Sea Calming said to Lin Ling as he waved his right hand. The blue ocean turned into a light film and covered the two of them so that their battle wouldn't affect the others. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Lai Qing was a Transcendent Realm Level 2. Her saint physique wasn't as strong as her opponent's and her profound martial arts were the same. No matter how one looked at it, Lai Qing would lose. However, there was something about Lai Qing that Lin Ling couldn't see through. In the end, Lin Ling said, if Jun Luoye doesn't lose within 10 moves, he wins. 10 moves? Ah, why are you so confident? You should know that Jun Luoye is a famous existence among the 7-colored generals. Venerable Sea Calming laughed. It's half intuition and half analysis. Lin Ling said indifferently, Lai Qing's sword is very sharp and his killing intent is dense. Each strike is more powerful than the last and on the 10th strike that strike will reach its peak. This is a kind of momentum that will perish together with the opponent. Therefore, if Jun Luoye cannot withstand 10 strikes, he will lose. But the first burst of energy, the second will weaken and the third will exhaust. Lai Qing's attacking style is too fierce, and after 10 strikes his momentum will weaken. Therefore at that time Jun Luoye will win. Lin Ling, you're so strong. Yu Mingyun couldn't help but exclaim. Even Ling Shan's beautiful eyes flickered. She couldn't tell who would win, but Lin Ling seemed to have analyzed it. What about intuition? Venerable Sea Calming was shocked. Lin Ling's analytical ability was very strong. Intuition says that Lai Qing will win. Her sword gives me a strange feeling. It seems to control the power of heaven and earth, but that power is even more extreme. Lin Ling frowned. Kill? At this moment, Lai Qing shouted coldly. She slashed out with the sword of slaughter. The momentum of this sword rose steadily, forming a power that many people had never seen before. Even Jun Luoye's pupils changed drastically. He lost. Venerable Sea Calming's eyes flashed. The surrounding ocean formed a shield and blocked the sword for Jun Luoye. Even so, everyone saw that the sword almost split the ocean. It was extremely sharp. What sword is that? Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Lai Qing's sword was indeed powerful. It was a sword that gave up on her own life and focused on killing the enemy. You can try it with her. Chapter 1142. Extreme Martial Arts, alright. Lin Ling nodded. Lai Qing was at Transcendent Realm Stage 2 while Lin Ling was at Transcendent Realm Stage 1. Although there was a gap of 1 stage between them, Lin Ling was still confident. My lord, even I couldn't block that sword. I'm afraid Lin Ling will have a hard time. Jun Luoye walked back and said. Only he knew how terrifying Lai Qing's sword was. The gap between stages is important, but one's foundation can make up for it. Moreover, Lin Ling isn't as simple as you think. Don't underestimate him. Venerable Sea Calming shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lose. Lai Qing attacked. After Lin Ling walked out, hesitation appeared in Lai Qing's eyes. Her sword was very sharp and once it was drawn it would definitely kill. However, in this world there were some people she didn't want to kill and Lin Ling was one of them. She knew that Lin Ling was the only one who wouldn't harm her. Don't worry. With Venerable Sea Calming there we won't be hurt. Moreover, he'll be teaching us martial arts. Lin Ling said with a smile. Alright. Lai Qing nodded heavily. She drew her sword and without saying anything she shot it over. The moment the sword was drawn, It shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Lin Ling didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He raised his tyrant song and released his level 8 profound meaning of life and death. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Lai Qing's sword became crazier and crazier. Lin Ling wasn't her opponent when it came to sword fighting. Heart Flame. Lin Ling shouted and used his Flame Dao. After all, Sword Dao wasn't his only Flame Dao. Flame was his main focus. Boom. The combination of Flame Dao and Sword Dao started to block Lai Qing's crazy sword. 8th move, 9th move. Jun Luoye kept watching with a solemn expression. He finally understood why Venerable Si Kaming valued Lin Ling. Lin Ling's foundation was too solid. An Earth-class holy body is of a higher level than your holy body. In addition to that sword, although it hasn't displayed its full power, its defense is extremely strong. Most importantly, his physical strength has reached 500 million. Reverend Si Kaming explained, his words causing Jun Luoye to draw in a breath of cold air. How terrifying! If Lin Ling broke through to the second level of the Transcendent Realm, how high would his combat prowess be? Sea of Fire. Level 9 Profound Meaning of Life and Death, One Sword Cleaving Space. The 10th sword appeared, forcing Lin Ling to explode with his full strength. All of the Sea Heart Flame turned into waves that surged towards Lai Qing. At the same time, the strongest Life and Death Profound had also appeared. It had to be known that the overwhelming righteousness was hidden within the tyrannical Song Sword, and Lin Ling could not easily control it. Only at certain moments would he be able to unleash its full might. Whoosh! Lai Qing's sword was so terrifying that it split the sea and collided with Lin Ling's sword. At the side, everyone was shocked. Lai Qing was indeed terrifying, and so was Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation level was one level lower. But in the end, Lin Ling blocked the 10th sword. Next, Lai Qing would lose without a doubt. Alright, it's useless to continue fighting. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and stood up. He had won this battle. Lai Qing breathed heavily and looked deeply at Lin Ling. She had wandered Xianping province and battled with many experts, but Lin Ling was the only one she could not see through. However, she was very happy because Lin Ling came from the same hometown as her. This meant that the geniuses from the 6 Saint Domains were not weak. Most importantly, although her killing intent was firm, she was still a woman after all. Subconsciously, she didn't want to stand at the top and shoulder everything because it would be very tiring. It was only because the world was heartless that she was forced to be cold-blooded and emotionless. But now she didn't have to shoulder everything. In the 6 sacred regions, there was a man who was stronger than her, who resisted and shouldered even more experts. Your sword is very powerful. I almost couldn't block it. Take this. Lin Ling recovered his spiritual source quickly, so after smiling he threw a bottle of pills to Lai Qing. Lai Qing caught it with a ruthless expression and swallowed it without even looking at the pill bottle. She trusted Lin Ling completely. Do you know why her sword is so powerful? Venerable Si Kaming said indifferently, which made Lin Ling curious. Then Venerable Si Kaming said, it's because she has unknowingly cultivated the profound of killing to the peak. Moreover, she has taken half a step into the realm of extreme martial arts. Extreme martial arts? Lin Ling's pupils shrank. No wonder Lai Qing's sword didn't seem like the profound of killing. It turned out that she had stepped into a new realm. He couldn't help but think of Lu Ruffing. That guy's martial arts were also very mysterious. The profound of martial arts is to control the power of heaven and earth. The extreme martial arts are to retain the essence of the power of heaven and earth and form a great momentum. Its power is even more terrifying. However, the extreme martial arts are very difficult to control. The first thing is to reach the peak of the profound of martial arts. Venerable Si Kaming explained. In this world, the power of martial arts is vast and boundless. Most of the martial artists cultivate step by step. For example, martial instinct, true intent, great true intent, profound, and so on. However, there are always some exceptions. They skip the previous martial arts comprehension and directly cultivate a more profound comprehension. Lai Qing is one of them. Venerable Si Kaming said. Lai Qing was also listening. She knew that Venerable Si Kaming was also giving her pointers. Extreme mark. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought of Immortal again. Immortal's soul attack was very strange. It was different from his soul attack. Perhaps it was also an extreme martial arts, but Immortal didn't know about it. Perhaps she had comprehended it herself after some mutation. Extreme martial arts are the great momentum of heaven and earth. The power formed between a punch and a palm is stronger than the profound of martial arts. However, it has to be specialized. Venerable Si Kaming threw a book to Lai Qing. Lai Qing caught it and read it carefully. Her eyes narrowed. That martial art was about cultivating murderous aura. Don't thank me. My principle is very simple. If you receive help, you just need to repay it in the future. Venerable C. Calming said again. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you have an earth-rank saint body. From a certain point of view, you have a great chance of cultivating the profound of fire into an extreme martial art. There is also the profound of righteousness. When you reach the peak of the profound of righteousness, you can come to me. Lin Ling nodded. Venerable C. Calming chuckled and said, Your strength isn't very strong in Shenping province, but your talent is very good. You can enter the star-plucking purple mansion. Perhaps, it will allow you to transform into a dragon. The star-plucking purple mansion is one of the 4 great nations of the ancient era. There are many secrets hidden inside. Not to mention even experts like us are interested in it, especially the 5 great inheritances. If we can obtain them, the throne of the human sovereign will be within reach. However, there will be countless experts in the star-plucking purple mansion this time. You have to be careful. Not only do you have to be wary of the people from the Kun Palace, you also have to be wary of the people from the Qian Palace. Although the people from the Qian Palace seem to be under the same banner, they are not united. Venerable C. Calming continued to speak, which made Lin Ling and the others nod. Obviously, the star-plucking purple mansion would welcome the arrival of the experts from Shenping province. Everyone wanted to explore the ancient secrets and be reborn. The days passed quietly. Venerable C. Calming would give pointers to Lin Ling and the others from time to time. At the same time, he helped Lin Ling to cure ancestor Taiyan. Then he went into seclusion. Obviously, he didn't have much confidence in entering the star-plucking purple mansion with his strength. As my physical strength increases, my comprehension of the profound of righteousness also deepens. Chapter 1143. Di Shitian's return. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the small world, the harder it was to upgrade and more treasures were needed. Currently, I can release the 8th level of morality profound as I wish. The tyrannical song sword hid the peak of morality profound, but Lin Ling couldn't control it at any time. He could only continue to comprehend and train. Currently, he could only control the 8th level. As for the murderous profound, it was still at the 1st level. Unless he was lucky, it would be very difficult to upgrade it. Rumble. On this day, the water in the distant waters soared into the sky, and in the sky, 5 figures were chasing a young man. Run, let's see where you can run to. The 5 people sneered like a cat catching a mouse. If you have the ability, fight one-on-one. Bullying others with numbers, what kind of hero are you? The young man in front held a white bone sword and said angrily to the people behind him. His gaze fell on the rainforest island, and after seeing the flag he couldn't help but laugh. You're not as good as others, so why find excuses? The 5 people also saw the island in front and sneered, Are you trying to get reinforcements? Unfortunately, who can save you in this rural 7-star sanctuary? See how I destroy it. Another person slammed his palm, and a full 7 levels of profound martial arts turned into a giant flaming palm, covering the rainforest island. Rumble. It was as if the island was about to split apart. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That person was so rude, attacking their island without saying anything. Bastard. The young man who was running stopped and looked at the 5 people coldly. He looks like you're related to that island. However, you came here to ask for reinforcements. Do you think the people here can save you? The 5 people also stopped and sneered at the young man. However, at this moment, the flames on the island became strange, as if they had met a real infernal god, and turned into a whirlpool and disappeared. At the same time, 3 figures stepped on the clouds and shot into the sky, causing many people on the island to laugh. Lin Ling came out. Big brother. A surprised voice was heard, and the people who came looked at the young man with smiles on their faces. Ah, I finally found you. That youth also couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was Sakura. Obviously, he was the same as Lin Ling, possessing the male and female insects that could search for everyone in the rainforest. That was why he found this place. Sakura. Yumun Yun and Lai Qing also smiled. The 4 guardian deities of the 4 great holy lands had gathered. Big brother, are you his younger brother? Looks like you guys are very unlucky. Of all the people you could be brothers with, you just had to be his brother. Those 5 indifferently looked at Lin Ling and the others. They had enmity with Sakura, so they chased him all the way here. However, they didn't expect that Sakura would finally escape here. However, what was the use of escaping here? It would only implicate more people. Also, who let you extinguish my fire? Who is it? Get out here. The person who had attacked earlier shouted coldly. Big brother, who are these people? Lin Ling's gaze also looked at those 5 people. Just 5 bastards. I have no enmity with them, but they chased me all the way here because I blocked their way in the restaurant. Sakura said angrily. These people seemed to be disciples of some sect, but they were overbearing and rude as if their sect was the biggest in the world. You dare to block the people of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect from the Qian Temple. Naturally, you have to die, and the 3 of you will also be punished. As for the ants on the island, as long as you kneel down, you can still live. Among the 5 people, one said coldly. They were the people of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect from the Qian Temple. They had a great reputation in the Qian Temple. It was fine if Sakura didn't bow when he saw them, but he actually blocked their way. If they didn't kill him, what else could they do? Sir, why are you so aggressive? It's just a small conflict. How about we both compromise? Lin Ling took a step forward and said indifferently. The other party was from the Qian Temple, so he gave them some face. Compromise? You must be joking. The 5 of them revealed a smile on their faces. They felt that this was extremely laughable. They wanted to give in? Then what do you want? Lin Ling's face turned cold, but one of the 5 people said with a smile, Didn't I say before? Of course you can compromise if you want to, but you just have to defeat me. If you win, I will leave with my senior brothers immediately. Otherwise you all have to die. Okay, as you wish. Lin Ling took a step forward in the sky and finally nodded. The young man shrugged and said with a smile, You can only send 2 people, not all 4. Otherwise you will have the advantage. Haha, Jianghu is still so confident. 1 against 2. The other 4 people also laughed and were extremely proud and confident. Second brother, I will go with you. Sakura couldn't stand the other party's arrogance and stepped forward. No need. You have been rushing all the way here, so you must be tired. Let me do it. Lin Ling stopped him and looked at the 4 people. The person who was going to fight smiled disdainfully and said, You plan to fight alone? Against you, 1 person is enough. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. His body was like a sword as he punched out. You think too highly of yourself. If you want to die, your big brother will die too. The young man snorted and clapped his hands. 3 different colored spiritual sources were released and formed into a cone of light. It collided with Lin Ling's fist in the air. He had already seen that Lin Ling was only at the 1st level of Transcendent Realm. The strongest of the other 3 was only at the 2nd level of Transcendent Realm. Therefore there was nothing to be afraid of. One must know that the 5 of them were all at the 3rd level of Transcendent Realm. Killing the other party was extremely easy. Bang! A dull sound rang out and the young man's eyes changed. He felt that although the other party was only at the 1st level of Transcendent Realm, the strength of the fist was extremely terrifying. It was like a mountain. Ka-ka-ka. That young man's bones emitted a crisp sound as his body flew backwards, landing more than 10 meters away. His expression turned icy cold and the eyes of the 4 people beside him also hardened. In their first exchange, Jianghu was actually at a disadvantage. How was this possible? You're so useless and you dare to be arrogant here? Lin Ling floated in the air and looked at the young man with cold eyes. I'm just looking down on you. The young man snorted and an even more powerful aura exploded out. Golden flames appeared on his body and he turned into a meteor as he flew towards Lin Ling. 7th level fire profound, 3rd elemental flame. The other 4 people sneered. Previously, Jianghu was just looking down on his opponent. Now he was finally serious. Chi-chi-chi. Majestic flames accompanied the fist as it appeared in front of Lin Ling. These were the 3 flames of heaven, earth and human. They were no longer ordinary flames. Overwhelming righteousness. Lin Ling shouted softly and threw out a punch as well. Golden light appeared on his fist as the great righteous energy protected everything. Bang. Chapter 1144. Star plucking Violet Palace opening, that's all? I only used 1 flame from the 3 primordial flames and you already used all your strength to block it. If I use all 3 of them, how will you block it? Golden light blossomed in front of him, but the young man ignored it and sneered, You should be regretting it, you shouldn't have fought me alone. Scram. 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 However, just as he finished speaking, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. The 8th level of the righteous profound exploded, golden light shone brightly, destroying everything in its path. My profound has leveled up again, I can now release it as I wish. Scram. Lai Qing's pupils constricted. She had fought with Lin Ling before and knew that Lin Ling couldn't control the righteous chi as he wished. But now he could. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was really fast. The 4 people's indifferent smiles froze at this moment. That first level Transcendent Junior actually had the 8th level of the Martial Profound. What kind of cultivation method was that? One must know that they were all in the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm, but they were only on par with Lin Ling's Profound. What? Scram. The young man's expression changed. He was once again sent flying by the enormous power. This was the 2nd time. One must know that he was from the 3 primordial Golden Dipper sect and was chasing after another young man. Then Lin Ling came out to stop him. He originally wanted to show Lin Ling how strong he was and who he was stopping. However, Lin Ling showed him how weak he was. You've angered me. Scram. An angry roar echoed out. 3 types of terrifying flames exploded and entangled with each other. The 3 primordial flames had completely appeared. Flame Meteor, Flame Luyun, Flame Luhen. 3 types of flames, one was like a meteor, one was like a flowing cloud, and the last one was the most mysterious. It flew across the sky and left a beautiful trail in the sky. These flames had officially entered the yellow rank. Rumble. The entire sky was occupied by the 3 types of flames, majestically surging towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Sakura was somewhat nervous. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to use the Guardian God? 3rd stage Transcendent Realm. His spiritual source isn't as large as mine, but he has more spiritual source than me. Plus, he has a yellow class saint physique, so he's pretty strong. Lin Ling said calmly. He stretched out his right hand and a tranquil and sacred blue flame appeared, dancing slowly. From the surface, it didn't look as big as the 3rd elemental flame, but Lin Ling held the blue flame in his hand and pounced forward. So he also plays with fire. Then the fire that Tianyu used to attack the island should have been extinguished by him. But playing with fire in front of Tianyu, he's still too inexperienced. The 4 of them were slightly startled, but they quickly sneered. Ping ping ping. Under everyone's gazes, the flames collided. In the sky, several types of flames tumbled like heavenly tribulation, forming a vast vortex. Everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the 4 patriarchs. At this moment, their faces were extremely nervous. Tianyu had a cold smile on his face. His opponent also played with fire, but could he compare to him? He sensed that his 3 flames were still as huge as ever, as if they were going to devour his opponent's flames. But this pride didn't last long. In the next moment, he sensed a terrifying roar of seawater. The seawater seemed to be released from the weak flames. How is this possible? Tianyu's eyes narrowed. And the most terrifying thing was that his flames had occupied the world before, but now they had all turned blue and were assimilated by the sea of fire. At the same time, the boundless ocean turned into a palm and slammed down heavily on him. In the sky there were no longer 3 colored flames, but only the blue flames of the ocean. This change made the 4 of them suck in a breath of cold air. A 1st stage Transcendent actually suppressed a 3rd stage Transcendent, and Tianyu wasn't weak in the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect. Even they had to bow down to him. Wait, I admit defeat. Surrender. At this moment, Tianyu kept retreating, watching the ocean's palm coming down on him. You should regret this, you shouldn't have fought me alone. Cold. However, a cold voice rang out, causing Tianyu's countenance to stiffen. He had thought that this was merely the 7-star sacred region, and the people here were like ants. Who would have thought that a random young man who appeared here would be stronger than him? I'm a disciple of the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect. Roar. Tianyu roared angrily again. You've already said it. Yes. However, Lin Ling's voice was still cold. The blue flames instantly drowned Tianyu, and finally turned him into ashes. Pop pop pop. The mighty ocean's flames were still floating in the air. Below the island many people were excited. They knew Lin Ling was strong, but this was the first time they saw Lin Ling use blue flames. Especially Ancestor Taiyin, he was the most excited. The name Yin seemed to have risen in Shenping province. How terrifying. Yes. As for the 4 from the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect, they were still in a daze. Then they realized that the flames were surging towards them like the ocean. Wait, we concede. Yes. The 4 of them shouted at the same time, causing the sea in the sky to stop for a moment. In the vast sea, Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. When these people were strong, they were domineering and dominating everything. Now that they saw that they were inferior to the other party, they immediately gave way? Conceded? You must be joking. Lin Ling's voice floated out. This was what the 4 of them had said before. The 4 of them turned deathly pale. We're from the Qian Hall. They knew that it was useless to use the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect, so they could only use the Qian Hall. Sorry, me too. The ocean, accompanied by a cold shout, drowned them in an instant, and the 5 of them were completely wiped out. Then, the vast ocean turned into a whirlpool, rolling towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling stepped in the sky, walking towards Sakura and the others step by step. Amazing. Humph. The 4 patriarchs were excited. To them, the 5 youths were incomparably strong. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they could have easily swept through all the islands. However, Lin Ling was alone and the 5 of them were wiped out. Lin Ling was worthy of being the #1 king of the rainforest. Second brother, when did you become so powerful? Humph. Among the crowd, the one who was the most surprised was Sakura. He thought that Lin Ling would have to use the ancient flame devil to win. Who knew that he would win with his own strength and even surpass his realm? They aren't geniuses, they are just ordinary transcendent realm 3rd layer. Lin Ling smiled modestly. He thought of Lu Ruffing. That person had mastered an extreme martial art, it would be difficult to win against him. With your current strength, even the strongest transcendent realm 1st layer wouldn't be your opponent. Yes. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared. It was Venerable C. Kangming and the others. Venerable C. Kangming's expression turned serious. The opening of the star-seizing Violet Palace has been brought forward. Let's go. Opened? Let's go. Lin Ling and the others became serious. Then they smiled. With the opening of the secret realm, it was time for them to increase their strength again. My wife and Ling Shan, as well as some generals, will stay on your island to protect your family. Therefore you can do whatever you want. Yes. Chapter 1145. Gathering again after half a day of traveling, a huge vortex appeared in front of them. Endless amounts of water flowed into the vortex, and the rumbling sounds were deafening. It was as if this was the final destination of the water domain. The area around the vortex was densely packed with high-level transcendent realm cultivators and even saint realm cultivators. Their eyes were filled with greed. Everyone yearned for the ancient 4 great countries. There seems to be more people than before. Venerable C. Kangming said lightly as he led Lin Ling and the others to a stop. Is that the Lin Ling who provoked the heavenly venerables? Don't let me see him in the purple mansion or I'll kill him. Venerable C. Kangming is strong, but if Heavenly Venerable Void Star obtains an opportunity in the Purple Mansion, he'll definitely kill Venerable C. Kangming. In the distance, a large number of cold gazes were directed at them. They were from the Void Star Divine Palace, and Heavenly Venerable Void Star was among them. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Lin Ling, Yuman Yun, and the others looked over angrily, suppressing the murderous intent in their hearts. This was also Lin Ling's first time seeing Empyrean Void Star's true appearance. This person was around 40 years old and had a head of white hair. He wore a starry moon robe and seemed to disappear into space. His eyes were closed, and what was most shocking was that there were 2 eyes on his forehead. This was a strange person with 4 eyes. Thousand Era Ghost Sect, listen up. If you see them, kill them without mercy. The same goes for the Northern Dark Nether territory. The 3 Era Ghost King and Northern Dark Demon God also shouted coldly. The 6 sacred regions were just ants, but they had failed to kill them several times, which made them lose faith, so they had to kill them. The Kuan Temple is different from the Heaven Temple. They can kill us at any time, so you have to rely on yourselves in the star-seizing Purple Mansion. Remember, kill those who are hostile. Venerable C. Kangming said indifferently. Lin Ling and the others nodded coldly. Aha, it's getting more and more interesting. Many people are planning to settle their personal grudges in the star-seizing Purple Mansion. Today the Heaven Temple and Earth Temple will meet. Who knows how many masters and geniuses will fall and how many will rise again. The experts of the other forces spoke plainly. Inside the star-picking Violet Mansion, it could be said that a great battle had broken out. Those people are very weak. Since they offended the Void Star Divine Palace, they're dead for sure. Many experts from the Qian Hall looked at Lin Ling and the others and shook their heads in disdain. To them, Lin Ling and the others were not famous at all. They were like ants. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's better for you to die early. There's no need to implicate your family. A young man from the Qian Hall looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. His words caused the eyes of Lin Ling and the others to narrow. Although they were all under the Qian Hall, they weren't actually from the same sect. Thus, they didn't expect the other party to help them. However, if the other party didn't want to help them, then so be it. What nonsense are you talking about? Sakura coldly shouted, his words causing the young man to frown. This ant was shouting at him? He said indifferently, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. You're too bold. After saying that, a powerful aura burst out from the young man's body. He was a transcendent third realm expert. The crowd sneered. That was a disciple of the Black Tortoise War God sect. His strength was extremely strong. These nameless people actually dared to refute him? They were simply overestimating themselves. Lai Qing. Lin Ling's face was ice cold as he shouted in a low voice. Clang. Sword light flashed as Lai Qing's sword slashed out. A sword filled with killing intent slashed towards the young man, causing the latter's eyes to widen. What a terrifying sword. Bastard. An ancient expert from the Qian Hall shouted in anger. His powerful aura caused the void to fluctuate, causing Lai Qing's sword to distort. Although it didn't kill the young man, it still cut off a strand of his hair, causing his face to turn extremely pale. What a sharp sword. Many people were inwardly shocked. Previously, when the young man provoked Lin Ling's group, Lin Ling ordered one of his subordinates to attack. A single slash almost took the young man's life. Lin Ling's group wasn't some soft persimmon. Black Tortoise War God, why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation? At this moment, Venerable C. Kangming's deep voice drifted out, causing the ancient expert to be enraged. However, he had nothing to say. Indeed, this was a matter of the younger generation. If he interfered, it would cause the Black Tortoise War God sect to lose face. Not to mention the entire matter was caused by their disciple's big mouth. As for the young man from the Black Tortoise War God sect, he was extremely embarrassed. He had arrogantly warned Lin Ling's group, but in the end his hair was cut off by Lai Qing, causing him to lose even more face. If you don't have the strength, then don't talk nonsense. However, while he was fuming, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over, causing him to gnash his teeth in anger. This subordinate of Venerable C. Kangming is really arrogant. Many ancient experts commented indifferently. However, they didn't care. Their goal was still the star-plucking Violet Palace. The Nine Heavens Maiden Palace has arrived. More experts arrived, instantly attracting the attention of countless people, especially a young girl among them. She was the next fairy of Nine Heavens and she was the focus of everyone. She wore a long white dress and was devastatingly beautiful. Her indifferent eyes seemed to be unmoved by the world. How beautiful! Many people were secretly shocked. They knew that after the star-plucking Violet Palace opened, the Nine Heavens Maiden would definitely obtain great benefits. The unfettered Heavenly Palace of the Unfettered 10 Halls has arrived. More experts arrived. They were the famous forces of the Heavenly Kuan Palace. The Guidance Palace has arrived. Many people quieted down. Because the forces that appeared were too powerful, and the experts were as numerous as clouds. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. The Heavenly Kuan Palace has arrived. In the end, an ancient force that surpassed the Heavenly Kuan Palace and the Heavenly Kuan Palace appeared. Everyone knew about the Heavenly Kuan Palace. It was the most famous auction in Shenping Province, and it was said that its backer was related to the human sovereign. However, the people of the Heavenly Kuan Palace and the Heavenly Kuan Palace didn't expect that this ancient force would appear when the star-plucking Violet Palace opened. Hee, I'm just here to join in the fun. Everyone, don't pay attention to me. There were only 3 people. The leader was a woman in a long black robe. She had an exquisite figure and her laughter was as seductive as a fox's. Obviously, she was a peerless beauty, which formed a huge contrast with the Nine Heavens Maiden. Vixen. Compared to the Nine Heavens Maiden's aura that made people admire her, the fox-like beauty gave people a sense of masculinity. Especially the long robe that revealed a pair of white jade-like legs, which made people's imaginations run wild. Sakura, Lai Qing, and the others looked at the experts around them and suddenly felt a strong pressure in their hearts. On the other hand, Lin Ling was extremely calm because he was already prepared. Therefore, after the shock, there was a strong desire to fight. Currently, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was the weakest, but his combat strength wasn't weak. If he could increase his cultivation realm, his strength would increase by several times. Alright, everyone gather. Let's open the star-plucking Violet Palace. An old man walked out and arranged the heaven and earth formation. Then, with the blood of the Yi Castle's fort master, he sprinkled it in the sky. Rumble. In front of them, the huge water pit fluctuated in the void. Then a huge crack appeared, and an ancient aura drifted out from the crack. It was quiet and mysterious, and it made the greed in many people's eyes thicken. The 4 great countries that had passed away opened today. Swoosh. Swoosh. Chapter 1146. The Shattered Continent. Idiot, how dare you underestimate the power of the void. You're courting death. Those who remained motionless sneered. How terrifying. Sakura and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that many of those who had died earlier were in the transcendent realm. The four great nations that have passed away, how mighty were they in ancient times? Then the fall of these great nations is unknown. Venerable Si Kaming sighed, ignoring those greedy people. Until now, no one knew how the great Emperor Xiaxing's kingdom was destroyed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered with curiosity. After all, the great Emperor Xiaxing's kingdom must have been extremely powerful and dominated the ancient times. However, it still disappeared in the long river of history. This meant that there was someone who surpassed the great Emperor Xiaxing in this world. Alright, let's go in. Remember, although the secret territory is dangerous, the human heart is the most terrifying. Venerable Si Kaming reminded and then shot into the crack in the void. At the same time, a large number of experts also shot into the crack. You guys go first, Lin Ling said to Sakura and the rest. He then took a step forward and headed towards the Lord of Yi Castle. At this moment, the Lord of Yi Castle didn't know that Lin Ling was coming to kill him. He was still lucky that he survived. You shouldn't have touched my grandfather. But at this moment, a cold voice drifted out and a sword slashed towards him. Swoosh. A sword mark appeared on the Lord of Yi Castle's neck. He stared at the young man who was leaving and wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone was rushing towards the crack. This world was so heartless. After using him, no one cared whether he lived or died. Remember, once you enter the Violet Palace realm, if you see Lin Ling, you must kill him. Many people stared at Lin Ling with evil intentions and then entered the crack. Yin Meng, hold my hand. Ignoring those people who were revealing their killing intent, Lin Ling shot towards Yuman Yun. In midair, he held onto Yuman Yun's hand. Yun quickly held onto Lai Qing's hand and Sakura did the same. After all, the world inside was full of dangers. If the four of them took care of each other, their combat power would increase by several times. Rumble. After entering the void, sound, light, and time all seemed to be frozen. Everyone was sealed except for Lin Ling. His eye of time was still looking ahead. It was as if he could see the river of time. He also saw that the great Emperor Xiaxing's kingdom had fallen. The reason was very simple. It had been obliterated by a powerful expert. Lin Ling only saw this point, but it made him suck in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, all of them appeared in a starry sky. It was extremely dark here and it was completely silent, causing them to be utterly unaccustomed to it. However, just as they stepped onto the ground, several ice-cold voices were heard. Clearly, these people had arrived here before Lin Ling and the rest, and had adapted to the surrounding darkness. And they were from the Dark North Territory. Level 9 Profound Meaning of Life and Death. One sword cleaves the sky. Sigh. Unfortunately, they thought that Lin Ling and the rest had to adapt to the darkness, so they couldn't block their sneak attack. However, they didn't know that the darkness didn't affect Lin Ling at all. Even everything that was thousands of miles away could be seen clearly by Lin Ling. This was the newly awakened ability of his Eye of Time, which he called the Psychic Eye. Swish. With a slash of his sword, those people who were trying to sneak attack him were split into two. The remaining people's expressions changed and they immediately fled. Lin Ling didn't chase after them. It was better to be careful in this mysterious place. Looking around, Lin Ling's expression suddenly changed. This was a continent floating in the void. No, it should be a continent fragment. The former four kingdoms were now fragmented. Yuman Yun and the rest gradually adapted, and they all looked around in horror. It seems that the entire kingdom has shattered and is floating in the void. Lin Ling explained with a smile. Terrifying. I don't know who broke this continent and made it float in the void. Sakura sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene in front of him was beyond his knowledge. That kind of expert isn't something we can understand. Let's go. Lin Ling led the group forward slowly. This continent revealed an ancient aura. Mottled city walls, broken ruins, and white bones could be seen everywhere. It seemed that the great battle that happened here back then had happened in an instant, causing many people to not be able to react in time. Where are Venerable Si Kaming and the rest? Yuman Yun asked curiously. Although there were people around, they obviously weren't very strong. They should have gone to another continent. There are quite a lot of continents floating in the void. Lin Ling's pupils looked into the distance. The Eye of Time appeared, and he also saw the process of the continent's collapse. Second brother, it's as if this is your home. You even know all this. Sakura was extremely surprised. Lin Ling smiled but didn't explain further. Vitality Stone. At this moment, Lai Qing, who had been silent, suddenly shouted. On the ground in front of them, a dazzling stone was lying there. It was a Vitality Stone. Vitality stones were more valuable than spirit crystals. They could also assist in cultivation. However, compared to the assistance of heaven and earth treasures and pills, they lacked some attributes. Vitality stones contained the purest spiritual energy. It seems that the collapse of this country was too sudden. Many cultivators didn't have time to collect their treasures and then died. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled. Yumun Yun walked over with light steps. She wanted to collect the vitality stone with her small hands. However, at this moment, a murderous saber slashed at her. Lin Ling's face changed. He shot out and raised his sword in midair to block the saber slash, pushing him more than 10 meters away. If it weren't for his strong defense, he would have suffered a small loss even if he could block this sudden slash. As for Yumun Yun, she was powerful because of her guardian god. Without her guardian god, she was just an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator. Those who see the treasures of the sealed world have a share. This is the rule. In the darkness ahead, several figures slowly walked over. The person in the lead held a broadsword in his hand and rested it on his shoulder. His footsteps were steady, and they wore long green robes with 2 large words embroidered on their chests, broadsword. These people were the disciples of the great saber sect of the Heavenly Temple. They were also famous in Shenping province. You've gone too far. Even if those who see it have a share, you don't have to kill them all of a sudden. Di Shitian took a step forward and looked coldly at these people. The other party's previous attack was simply to kill Yumun Yun. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to speak to eldest senior brother? The few of them coldly cried out. However, the leader of the group, the young man with a large blade on his back, indifferently said, I was a little reckless previously. Allow me to apologize here. However, no one is injured, so this matter can be settled. However, the yuan stones from before must be split equally between everyone. You're lucky. Eldest senior brother is a righteous person and won't bicker with you. Now, everyone take out the treasures and divide them with vitality stones. The others coldly snorted and didn't care about Di Shitian's words because they also saw that these people seemed to be from the Heavenly Temple. Sky-severing sword. At this moment, a dazzling sword slash broke through the air. The 9-fold life and death mysteries revealed their sharpness and cut through everything. Bastard. Chapter 1147. In the Ancient Temple. Clang. The young man raised his saber to block, but unfortunately the sword was too sharp and came out without any warning, causing him to be unable to use his martial arts to block in time, causing his saber to split open instantly, and the sword cut off his head. You. The rest of the great saber sect's people narrowed their eyes. Their eldest senior brother was killed. Then they looked ahead and saw the young man who blocked the saber earlier. He was holding his sword diagonally and walking over slowly. His cold face was like the awakening of a killing god. We are from the Qian Hall. You actually attacked your own people. The great saber sect's people felt a chill in their hearts. That black-robed young man was terrifying. Sky-severing sword. However, what answered them was a sword that revealed its sharpness. They killed people earlier and acted as if it had nothing to do with them. They even wanted to split the treasures. This kind of mentality was too shameless. Most importantly, if it wasn't for Lin Ling's timely reaction, Yumun Yun would have died. People like this should be killed without mercy. Righteousness. Qian Hall? Kill them all. Wherever the sword passed, the 9 levels of the life and death quintessence bloomed. The heads of those people flew up and only one person ran away crazily. You're dead. You attacked people from the Qian Hall. I'm going to tell all the experts. You don't have a chance. Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and stomped on the ground. The earth split open and 500,000 small worlds exploded, causing him to shoot towards that person like a cannonball. Then the sword light flashed and separated life and death. That person was killed by a sword. The great saber sect's disciples were all dead. Good. Sakura couldn't help but shout. People from the same alliance? Bullshit. When they wanted treasures, they killed people. When they failed, they wanted to use the alliance's righteousness to bind everyone. People like this should be killed to their heart's content. In the distance, Lin Ling carried the Tyrant Song sword and slowly walked back. The people from the Kuan Hall don't get along with us, but we have to be more careful of the people from the Qian Hall. We only trust the 4 of us. Everyone nodded. In the star-plucking Violet Mansion, no one cared about which hall you were from. They only cared about strength and treasures. As long as the treasures could move people, even brothers would help each other. The group continued to move forward. Along the way they encountered many people from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. However, they were all wary of each other. Hence they did not attack each other. Clearly, everyone was focused on obtaining the treasures. This way. Lin Ling's spiritual eyes could see very far, so he led the group in one of the directions. Obviously, no one had walked in that direction yet. Therefore, not long after, an ancient temple appeared in front of them. The temple emitted a faint light, like a bright lamp in the void. This place is rather mysterious. Sakura and the others were all excited. No one has discovered this place yet. Let's go in first. Lin Ling also smiled. The few of them followed the hill and arrived at the bottom of the temple. Instantly, they discovered that there were 5 stone statues outside the temple's main entrance, emitting a sacred and inviolable aura. I'm afraid these stone sculptures are extraordinary. Sakura's face was filled with joy. He came to the front of one of the stone statues and hugged it with both hands. At the same time, the stone statue swayed slightly and turned into dust. This made everyone's pupils constrict. Previously, they also saw that the stone statue's aura was enormous. However, who would have thought that in the long river of time, all of the spirit chi had disappeared? 5 stone statues. Could it be that all of them are like this? Sakura was stunned for a moment. He walked to another stone statue and hugged it with both hands. This stone statue did not turn into dust, but the stone statue's eyes emitted light. Lin Ling frowned slightly and subconsciously shouted, "Big brother, don't touch it." However, this reminder was too late. The stone statue erupted with light that soared into the sky. The sound was deafening. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could be seen. Obviously, this stone statue was a warning and was responsible for guarding the temple. Now that the stone statue was emitting light, it undoubtedly attracted more people. At that time, it would naturally be troublesome. Search quickly. Don't miss out on any valuable treasures. Hurry. Sakura smiled awkwardly. He then angrily looked at the remaining stone statues and hugged them one by one. Among the stone statues, 2 of them turned into dust upon contact. Only one stone statue remained unscathed. Moreover, this stone statue had the outline of a pillar. The front corner was damaged. Lin Ling used the tyrant song to slash at it, but the stone statue remained unscathed. This is a treasure. Haha. Lin Ling laughed, while Sakura was even more delighted. He held the stone pillar-like sculpture with one hand and brandished it with vigor. And when he brandished it to the limit, an ancient Buddha appeared, as though it wanted to suppress everything, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. Amazing. With this treasure, I dare to smash a transcendent realm 3rd layer expert to death. Sakura was even more excited. Lin Ling and the rest laughed. They hurriedly entered the temple. Inside the temple, it was mottled and ancient. Dust was everywhere. Those Buddha statues had all disappeared in the long river of time. Everyone spread out and searched around. After all, this place was similar to a temple. There shouldn't be anything terrifying happening here. This temple should be an extremely sacred place in the past. Lin Ling slowly walked along the temple. In front of him, there was an ancient oil lamp sitting on the ground. It seemed to be an incense lamp, a place for believers to offer incense. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. His right hand pointed forward. That millstone-sized oil lamp suddenly ignited and an illusion appeared. Kill? Great calamity of heaven and earth, the descent of gods and demons, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. The oil lamp recorded the scene before the fall of the star-picking country. At that moment, Lin Ling saw the descent of the demon race. It turned out that the fall of the star-picking country was due to the massacre of the demon race in the demon race. And in that scene, Lin Ling saw a familiar scene. Those demon race were very similar to the yin he saw in the ancient tomb. Obviously, that race had existed since ancient times. They were similar to the people of the demon race. Chi-chi. The incense oil quickly disappeared. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. However, in that huge oil lamp, there was a string of ancient Buddha beads quietly lying there. If the oil lamp didn't run out, Lin Ling wouldn't have noticed it. Buddha beads. Lin Ling frowned. He picked it up and used the eye of time to check it. This Buddha bead was called the Shadow Buddha Incense Bead. It carried millions of incense, allowing Buddha to save all living beings. Its effect was to transform into all living beings. It had the powerful ability to conceal one's presence and aura. It's even more powerful than the 3 realms cloak. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He put on the Buddha beads and poured his spiritual yuan into it. Suddenly he found himself disappearing from the world. One had to know that the 3 realms cloak could also do this, but it couldn't block the prying eyes of Saint Realm Masters. It was only effective against transcendence. However, this string of Buddha beads could. It carried millions of incense and could transform into all living beings. This treasure is priceless. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He continued moving forward. At this time, a golden light shot out from the pillar in front of him. Lin Ling's whole body was in pain. The ancient Buddha light seemed to want to baptize him, but he couldn't move. He could only let the light baptize him. Chapter 1148. Swastika word. Lin Ling, what's wrong? At this moment, Lai Qing sensed something amiss and hurried over. Don't come over. Lin Ling immediately shouted coldly. He finally knew what the golden light was. It was a swastika word that could wash away the killing intent in one's body. If one's killing intent was too dense, they would be killed by the swastika word. Fortunately, Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness was powerful, which allowed the swastika to recognize him. However, Lai Qing couldn't. Lai Qing's killing intent was even denser than Lin Ling's. If she was illuminated by the golden light, she would definitely die. Lin Ling hurriedly explained his thoughts, causing Lai Qing's expression to change drastically. Sure enough, in the land of Buddha, people with strong killing intent couldn't approach. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Lin Ling said again. He sensed that the killing intent in his body had completely disappeared. On the contrary, his overwhelming righteousness had reached an unprecedented peak. He even felt that he could freely control 10 layers of the righteousness profound from the tyrannical song sword. This meant that Lin Ling's killing intent had disappeared, and his righteousness profound had reached the Great Circle realm. If there was an extreme martial art, he might even be able to comprehend it. This swastika word is so powerful. It can kill people with strong killing intent. Only when the pressure disappeared did Lin Ling slowly walk forward. On the pillar there was an ancient swastika word. However, as time passed, the golden paint had already fallen off. However, Lin Ling still carefully dug out the swastika word. This word was obviously left behind by an almighty expert. It could suppress demons and ghosts. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and its power was about to dissipate at any time. After that, Lin Ling walked around again. Seeing that there was nothing special, he slowly walked towards Yun and the others. Lin Ling, what treasure is this? Sakura carried a plaque on his back as he walked over while laughing. This made Lin Ling speechless for a while. This seemed to be the plaque of a temple. Is this guy going to tear down other people's house? This treasure is very powerful. It is compatible with the stone pillars from before. They are both great treasures. After that, Lin Ling checked the plaque. The plaque had the words Great Strength Hall written on it. Although it was mottled and ancient, it had an inviolable majesty. The defense of this treasure was very strong. After all, the signboard of the temple had the power of protection. The stone pillar from before can be big or small. If you use the guardian deity, it will also be a rare weapon. Lin Ling said again. You seem to know everything. Sakura was shocked. Lin Ling actually knew these ancient treasures. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he knew them, but it was the eyes of time that saw them. After his eyes of time transformed, his insight and replication ability became stronger. Moreover, there was a large amount of memories that didn't belong to him. It was as if a long time ago, this pair of eyes had seen through all the treasures in the world. Then what about this? Yun also took out a treasure. It was a sparkling and translucent red bead. Saraira. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In his eyes of time, this was a treasure left behind by an ancient almighty expert. The Saraira could protect its owner, and its defensive ability was even more terrifying than Sakura's plaque. After all, that plaque also had offensive ability while the Saraira had pure defensive ability. Buddha's light could protect one's body. Yun, this Saraira can withstand many attacks from experts, but there is also a limit to the number of times it can be used. Hang it around your neck. Lin Ling said with a smile, making Yun immediately nod her head. I didn't find any treasure. How about this? Lai Qing also walked over. Her murderous aura was too strong, so she felt uncomfortable all over in the temple. She could only find a tattered praying mat. This treasure is used by senior monks. They recite Buddha's meditation every day, and it is equipped with a very dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you cultivate on the praying mat, you will get twice the result with half the effort. However, the spiritual energy is ultimately limited. After it is used up, the praying mat will turn into ashes. Lin Ling looked at it and said, making the few of them open their mouths wide. Lin Ling's eyes were really mysterious. There was simply nothing that he didn't know. It's enough. Lai Qing smiled. She was very satisfied. Alright, let's leave this place. Most of the treasures here can no longer be used. It's our luck to be able to find a few. Lin Ling also smiled. He had obtained even more treasures. The Buddha beads that could conceal his aura, the mysterious swastika symbol, and his nature energy had reached the perfect realm. On the way he had also passed the 3 realms cloak to Sakura. Originally he wanted to give it to Yun, but Yun had the Saraira to protect her body. Her defense was strong, so there was no need for it. Just as the few of them were about to leave the temple, the mottled door was pushed open, and a few figures walked in. The person in the lead was a woman who was about 20 years old. After seeing the few of them, her face instantly turned cold, but her gaze finally landed on Yun. She said in surprise, "Sister Mengyun? Sister Nan." Yun was also incomparably surprised, but Lin Ling and the others didn't know these people at all. Yun hurriedly introduced them. They are the disciples of the South Pole Celestial Peng, which is a 6-star sacred region. Although it isn't big, they are very powerful. Most importantly, the South Pole Celestial Peng's Island Master and Venerable Si Kaming address each other as brothers, so when Madame Yuqin and I left Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture, we went there as guests. Sister Nan Ping treated me very well. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The last time he went to Dong Fu's old man's place, Yun and Venerable Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture were out. They must have known each other at that time. Why are you all here? Nan Ping's gaze looked at everyone and finally landed on Yun. She smiled at Yun like an elder sister. The people behind her looked at the temple, and their eyes revealed a strange light. Someone gently pushed Nan Ping. Nan Ping reacted and immediately asked, "You all came here faster than us, did you find any treasures?" When she said this, the expressions of Lin Ling and the others changed slightly. Normal people shouldn't ask this kind of question because this was other people's privacy. We are close friends with Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so you all don't have to be so vigilant. What's more, this temple is only because you all are close to it, that's why you all came here first. But if you obtained any treasures, that's also your opportunity. Nan Ping said with an extremely magnanimous smile, as if she was the big sister next door. Her cultivation was Transcendent Realm 3rd stage, so she was indeed qualified to be everyone's senior sister. Lin Ling thought in his heart, we are close to the temple, so we came here first. But is that really the case? If it wasn't for Di Shirtian accidentally touching that stone sculpture, perhaps these people from the South Pole Celestial Canopy might not know about this place. We indeed obtained some treasures. Yes. Yun didn't think as much as Lin Ling and said frankly. The eyes of Nan Ping and the others flickered, and one of them asked curiously, "What treasures are there?" Yes. Hey, we've answered your question, but don't go overboard. Di Shirtian couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but open his mouth. The other party first asked if they obtained any treasures, then asked what treasures they obtained. What was the difference between this and asking about other people's martial arts? This was a taboo. From another point of view, Di Shirtian was embarrassed to ask what treasures they obtained, because this would affect their friendship. What does it have to do with you? Beside Nan Ping, a youth shouted coldly, "This is a matter between our South Pole Celestial Canopy and Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. We are close friends and our island master and your venerable are brothers. What qualifications do you have to speak?" Chapter 1149. Discussion. Although Yun felt a little awkward, Madame Yuqin treated her very well and had a good relationship with the Madam of the South Pole Celestial Peng. Therefore she said bluntly, "I obtained a Saraira. It said that its defense is very strong and can protect the body with Buddha's light." They sucked in a breath of cold air and one of them said with a smile, "Why don't you take it out and let us see? Sister Mengyun, treasures can move people's hearts. Be careful not to let others snatch it away." His gaze was fixed on Sakura and Lai Qing. It was obvious that he was talking about them. However, his words made it even more difficult for Yun. The other party wanted to see her Saraira, but how could she easily hand this treasure over to others? However, if she didn't take it out, the South Pole Celestial Peng would think that they were stingy and lose face. After all, the Island Master and Lord Venerable were brothers. The treasure is on Yun's neck. Because it's strung together, it's not easy to take it off. If you want to see it, go ahead. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. He took out the Saraira from Yun's neck and showed it to them. However, he didn't hand it over for them to see. A strange look appeared in their eyes, but they still smiled. Nan Ping's gaze was still flickering. Suddenly she smiled and said, "Sister Mengyun, your cultivation is only at Transcendent Realm. Why don't I help you keep this treasure?" "No need. This treasure is going to be handed over to Lord Venerable. Therefore Yun can't hand it over. She also doesn't have the right," Lin Ling immediately said. Nan Ping's face revealed disappointment, but she secretly glared at Lin Ling. This brat had ruined her plans. Sister Nan Ping, the strongest among them, is only a transcendent realm. Moreover, there are only two of them. How about it? One of them secretly transmitted his voice with spiritual source. Nan Ping hesitated in her heart, but in the end she shook her head and replied, "It's fine if it's others, but Venerable Sea Calming's people will be difficult. If the island master knows about this, he will also blame us." Chi. Hearing this, that person felt helpless in his heart. Shio. At this moment, a large number of figures shot in from outside the temple. Clearly, the light of the temple had attracted many experts. Nan Ping and the others' expressions changed. They looked over and saw many people. There were people from the Qian Hall and the Kuan Hall. Since there is a temple here, there must be treasures. I was the one who discovered this place first. According to the rules, the treasures belong to me. We came here at the same time, the treasures should be divided equally. A large number of voices rang out. None of them were willing to submit to the other party, and the atmosphere was tense. Wait, there's already someone there. But at this time, everyone looked at the door of the temple. They found Lin Ling and the others. "Who are you?" Someone shouted coldly, his eyes full of greed. "You came to the temple first. Did you find anything?" Nan Ping and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces because these people thought that they'd obtained a treasure. Nan Ping was just about to speak when Lin Ling's light voice drifted out, "No, we just arrived as well." "If that's the case, get lost." A large number of people rushed in as if they were going to tear down the temple. They kept searching but found nothing. Lin Ling and the others slowly left the temple. There were too many people gathered here, so if they didn't leave now, when would they? What's more, there were no treasures in the temple. Stop. However, as soon as they walked out of the temple, a cold shout rang out. One of the young men from the Four Symbols Coiling Dragon Mansion shouted coldly, "The temple is empty, so I suspect that you didn't just arrive. Instead, you entered the temple a step earlier and stole all the treasures." Stole? Lin Ling and the others narrowed their eyes. The temple was an ownerless object, so the treasures naturally belonged to whoever came first. But, according to these people, they were the ones who stole? Moreover, these people were accidentally attracted by Sakura, so they were the ones who stole. However, that person's reminder caused everyone to look at Lin Ling and the others. Everyone harbored malicious intentions. "We didn't get any treasures," Sakura immediately explained. As long as they insisted that they didn't get any treasures, these people wouldn't be able to do anything about it. They did get some treasures, and one of them is a relic. However, as soon as Sakura finished speaking, Nan Ping spoke. Her indifferent look made Yuman Yun at a loss. She remembered the first time she went to the South Pole Celestial Pung, it was Nan Ping who entertained her. At that time, Nan Ping treated her like a younger sister and was extremely polite. The two of them hit it off at first sight and their relationship was very good. Therefore, Yuman Yun satisfied Nan Ping's excessive request because she believed in Sister Nan Ping. However, Yuman Yun didn't expect that Nan Ping would betray her at the crucial moment. Relic. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement. Except for the relic, each of them got a treasure. A young man beside Lan Ping said indifferently. Because of the relationship between Venerable Sea Calming and their island master, they couldn't snatch the treasures, but they could borrow others' hands. After all, Yuman Yun was so weak, so how could she get the treasures? Sister Nan. Yuman Yun looked at Nan Ping in disbelief. Nan Ping smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, we're from the Qian Hall after all. From a righteous point of view, we shouldn't hide the treasures from them. Sister Meng Yun, you should hand over the treasures and let everyone share the harvest. After all, we're under the same banner." Her attitude was righteous, as if she was thinking for everyone. Many people nodded, but Lin Ling and the others had cold expressions. "Yes, we're all from the Qian Hall, but Senior Sister Nan Ping, don't forget that there are a lot of people from the Kuan Hall here." Lin Ling said word by word, causing Nan Ping's expression to instantly turn ugly. She wanted to set up a righteous plaque for herself, but Lin Ling exposed her hypocrisy. Since she was thinking for the Qian Hall, why did Nan Ping announce the news of the treasures when there were people from the Kuan Hall here? Shut up. Nan Ping was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She angrily shouted at Lin Ling, then looked at the crowd. "I guess there are about 4 treasures. One for each of them. The problem now is how to divide them. However, we, the South Pole Celestial Canopy, want one. The Kuan Hall and the Tiger Fong Mansion also want one. If they don't give it to us, we'll kill them. The Qian Hall and the Zhongnan Mountain also want one. Although we're all from the Qian Hall, the people who stole the treasures have angered everyone. This time we won't help them. If they don't hand it over, we'll kill them without mercy." The crowd shouted angrily as if they were dividing the treasures. They completely ignored the existence of Lin Ling and the others, treating Lin Ling and the others as prey. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. When they looked over, they realized that the person who spoke was actually the black-robed young man who had obtained the treasures. This guy was really bold. Everyone was talking about serious matters and he actually dared to interrupt them. Chapter 1150. What happens when you have a bad mouth? You've discussed enough, but you seem to have forgotten that you should ask me, the owner of this treasure. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely cold. These people were treating them as prey and were planning to kill them without handing over their treasures. This made him furious. Then he raised the tyrant song sword in his hand and slashed out fiercely. The golden sword light turned into a huge sword light beam and broke through the air. Level 10 morality profound. The old man's pupils constricted. Clearly he did not expect Lin Ling to dare to make a move. Just as he was about to say something, his head was already chopped off. However, he was still standing in the same place, his hands still playing with the two steel balls. He did not expect this place to be his taboo. As for those cultivators who were discussing how to divide the treasures, their eyes were wide open at this moment. Brother Long. An angry roar rang out. Another old man stomped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling in midair. This person was the Tiger Leg of the Dragon Fist and Tiger Leg. The two brothers had moved unhindered in Shenping province for many years, and their fierce reputation was illustrious. Both of them were extremely powerful. In the Rainforest Holy Land, they were existences that surpassed the Bodhi Holy Palace's Holy King. Hu Kunlun. The kick stirred the wind and clouds, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Above the earth, chi erupted, and the enormous sole of the foot rumbled towards Lin Ling. Die. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He held the sword with both hands as if he was holding an axe and fiercely slashed out. The golden light turned into a crescent moon slash that met the huge foot. As if it was cutting tofu, it actually split the huge foot into two. Rumble. The voice shook everyone's hearts, causing the surrounding people's mouths to open wide. The Dragon Fist and Tiger Leg were actually killed? What's the use of you people if you don't die? After killing the old man with a single slash, Lin Ling took a step forward and slashed out with the sword in his hand. His morality profound, which had reached the great perfection stage, was unleashed, causing the entire space to be filled with dazzling sword rays. Clang, clang. Wherever the righteous chi passed, the heads of the greedy swordsmen flew up and blood gushed out. The people of the Kuan Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of this young man was so powerful that those swords could not stop him. Kill? Lai Qing had been waiting for Lin Ling to make his move. Now that Lin Ling had made his move, she naturally unsheathed her sword of killing intent. Didn't you want to steal our treasures? Now I'll show you what treasures we've obtained. At the same time, Sakura took a step forward and an ancient stone pillar appeared in his left hand while a huge signboard appeared in his right hand. As he waved it, it was as if he was controlling an ancient power. The strength of the three of them wasn't weak. Lai Qing was only a little weaker than Lin Ling, and after Sakura obtained the treasure, his strength increased greatly. His defense and attack had reached the pinnacle level. Although there were transcendent realm experts among the surrounding cultivators, they weren't exotic martial cultivators and were unable to withstand the trio's attacks. A large number of martial artists in the Kuan Hall let out miserable cries as they were slaughtered. Those who were still alive were frantically running away. These three people were too terrifying. Share my treasures. Lin Ling's sword of killing intent shone brightly. He had two spiritual sources, 500,000 small worlds in his body, and a perfect mastery of profound. Who could stop him? Good kill. The Qian Hall's people couldn't help but shout. The Kuan Hall's people wanted to share the treasures with them, they were simply courting death. You too. However, Lin Ling's eyes turned and landed on the Qian Hall's people. He also slashed out his sword of righteousness. Compared to the Kuan Hall's people, the Qian Hall's people were even more disgusting. After all, they were under the same banner but they wanted to steal his treasures. This kind of people was even more hypocritical. You're crazy attacking us. Kill. The Qian Hall's people's faces stiffened. This young man was too much, he actually attacked his own people. Previously, all of you said that we had stolen your treasures. Even though we are all members of the Qian Hall, you would not help us and would still kill us. Now, why should we treat all of you as one of us? Our treasures, the Qian Hall wants one and the Kuan Hall wants one. You're too naive, I can take your lives. Lin Ling's eyes shone with a sharp light. His sword was like the sea, dazzling and colorful. Previously he didn't want to cause any trouble, but these people blocked them and wanted to share their treasures. Since they were blocked and stayed behind, he would kill them all. An even more terrifying sword of righteousness broke through the air and slashed through the void, killing everything in its path. The Qianhal's people's eyes narrowed. How could they still care about the treasures? They were already worried for their own lives. That sword of righteousness was too sharp, it cut through all evil hearts. Perfect mastery of the righteousness profound. Some transcendental realm experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Perfect mastery of the righteousness profound was very rare, only outstanding talents would have it. After all, it was already qualified to practice extreme pattern martial arts. They never thought that this young man would be so strong. The funniest thing was that they were discussing how to share the treasures and didn't even look at the young man. Swoosh. Wherever the sword of righteousness passed, life and death were separated. A large number of Qianhal's people were cut into two. Little Sister Mengyun. The South Pole Celestial Canopies people anxiously shouted. Lin Ling's sword of righteousness had already killed two of them. One of them begged for mercy. South Pole Celestial Canopy and Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture are close friends. However, Yu Munyun's expression turned cold. Previously, she trusted the other party and told him everything. However, the other party betrayed them. That friendship had also disappeared. When you betrayed us, you weren't close friends. Moreover, you actually colluded with the Kuan-Hall. For the sake of righteousness, I will kill you all. Lin Ling slashed out again, cutting the South Pole Celestial Canopies people in two. Previously, these people's words were pleasant to hear. Everything was for the sake of righteousness. Now Lin Ling returned the favor and killed them for the sake of righteousness. Let's see who was more shameless and hypocritical. You. Even if the South Pole Celestial Canopies people weren't killed, they would be angered to death by Lin Ling's words. Killing them was actually for the sake of righteousness? The more you know, the faster you die. Previously, you shamelessly asked us about our harvest, which led to your deaths. This is the consequence of having a cheap mouth. Lin Ling's eyes were still emotionless. It was as though he had returned to the sacred ground of the rainforest. Then he slashed out and killed those people. And this was the consequence of having a cheap mouth. That Nanping ran away. After killing those people, Lin Ling looked carefully and realized that senior sister Nanping had disappeared. That woman was very sinister. After bewitching everyone, she immediately ran away when she saw that the situation wasn't right. That woman used them as scapegoats. Sakura still wasn't satisfied. If that woman didn't betray them, the tragedy before their eyes wouldn't have happened. Forget it. This kind of person won't live long. Lin Ling didn't care. Then he looked around again. There was no one around. Those who wanted to share the treasures had all been killed. Those who were still alive were hiding far away. Who are these people? Could they be heroes? What terrifying strength. Fortunately, we came late. Sigh. Chapter 1151. Please discipline me. Lin Ling looked at the people in the distance and pointed at the ground. If you're not afraid of death, then come and take the treasure. His expression was extremely frivolous and domineering because Lin Ling knew that only by displaying his domineering aura would he be able to intimidate these people. The people in the distance remained silent, not daring to speak as they endured Lin Ling's arrogant attitude. I heard that there are treasures here. However, at this moment in the dusky sky, a meteor streaked across the ground and landed heavily on the ground. A handsome young man appeared, his entire body glowing with 5 different colors as if he was a celestial being. There was a jade token hanging on his waist that flickered from time to time, extremely dazzling. Are all of you dead? That's great, it saves me a lot of effort. Who obtained the treasure, hand it over. The young man walked as he looked around, ignoring everyone. The people in the distance frowned. Who was this person? However, when their gazes landed on the jade token, their expressions changed instantly. Although this person was only at the first level of Transcendent Realm, he was someone they had to respect. 100 Barbarian Mountains Yi Su. Many people secretly exclaimed. Did you all obtain the treasure? Not bad, too bad you killed too many people. It's fine if you killed the Kuan-Hall's people, but you even killed the Qian-Hall's people. That's too much. Hand over the treasure, I'll hand it over to the Qian-Hall. As for the people you killed, I'm in a good mood so I'll help you hide it. The young man looked at Lin Ling and the other 3 and said indifferently. He was somewhat satisfied in his heart. These 4 people had killed the Kuan and Qian-Hall's cultivators. In this way the debt of death would fall on their heads. Not only could he obtain the treasure, he also wouldn't offend anyone. Lin Ling and the other 3 were also looking at the young man. Although the young man was only at the first level of the transcendent realm, the five-colored light surrounding his body gave them an immense pressure. Especially Sakura and Lai Qing, they felt the greatest pressure. On the contrary, Lin Ling's expression was calm. Through his eye of time, he could vaguely see that this young man was much stronger than the previous group. However, this wasn't the first time Lin Ling had met someone with such strength. Lu Ruffing was the same as well. At that time, Lu Ruffing was also a transcendent first-realm cultivator, but according to Lin Ling's estimation, his battle with Lu Ruffing would at most end in a draw. This draw wasn't due to Lu Ruffing's strength, but rather, it was due to Lu Ruffing's 72 demon gods. This was the reason why Lin Ling was apprehensive. As for the person in front of him, he did not have a demon god and was only strong. In terms of strength, Lin Ling did not need to fear him. "Are you here to deliver your head again?" Lin Ling coldly snorted. How could he not know what Qin Wenyan was thinking? Impudent. Do you know who I am? I am one of the heroes of Qianhu, the king of heroes. That young man was stunned for a moment before he shouted angrily. The jade token at his waist emitted a dazzling light. That was the hero token. The hero token represented endless glory in Qianhu. It was a unique existence among millions of experts. In Shenping province it could be called the king of any place. In some ancient cities and countries, it even had rare privileges. Heroes had to be assessed by Qianhu, and that jade token was a symbol. It was no wonder that those people were so respectful. Hero? I don't know. As for the king, you think too highly of yourself. I'll give you a choice. 1 scram. 2 hand over your head. Lin Ling did not know what a hero was. He was fearless and arrogant. He was very clear that in star-picking nation, strength was everything. Status and Qianhu were just a joke. Furthermore, who didn't fight for treasures based on strength? Who didn't have blood on their hands? What an arrogant junior. Which sect are you from? Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of your sect master. That young man's voice was low. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After he spoke, the five-colored aura around his body became even thicker. It was obvious that he was only at the first stage of Transcendent Realm, but he was also a unique martial cultivator like Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. He kept his tyrant song and shot towards the young man like a shooting star. In midair, ancient flames appeared in his palm, sacred and tranquil. Crazy. Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack. Did he know what a hero was? One must know that those who could become a hero were definitely not people who were just there to make up the numbers. Their strength had to be recognized by Qianhu. Then everyone looked towards that hero. As expected, that hero was furious. Insolent. I don't care whose disciple you are, I'll kill you. 2 flood dragons appeared on the young man's shoulders. They were violent and crazy, causing his arms to look like 2 flood dragons. He also shot towards Lin Ling like 2 flood dragons emerging from the sea. Then I'll ask Senior Hero to give me a few pointers. Lin Ling was unrestrained. The flame in his right hand blossomed with blue light. His aura instantly became vast, causing Lin Ling to feel as if he was holding the eye of the sea. Vast and mighty seawater gushed out. Moreover, it wasn't water but fire. Obviously, Lin Ling also knew that this person wasn't weak. He had to use a stronger method. That terrifying aura finally made the young man's expression turn serious. He had fought in the north and south. Not to mention First Realm, he had even killed Fourth Realm experts. That was why he was incomparably confident. However, because of his rich battle experience, he also realized that the flame in Lin Ling's hand was very terrifying. It wasn't a supreme martial art, nor was it a perfect profound. It was a powerful innate saint physique that was at least earth rank. Chi. Radiance intertwined. The flood dragon collided with the sea. The flood dragon rolled endlessly in the sea. The flood dragon that was invincible in the past seemed lifeless at this moment. Looking carefully, the ancient flood dragon's body was wrapped in flames. The most terrifying thing was that it couldn't even make a sound. This person has the strength of a hero. The young man's expression changed drastically. He frantically retreated. He never thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be weaker than him even though he didn't have a hero card. However, was it just that he wasn't weaker than him? The title of hero is indeed not undeserved. Please teach me more. Seeing the young man retreating, Lin Ling's mocking voice drifted out. Controlling the flame of the sea, he took advantage of the young man's weakened aura and ruthlessly suppressed him. 5 flood dragons emerged from the sea. The young man's expression changed again. Regret filled his heart. He frantically pushed out his palms as if he wanted to destroy the sky. However, after encountering the flame of the sea, the 5 flood dragons were drowned again. Although the flood dragons were ferocious, could they escape the might of the sea? Hero, is that all? Floating in the vast sea, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. The endless sea turned into a whirlpool and once again condensed into a blue flame. He then sneered and slapped out his palm. Boundless sea. There was no need for any complicated martial art. This earth-rank flame represented everything. When the flame blasted out, it was like an endless wave surging towards the hero. The hero roared and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He was enveloped in the flame of the sea and burned into ashes. Only the dazzling jade token fell to the ground. It was incomparably ironic. Hero card. Chapter 1152. The Path of Departure. Hero? Yes. Lin Ling floated down and sucked the jade token from the ground over. He was secretly amazed. He didn't know what material this jade token was made of, but even the sea heart flame couldn't burn it. It seemed that the title of hero was indeed extraordinary. Hero killed, too terrifying. Let's go. Let's go. The people in the distance put away their greed and finally turned around to leave. When the hero came, they wanted to try their luck, but now they had completely given up. Provoking that young man was tantamount to sending themselves to death. Let's go too. Lin Ling looked around and then said softly. Lai Qing collected the treasures of the dead people and made a small fortune. The 4 of them stepped on the dark ground and continued forward. This was just a broken continent, and the area wasn't very big. As time passed, Lin Ling and the others had almost searched the entire continent. No one knew how many continents there were like this. This was also unexpected. There were also experts on other continents, especially the continent that Sea Calming Celestial Lord and the others went to. It was probably the largest and oldest continent. And after experiencing the previous incident, the 4 of them were confident in their strength. They knew that it was useless to be patient here. They could only fight with the strong. Especially Sakura, he was the most excited at this moment. It was as if he had returned to the rainforest with Lin Ling, openly killing everything. However, they also had to leave this continent. Lin Ling stood quietly on a hill and used the psychic eye to look into the distance. Then his eyes lit up. He found the way out. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled and led Sakura and the others forward. In a moment they came to the edge of the continent. In the distance, there was an endless void and astral winds were rolling in. That's the way out. Lin Ling stared at the astral winds and smiled. One had to know that although this continent had been broken down, it was once a piece of the continent. Therefore, there was still a gravitational force between it and the other continents, forming a strange astral wind that connected the 2 continents. These astral winds were formed by the gravitational force. If used, they could leave. Big brother, those gravitational astral winds are approaching. We must stop them. Lin Ling said again, which made Sakura nod his head with a smile. Although he didn't know the reason, he believed in Lin Ling. Rumble. The gravitational astral wind was getting closer and closer. On the surface, it seemed to be covering the sky and the sun. It was so terrifying, and Sakura borrowed the power of the plaque to block off the onslaught of the astral wind. He also used that ancient pillar to support the gravitational astral wind. What are they doing? In the distance, many people also saw the gravitational squall. In fact, they had long been aware of this unusual storm, but they didn't know how strong it was, so they didn't dare to approach it. But now, when they saw Lin Ling approaching, they suddenly became curious. Could it be the way out? Many people strode towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Sakura borrowed the treasure in his hand to support the gravitational squall, preventing the wind from blowing too far. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the Eye of Time appeared. That insight and analysis ability was constantly changing. He wanted to find the flaw of the gravitational squall and so on. The gravitational squall was actually one of the rare treasures in the world. It was just that ordinary people couldn't collect it. But as long as it was a treasure, Lin Ling could see the flaw. Are these people crazy? They are forcing the gravitational squall to stay. Be careful not to cause the collapse of the continent. In the distance, a middle-aged man who looked like a prince said indifferently. He also had a jade tablet on his waist. He was an outstanding person, and with his hands behind his back, he had an indescribable majesty. Prince, these people are trying to find the way out. A guard said respectfully to him. Nonsense. If those astral winds could leave, we would have already gone to another continent. These people are simply overestimating their capabilities. That prince shouted coldly, and his majesty became even stronger. The surrounding people didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. Some of them recognized that prince. He seemed to be someone from Qin Palace's Jade Void Emperor Palace. This palace was very famous, and it was said that it was under one of the 7 emperors, Emperor Luo. Prince Su, you are young but you like to do things that are difficult. Only when you suffer will you learn how to be cautious. At this time, a large number of experts walked over. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. He also had a jade tablet on his waist. He and that prince were both at Transcendent Realm 2nd layer, but they were clearly different cultivators. They could easily fight against ordinary Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. They saw that Lin Ling and the others didn't have a jade tablet, so they didn't take it to heart. After guessing Lin Ling's purpose, they laughed in disdain. The gravitational squall was extremely terrifying. Even they didn't dare to approach it for too long. These people actually wanted to use the squall to leave the continent. They were courting death. Elders of Triple Elemental Golden Dipper Sect. These people are from Dinghai Heavenly Palace, right? That old bastard Dinghai Heavenly Palace is really blind. He even dared to recruit such stupid subordinates. That prince obviously knew that middle-aged man. Although he and Dinghai Heavenly Palace were under the same banner, they didn't have a good relationship. The experts of the two forces discussed animatedly, but Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to them. He was still looking ahead. These people are crazy. Since they think that our efforts are useless, they should leave on their own. They want to watch and criticize us. If they aren't crazy, then what are they? Yumun Yun muttered softly. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, their mouths are on their bodies. They can say whatever they want. Lin Ling didn't care. He continued to look at the gravitational squall in the distance, trying to find the rules within. How dare you? What nonsense are you spouting in front of people from Jade Void Emperor Palace? A guard next to the prince shouted angrily. The Heaven Temple was all-encompassing. It had forces from 9-star Saint Domain to 4-star Saint Domain. Since when did the people from Dinghai Heavenly Palace have the right to speak? Although Dinghai Heavenly Palace was ranked in the 6-star Saint Domain, they were only afraid of Dinghai Heavenly Palace. They didn't care about the subordinates of Dinghai Heavenly Palace. Menluo, why bother with these juniors? They will suffer for themselves. The prince waved his hand to stop his subordinate from saying anything unnecessary. For these masters, there were countless masters in heaven and earth temples, and those at the transcendent 3rd stage and above were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, but not every transcendent needed to be wary of them. Only those with talents, heroes, and legends tokens as well as legendary great heroes were worthy of their attention. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. At this moment he was thinking about how to leave this place. Lin Ling, how do we enter the gravitational squall? The squall is very strong. It is formed by gravity and world energy. Even if I have the plaque, I won't be able to hold on for long. Sakura was still resisting the squall. If it weren't for his treasures, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Those 2 treasures were obviously one of the reasons why so many people stayed here. However, his question was very important. How do we enter the gravitational squall? Idiot question. In the distance, many people laughed disdainfully. Was the gravitational squall so easy to get close to? You're young and ignorant. The elder from 3 Elements Golden Dipper Sect also mocked. Lin Ling still ignored them and said indifferently, although the squall is strong, there is a place where it is the weakest. That place is the eye of the squall. As long as we reach the eye of the squall, the pressure we face will be much less. Chapter 1153. The ancient battlefield. Ordinary people thought that the astral wind was powerful and couldn't be approached, but they didn't know that the pressure was the least at the eye of the wind. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's reminder, they wouldn't have known about this. Instantly, the faces of the Wuxia and the elder turned ugly. They had seen a lot and were highly respected, so they had been pointing and gossiping among themselves. However, Lin Ling's words were like a silent slap to their faces, making them dizzy and disoriented. However, the slap wasn't over yet. Alright, the time is just right. Follow me. Follow me. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He leaped into the air and shot towards the eye of the gravitational astral wind. Soon after, the pressure came. However, Lin Ling could still barely withstand this kind of pressure. Is this enough? Follow me. Yumun Yun's face lit up. She followed Lin Ling and leaped into the astral wind. Then, Sakura and the other 2 followed suit. These guys, what are they trying to do? Follow me. Many people looked at Lin Ling and the other 3 standing in the center of the astral wind and their faces changed. Rumble. Without Sakura's resistance, the gravitational astral wind began to slowly leave the edge of the continent. At first, the speed wasn't fast, but it still let people know Lin Ling's purpose. These guys really wanted to borrow the gravitational astral wind to leave this continent. Is it really possible? Follow me. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Wait for this prince. Follow me. The prince of the Jade Void Royal Palace shouted. His face was filled with joy. He had long wanted to leave this continent. Only by going to a bigger continent could he obtain more benefits. Didn't you say that we're doing useless work? Why are you in such a hurry to follow us? Follow me. Stepping on the astral wind, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back. His long robe fluttered as he looked down at everyone in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the face of the prince of the Jade Void Royal Palace turned as dark as the bottom of a nest. Previously they were watching a good show, but now they couldn't wait to follow. This made him unable to display his prestige as a prince. And you, people of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, haha, you are very proud. If you have the ability, don't follow me. I forgot to tell you that the strong gravity wind will only appear after 98 hours. This means that you will be trapped on this continent for 98 hours. When you can go to another continent, I think that any treasure will have nothing to do with you. Lin Ling chuckled again. He had heard of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Not long ago he had killed people from this sect in the sky above the rainforest island. Bastard. The elders of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect roared. They also stepped out and shot toward Lin Ling. It's too late for you to come over now. Lin Ling's smile remained unchanged. He slashed out with the tyrannical song sword in his hand. At the same time, Lai Qing and Sakura also made their moves. Even if they couldn't defeat the other party, it was enough as long as they could buy time, because the strong gravity wind was slowly leaving the continent. Rumble. When the 3 of them made their moves, the prince and the elders' expressions changed again. They thought that Lin Ling and the others didn't have any hero cards, and their strength was only SOSO. However, after they made their moves, they realized that these people were ridiculously strong. Although they weren't afraid of the other party, Lin Ling and the others delayed them. Wait for me. Those people in the distance ran over anxiously, but they were all stopped by the attacks of Lin Ling and the others. Haha, a bunch of idiots. Sakura was very pleased. Those people who had laughed at his misfortune earlier were now regretting it. That kind of expression was too beautiful. Rumble. The strong gravity wind was getting farther and farther away from the continent. In the end, the people on the continent were still too slow. They could only watch as Lin Ling and the others left. Juniors of the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. The prince roared angrily. Don't worry, they're going to die too. As far as I know, after the strong gravity wind leaves the continent, the wind force will be even more terrifying. Even if they stand in the eye of the wind, they'll be crushed to pieces. The elder of the Triple Element Golden Dipper sect said coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Buddhist light in front of them shone and enveloped Lin Ling and the others, blocking the strong gravity wind. It was Yumun-yun's Sarira. Sorry to disappoint you again. See you next time. Goodbye. Within the Buddhist light, Lin Ling waved his hand at the people on the continent. That look made everyone almost vomit blood. Damn it. To them, they were from the various powerful forces of the Qian Temple, and Lin Ling and the others were like ants. They were not famous at all and they didn't have any hero cards. However, such a person dared to make fun of them. Haha, awesome. In the strong gravity wind, Sakura laughed loudly. Moreover, it felt very strange. He was stepping on the strong gravity wind, but he didn't feel any wind. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling in his life. Of course, what surprised him the most was that Lin Ling seemed to have planned everything long ago and had made sufficient preparations. In fact, Lin Ling didn't plan it long ago. Instead, he had assessed it in his heart after constantly observing through the Eye of Time. After the awakening of the Eye of Time, Lin Ling was calmer than usual. His insight and analytical ability had also become stronger. Of course, without Yumun-yun's Sarira, Lin Ling wouldn't have dared to be so bold. The defense of this Buddhist Sarira was indeed terrifying. However, we seem to have offended a powerful force. Yumun-yun smiled and said with some worry. What will come will come. Even if we don't offend them, as long as we can leave the continent, they will still attack us. So, we just have to face it calmly. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. This was a treasure land. It was either you die or I live. There was no mercy. Previously, I also saw the trajectory of the gravitational astral wind. I'm guessing that we will reach the second largest continent next. Lin Ling looked into the distance. In the void there were countless continents. Many of them had cultivators staying there and obtained great benefits. However, the one with the most benefits should be the largest continent. Of course, if they could find the star-plucking royal court, they might be able to touch the most powerful inheritance. Rumble. After the gravitational astral wind arrived in the void, its speed became even faster. It drew a mysterious trajectory across the void. 2 hours later, a vast and boundless continent appeared in front of them. This continent was the second largest in the entire country. It could be said to be the battlefield of an ancient country. Lin Ling and the others jumped down from the gravitational astral wind. The gravitational astral wind was attracted by the gravity of the other continents and slowly left. As soon as they landed, Lin Ling and the others saw a battle in the distance. It was a battle between the Qianhao and the Qianhao. Clearly they were fighting for the treasures. The atmosphere here is very uncomfortable. Ignoring the battle in the distance, Lin Ling looked to the other side. This continent was even darker and gloomier. A gloomy and cold air pervaded the air, making people feel as if they were in the underworld. Looks like we have to be more careful. Yumunyan nodded. The few of them walked along the hills of different heights. Looking into the distance, they saw a huge monster sitting on the ground like a demon god, looking down at the world. On the other side, they saw a huge dragon lying dormant, glaring at them covetously in the darkness. Because of the oppressive aura, the mountains in the distance became strange. So many bones. Chapter 1154. The Battle of Tong Valley. There's a spear over there. Lai Qing pointed to a mountain peak in the distance. Countless armors and bones were piled up there, and among them, a red tasseled spear was blooming with ripples. It was extremely majestic, as if it was the weapon of a general. I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here, to encounter a peerless divine weapon so casually. Indra laughed out loud and ran over in large strides. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shook his head. His eyes of time had been staring at the front. As long as it was a dead object, he could see one or two things, so he knew that the spear was useless. Sure enough, as soon as Indra pulled out the spear turned into endless crystal light and disappeared. After so many years, even a divine weapon couldn't withstand the erosion of time and had long been annihilated. Lin Ling laughed, while Sakura shook his head helplessly. The four of them continued to move forward, and a huge empty city appeared in front of them. This city was lying on the ground like an ancient qilin, but when they got closer they realized that it was indeed a qilin, but it was just the skeleton of a qilin. This discovery made everyone gasp. After that, they saw the skeleton of a giant as huge as the Xianxia king, but it had a horn on its head, and they didn't know which demon it was. The ground was full of potholes and many places were full of bones. Obviously, it was a burial mound. Walking further ahead, an ancient stone tablet towering into the clouds appeared. There were 4 large red words engraved on it, as if they were written with blood. However, with the passage of time, the blood words had already dimmed, but one could still vaguely make out what was written. The Battle of Tong Valley. This was indeed an ancient battlefield, the place where the star-picking nation and the demon god fought. No wonder there were ancient corpses everywhere. There are many people there, follow me. Lin Ling's vision was much further than Yu Mingyun and the others. He could see things that were thousands of miles away. Therefore he saw a large number of people gathered in front of him. Those people were standing there quietly, as if they were trying to comprehend something. After a long time, Lin Ling brought the 3 of them to that place. Looking around, it was a vast valley and there were many sword marks, footprints and fists. These fists, footprints and other relics were incomparably large, as if they were the fists of giants. That sword mark. Lai Qing carefully looked at the sword on the wall of the valley. Her pupils suddenly constricted. She could feel an endless killing intent from that sword. It made her killing intent become restless, and it showed signs of advancing towards a supreme martial art. The profoundness of martial arts allowed one to control the power of heaven and earth. As for extreme martial arts, it allowed one to retain the essence of the power they controlled to form the momentum of heaven and earth. It was also known as extreme momentum. What Lai Qing sensed was the killing intent. Lin Ling, I'll go first. After Lai Qing said this, she immediately walked to the bottom of the cliff and slowly began to comprehend. Everyone here is trying to comprehend ancient martial arts. Find something that suits you and quickly comprehend it. After all, these martial arts relics have existed for too long. No one can guarantee when they will disappear. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yun and said. A large number of people around them were also comprehending. They minded their own business. All right. Yu Yun and Lai Qing both walked away. Lin Ling continued forward. Currently he wanted to comprehend 2 things. First, he needed to comprehend overwhelming righteousness. It would be best if he could comprehend the momentum of righteousness. Second, he needed to comprehend flames. What is that? He continued forward, ignoring the people around him. A moment later, in a corner of the huge valley, Lin Ling discovered a towering fire rising from the ground. It looked like an ordinary fire, but it gave him an indescribable feeling of shock. It had to be known that it had been tens of millions of years since the Battle of Tong Valley, but the fire was still burning. Therefore, even if it had turned into an ordinary fire, it still showed how glorious it was in ancient times. The flames formed a huge fist that was about 100 meters wide. It looked like an ancient expert had punched down from the sky. Undying Fire King's fist. Fire. Within the flames, there were scattered figures sitting cross-legged. These people were clearly fire tribute martial artists, and they were using this opportunity to comprehend something. Undying Fire King? Huh. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forward and walked towards the Fire Fist ruins. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people in the Fire Fist ruins, old and young. Sensing Lin Ling's arrival, they sneered and wanted to watch a good show. This was because there had been fire tribute martial artists who had overestimated themselves and wanted to comprehend the Fire Fist ruins, but in the end they had played with fire and burned to death. These flames looked like ordinary fire, but in fact they were the momentum of fire. And this young man was so confident. He did not comprehend from afar, but directly entered the Fire Fist ruins. He was simply courting death. However, they were surprised. Lin Ling took a step forward and slowly walked into the flames. This caused many fire tribute martial artists to frown. Another person had successfully entered the Fire Fist ruins. In this way, this person would have to share their resources. One had to know that these flames could be extinguished at any time. The more people comprehended, the faster the flames would be extinguished. Speed up the comprehension. Yes. Many people secretly said. Fire was the most young, mighty and domineering. Fire tribute martial artists were also like fire. They were born with a fighting spirit that refused to admit defeat. They did not want to be surpassed by latecomers. These flames are so powerful. Wow! Just as Lin Ling stepped into the Fire Fist ruins, he immediately felt his entire body heat up. Through the eyes of time, he could even see the trajectory of the ancient Undying Fire King's fist. In that fist, 10,000 flames condensed into a single fist, exploding into the earth. These movements seemed simple, but they carried with them a taste of the momentum of the world. Lin Ling was shocked. The simplest martial arts could also be the most complex martial arts. Like this, he calmly stood there. Lin Ling's sea heart flame gushed out from his body, causing the blue flames around him to seethe. The surrounding fire tribute martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow had actually relied on his own flames to resist the ancient Fire Fist. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling's comprehension was deeper than theirs. This was because not only had Lin Ling comprehended the Fire Fist ruins, but he had also personally witnessed the ancient Fire King's fist. The Undying Fire King was one of the 10 great generals under the command of the great emperor. His flames were eternally inextinguishable, and he was even fiercer than the Undying Phoenix. However, he had still perished. It was unknown just what secret was hidden behind this transcendent fist. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forwards and the raging flames around his body became even thicker. At this time, his fire profound was crazily growing like a rising sea. So hot. The surrounding fire tribute martial artists' pupils shrank. They could feel the heat. But what surprised them was that this heat didn't come from the Fire Fist ruins, but from the flames around Lin Ling's body. These flames were like a boiling sea. At this time they were boiling over. Who is this fellow? His fire attribute comprehension is too fierce. Many fire attribute martial artists withdrew from the Fire Fist ruins. As for Lin Ling, he had already entered into a wonderful state of comprehension. He slowly walked forwards, his eyes looking towards the skies. There the Undying Fire King's fist constantly reappeared. Moreover, after Lin Ling's eyes of time had transformed, he could clearly see the birth and attack of the fist from every angle. Chapter 1155. Undying Fire King's Fire Fist ruins, it's getting hotter and hotter. Look, the surrounding flames have turned blue. More people retreated from the Fire Fist ruins, staring at Lin Ling. Why was this guy's comprehension so abnormal? Time passed quietly, and the ordinary flames disappeared. The blue flames occupied the entire Fire Fist ruins, and there was no one left in the Fire Fist ruins. Those people lingered outside the Fire Fist ruins with ugly expressions. They could feel that Lin Ling's fire attribute comprehension had reached the pinnacle, and they couldn't even get close. Bastard, what qualifications do you have to have a deeper comprehension than us? A red-robed old man shouted angrily. Fire attribute martial artists were the most unyielding. He didn't understand why Lin Ling's comprehension was deeper than his, but he was unhappy. 5-element sky demon flame. Red flames erupted from the old man's body, turning into an ancient sky demon. This sky demon didn't have a lower body, but the upper body had a ferocious expression. It was actually formed by flames. Then it charged towards Lin Ling, and its fist was filled with raging flames. Outstanding talent, 5 elements fire elder. The surrounding fire attribute martial artist's pupils shrank. They recognized this old man. It was said that he was a fire demon that cultivated in 5 elements mountain. After cultivating for 50 years, he absorbed all the flames in 5 elements mountain for his own use, allowing his innate saint body to reach the rare mystic level. And the power of that fist was naturally terrifying, reaching the great perfection profound meaning. 5 elements fire elder is interrupting him. Many people secretly sneered. Of course, they didn't like to see the latecomer gain more. Chi. The heavenly demon charged into the fire fist relic with a magnificent aura. There were no longer any ordinary flames in the fire fist relic. Instead, the flames were burning fiercely like the ocean. However, they gradually disappeared and Lin Ling's figure appeared. His eyes, which were looking at the sky, slowly looked up and reached out with one hand. Bang! It looked like a calm palm, but it made the 5-element sky demon roar as it was annihilated. Powerful. The crowd's expression changed drastically. They couldn't see how Lin Ling blocked that attack. The 5 elements fire elder frowned slightly, then laughed and turned to leave. Although his attack didn't injure Lin Ling, it at least interrupted Lin Ling's comprehension. Extreme pattern martial arts, the heaven and earth grand momentum, is also known as extreme momentum. It's divided into 4 stages: small stage, large stage, peak, and extraordinary. At this moment, a low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the 5 elders to stop in their tracks. What are you saying? Fist stage fist. At the same time, the surging blue fire fist was overbearing and majestic. The 5 elements fire elder's pupils constricted. He could feel an innate flame pressure enveloping his body, causing his expression to change drastically. There was only a terrifying voice in his heart. Extreme pattern martial arts, extreme momentum was born. This was extremely terrifying. After all, even though his attainments in the fire element couldn't be considered to be at the top in Blackping region, it was renowned as well. However, an unfamiliar young man that had entered the Fire Fist ruins as a latecomer had comprehended extreme force in the fire element, the grand force of the flames of the heavens and the earth. Retreat. The 5 elements fire elder frantically retreated and shouted at the same time, "You can't touch me. I'm a founding elder of the 5 elements mountain. That place belongs to the Lu Wangfu." Unfortunately, if he told others about the Lu Wangfu, they would be afraid and stop. However, if he told Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the Qianhal's power, so he would still kill him. Boom. The blue fire fist was like a siege engine. Upon closer inspection, the fist wasn't just filled with flames, it was also formed by the sea. It swept across the 5 elements fire elders and finally smashed heavily on the valley's rock wall, leaving a huge fire fist mark on the valley's rock wall. The mark was burning with blue flames and was exactly the same as the undying fire emperor's fist. Of course, due to the difference in cultivation realm, it naturally couldn't be preserved for 10,000 years like the undying fire emperor. Sneak attack. Waving his arm, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He moved his feet slightly and slowly walked out of the Fire Fist ruins. Terrifying. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists were all silent. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the undying Fire King walking towards them. It wasn't until Lin Ling disappeared into the distance that they began to discuss amongst themselves. What surprised them was that this mysterious youth was so strong, but he didn't have a hero card. It had to be known that with such strength, he might even have obtained a hero card. Looks like we can't underestimate a martial artist without a hero card. Many people secretly said. The hero card was a division of strength. With this card, ordinary martial artists wouldn't dare to casually provoke them and would have to respectfully salute them. This was also a benefit of the hero card, the pride of the strong. I wonder where Meng Yun and the others are. Lin Ling slowly walked forward. Previously, with the help of the Eye of Time, his fire element comprehension had reached a new level. If he hadn't come to this ancient battlefield, he didn't know how much time he would have spent on this comprehension. This kind of comprehension was also called extreme force. Currently, Lin Ling had barely comprehended it to the small success stage. And this stage also allowed Lin Ling's strength to increase by 30%. As for the newly comprehended martial art, Lin Ling also named it Blazing Sea Flame. Because his sea heart flame was the flame of the sea, but it also contained fire, so the sea accompanied it. Moreover, this fist had become one of Lin Ling's strongest trump cards. Currently, Lin Ling had a lot of trump cards. Not to mention a first-stage Transcendent Realm hero, even a second-stage Transcendent Realm hero could be killed by him. Hee little girl, you're quite pretty. Are you alone? Arriving at a dense grassy forest in the valley, Lin Ling saw two men standing in front of Yun. These two men both had hero cards hanging on their waists. However, the colors were different. It seemed like they didn't come from the same palace. This place is like the underworld, there's actually a grassy land. It seems like in the ancient times, there was a strong martial artist who used a powerful martial art here, causing this place to be filled with vitality. Meng Yun is probably comprehending her own martial art path here. Lin Ling secretly thought. He continued to walk forward slowly. Although the two men were heroes, he didn't put them in his eyes. Comprehend it yourself. Why bother me? If my husband finds out, it'll be too late for you to regret it. Yun looked at the two men with disgust. Previously, she was comprehending, but they suddenly came and roared, almost causing her to go berserk. These people were despicable. Your husband? You have a husband at such a young age? The two men laughed disdainfully. That's me. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Yun couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling came at the right time. She turned her head and instantly realized that Lin Ling seemed to be different from before. In his aura, the will of fire was thicker, as if he would never admit defeat like fire. Only she could feel it because she was too familiar with Lin Ling. However, others didn't have such a feeling. Instead, they felt that Lin Ling was very arrogant. Aren't Qian Palace and Kuan Palace opposing each other? The two of you are walking together. Aren't you afraid of angering the public? Lin Ling's footsteps were steady and powerful. He came to Yun's side and said calmly. His expression was relaxed and fearless. Chapter 1156. Terrifying ancient soul little brat, Qian Hall and Kuan Hall represent two great banners, but they are not enemies. The enemies are the powers within the banners. One of them said indifferently. However, that was indeed the case. To put it bluntly, they were two huge camps. Although they were not enemies, they were not against each other. Qian Hall and Kuan Hall were such mysterious existences. You don't have a masterpiece card? The other person asked casually. I don't have that plaything. Correct. Lin Ling said bluntly. However, that person was still not at ease and continued to ask. Some people purposely hide their masterpiece cards to make others lower their guard. Then, at the crucial moment, they would strike and snatch the treasure. You shouldn't be such a person, right? Correct. I'm not that bored. Correct. Lin Ling smiled honestly. He understood why the other party wanted to pursue this matter. Because he didn't have a masterpiece card. This meant that Lin Ling's strength wasn't that hard to deal with. However, it was a pity that Lin Ling didn't have a masterpiece card, but his strength was hard to deal with. Then I'm sorry you stay behind. Correct. The two of them looked at each other and finally believed that Lin Ling didn't have a masterpiece card. Their self-confidence also became stronger. I forgot to say, a cultivator without a masterpiece card might not be weak. Lin Ling continued to smile. At this moment, two figures appeared beside Lin Ling. It was Sakura and Lai Qing. Their auras were clearly different. It was obvious that they had comprehended something here. They also don't have a masterpiece card. You can test their strength. Correct. Lin Ling suddenly glanced at Sakura and Lai Qing as he shrugged his shoulders. Lai Qing understood what he meant. They had just comprehended some insights and wanted to find someone to spar with. As for Lin Ling, the strength of these two wasn't enough to enter his eyes. Unless the other party was a genius at the second level of the Transcendent Realm, Lin Ling would still be interested. Although I don't know what you want to do, I'm sorry that you met us. Lai Qing and Indra moved and shot towards the two people, each executing a powerful attack. Lai Qing's sword became even sharper. She had actually comprehended the extreme martial arts. As for Sakura, his comprehension wasn't that deep. However, he held two ancient treasures in his hands. One for attack and one for defense. His attacks were bold and powerful, causing the complexion of those two to change drastically. These people were very powerful. If the two of them were already so powerful, wouldn't the young man who spoke be even stronger? As expected, not having a hero card did not mean that one was weak. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of your name before? The two of them were forced back again and again, humiliating themselves to the extreme. They were being suppressed by someone who didn't have a heroic tile. If news of this got out, it would be a great humiliation. Lin Ling of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Lin Ling said indifferently, which made the two people's pupils constrict. They had never heard of this name before. This name isn't famous at the moment, but it won't be long before it becomes famous in Xinping province. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to hear it. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He was like an abyss dragon that soared to the 9 heavens. Lin Ling of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. The two of them deeply remembered this name and then wanted to escape. Whoa! But at this moment, just as the two of them moved, 3 white shadows floated out from the cliff behind them. These shadows passed through the mountain and were extremely mysterious. They wore broken armor and were expressionless. There was no color in their eyes. However, when the two of them saw the shadows, their bodies trembled violently. Ancient soul. One of them let out a terrified cry as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. Whoa! One of the shadows floated forward in a strange manner and entered the body of one of them, causing that person's face to turn hideous. He had a splitting headache as if he had experienced the tribulation of 7 emotions and 6 desires in life. Then his body exploded. Don't come near me. The other person stood on the spot, trembling. He was an elite, but at this moment he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Obviously, he had come into contact with this kind of thing and it had become a nightmare. Whoa! Another shadow entered his body and then his body exploded. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that Lin Ling and the others were stunned on the spot. Lin Ling, what is this? Sakura and Lai Qing's faces changed drastically. One had to know that their strength had increased greatly, but it would still take a long time to defeat the 2 elites. However, when that terrifying thing appeared, it instantly killed the 2 elites. This was too terrifying. The two of them immediately ran toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face turned solemn as he activated the Eye of Time and scanned the shadows. He immediately found that these shadows were souls, just like the souls in the second dream. The souls entered the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth, but the souls were trapped in the void. As time passed, they formed an ancient soul with enormous resentment. Think about it. After thousands of years, they stayed in the star-picking purple mansion every day and couldn't reincarnate. How could their strength be weak? The origin of these souls was the warriors who died in the Battle of Tong Valley. Sword of Death. Lai Qing was indeed cold and emotionless. After a moment of surprise, she slashed out with her sword. However, what was shocking was that the sword passed through the soul and couldn't cut it at all. Let me. Lin Ling shouted as the sea heart flame appeared in his hand. He waved it out like a fairy scattering flowers, turning the earth into a sea of fire. However, the shadows turned a blind eye to it and still slowly floated over. Any attack is useless. This should be the most terrifying thing in the second continent. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Any attack was useless, and if one was touched by the ancient soul, they would be killed instantly. No wonder the 2 people were so scared. This kind of ancient soul was unstoppable. Overwhelming righteousness. Lin Ling slashed out again. This time it was effective, but it only slowed down the movement of the souls. Run quickly. Sakura's face was extremely pale. There was only one way, and that was to run. Then, he turned his head and saw that a large number of souls had appeared in the valley. Many people were running away and those who were slow were killed instantly. At this moment, human lives were like weeds. A large number of people were cut down. Most importantly, the entrance of the valley was occupied by a large number of ancient souls. There's no way out. Yumun Yun gritted her teeth and said. Their eyes were a little blank. Brother, where's your stone pillar? Use this treasure. At the same time, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted. Then he took out the swastika symbol that he obtained from the pillar of the temple and shone it at the ancient souls in front of him. Kiki. Ear-piercing sounds floated out from the ancient souls' mouths. The light of the swastika symbol was like the light of Buddha, causing the faces of the ancient souls to become ferocious. The souls were corroded and gradually turned into wisps of smelly green smoke, disappearing from the earth. This Buddhist thing is effective. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's face was filled with joy. Sakura also took out the stone pillar and the plaque of Great Strength's Hall. He took a step forward and shot forward, sweeping away an ancient soul with the plaque. Lai Qing took out an ancient praying mat, but the attack was not very effective. It could only deter the ancient souls from approaching. Chapter 1157. 4 great masters, we have Buddhist treasures so those ancient souls won't dare to approach us easily. Let's leave the valley. Lin Ling finally relaxed. However, he still sighed in his heart. This world was too mysterious. There were actually souls that could ignore martial arts. This was too terrifying. After that, the few of them left the valley. Immediately, they realized that a large number of ancient souls had gathered outside the valley. However, with the Buddhist treasures, the ancient souls all made way for them. A moment later, the group of 4 continued forward. Along the way they encountered many ancient souls, but they were all scattered about. Even if they didn't have any treasures on them, they were still able to easily avoid them. The most terrifying thing about ancient souls was their sheer numbers. If a group of them came at them, even a peak transcendent realm master would likely die. After passing through a vast canyon, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city was already in ruins. Even from afar one could clearly see the inside of the city. A glittering pool of silver light appeared in the city, and a rich aura of life essence pervaded the air. As for outside the city walls, a large number of people gathered there. They were the masters of heaven and earth temple. They were eyeing the things in the city covetously, but they didn't dare to approach the city easily because ancient souls were everywhere in the city. Moreover, there were extremely terrifying existences at the city gate. This city was an armory during the ancient war. There must be countless treasures. When I looked from afar, the water in the city was rootless. It's even rarer than pinnacle life water. It said that it's rootless water that came from the beginning of the world. But senior brother, there are countless ancient souls in the city, and there are also giant beasts guarding the city. How are we going to seize it? Moreover, the northern nether evil territory Heaven Temple, Qilin Palace, Heaven Temple, and 3 Yuan Dipper sects are also here. They're probably trying to get a share of the treasures in the city. In one direction, a large number of people in black clothes looked at a black-robed young man. These people were from the Thousand Eras Ghost sect. The leader of the group was a young man with a dark complexion. He wore a black robe and stood there with his hands behind his back. Although he gave off an extremely cold and gloomy aura, his facial features were extremely handsome. The two contrasting features formed a strange kind of coolness. On his waist hung a jade token with the word hero engraved on it. The hero token was more glorious than the hero token. It represented supreme status and strength. This person was Guixuanzi. As the ghost king of the Thousand Era Ghost sect, he had reincarnated once and had seen through the flourishing desires of the human world. His shrewdness was so deep that no one could see through him. Meanwhile, the people around him were all gloomy and powerful. 5 of them had outstanding talents tablets, but they still listened to his orders. This also showed that this person's status in the Thousand Generations Ghost sect was very high. Hehe, brother Shenzi, the rootless water is in the city, but the ancient souls have occupied the city. Why don't we work together? On the other side, there were hundreds of people from the northern dark territory gathered there. A woman in her 20s smiled. Her voice was charming and seductive, making people feel weak in their bones. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which were as charming as spring, could make people have a male impulse. So beautiful. In the distance, many people stared at the woman in the pink dress, their hearts thumping. That is the Northern Dark Lady, the daughter of the Northern Dark Evil God. She is good at harvesting yang to nourishing. Who knows how many people have died under her pomegranate skirt. If you want to die, then get close to her. Someone shouted in a low voice, causing those who were shaken to gasp. The daughter of the Northern Dark Evil God? They didn't dare to pick this thorny rose. It was as evil as the Northern Dark Evil God. Let's talk about it after we deal with the Xianxia at the city gate. At this moment, Guixuanzi shouted in a low voice. He was not moved by the beauty of the Northern Dark Lady and was extremely cold. Xianxia, Xianxia. Many people looked at the city gate. There was a huge ancient wild beast lying there. Although it had been there for tens of millions of years, its aura was still terrifying. This beast was like a tiger and its skin was like black iron. There was a pair of wings on its back, and it was chained to the city gate by a blue chain. On the tiger's forehead, there was a dazzling word, demon. Obviously, this wild beast was not the guardian beast of star-picking country, but an enemy from the outside. After it was captured alive by the experts of star-picking country, it was tied to the city gate to prove its prestige. Although the Xianxia was getting weaker by the day, it was still not something that they could resist. Otherwise, they would have entered the city long ago. Humph, we can only look at the treasures here and can't touch them. On the other side, the people of the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace sneered. They couldn't enter the city, but when they saw that the other forces couldn't enter, they felt better. The leader of the group held a fan in his hand and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He was Du Siyuan Shan and had a transcendent stage 3 cultivation. It was said that in the battle of heroes held by the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Qian Temple, he had obtained a good ranking. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars were the strongest forces under the human sovereign. There were a total of 12 of them, and they were in the Qian and Kun temples respectively. As a result, no one dared to provoke the Western Sea Dragon Qilan Palace in the Qian and Kun temples. On the other side was the 3 elemental Golden Dipper sect. This powerful force was extremely terrifying, and anyone could become their disciple. Their disciples were all over Xianping province. Obviously, they were the kind of overlords who recruited disciples from all over the world. These 4 powerful forces were famous, and they were all gathered here, eyeing the treasures in the ancient city covetously. As for the warriors in the distance, they weren't qualified to touch them. They could only look forward to seeing who would be the final winner. At this moment, on Lin Ling's side, the 4 of them were standing on a hill and looking at the lively scene below. Their faces were extremely cold. The people of the Millennia Ghost sect in the northern Dark Territory were below. Lin Ling, why don't we kill them? Sakura said coldly. Their family feud was irreconcilable. When he saw the people from the 2 forces, he was furious. Clang. Lai Qing also raised the sword in her hand. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. Although he was furious, the eye of time made him extremely calm. He knew that sometimes when facing one's enemy, it was better to kill them one by one. However, it wasn't as satisfying as seizing the good in the enemy's heart. Therefore, the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. How about being a fisherman for once? As soon as he said that, Yu Yun and the other 2 looked at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed. They had guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. However, Yu Yun was still worried. Then how do we enter the city? The huge creature at the city gate isn't easy to deal with. She knew what Lin Ling meant. It was to snatch the spoils of the 4 powerful forces. However, it was easy to say but difficult to do. They will settle it for us. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Moreover, that huge creature isn't a sacred spirit. It's a dead creature. Like the surrounding ancient souls, it's an ancient desolate beast that has lost its soul. Yu Yun and the others didn't understand what he said. However, they had always followed Lin Ling as their leader. Since Lin Ling said that, he should have a plan in mind. Du Xiyuan Mountain, in the past, when you fought with hero Hao Xinjian, you lost so shamefully that your martial heart was destroyed. I didn't expect you to make a comeback in such a short period of time. At this moment, outside the city, the various forces were still restraining themselves and waiting for an opportunity. Xiao Yun, a disciple of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect, said indifferently. This person was able to summon the disciples of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect. Obviously, he was extremely powerful and had a hero token. Then, do you want to test my strength? Chapter 1158. Blazing Sea Aya, don't fight. Let's talk it out. I heard that Brother Xiao Yun isn't a match for Du Xiyuan Mountain. It's not good to hurt your relationship. Bei Xinyang said coquettishly. She sounded like she was trying to persuade them, but she was actually trying to drive a wedge between them. She couldn't wait for the 2 sides to fight to the death. Xiao Yun isn't a match for Du Xiyuan Mountain? When such words fell on a hot-blooded young man, he naturally wouldn't dare to show weakness. Moreover, the one who spoke was a delicate beauty. Anyone would want to fight for their dignity. However, Xiao Yun snorted and calmed down. What a powerful control. Many people were secretly surprised. The 4 experts seemed to be unconvinced, but they all had their own ulterior motives. They could endure for the sake of the treasure. In this way, no one knew who would obtain the final treasure. Why don't the 4 of us join forces? At this moment, Gui Xuanzi, who had been silent, spoke. His words made everyone's expression change. Join forces? Previously, they wanted to see who would have the last laugh, but First Life Ghost King suggested that they join forces. Among the top 4, the Thousand Life Ghost sect was clearly stronger. The other 3 experts' expressions changed slightly. As you can see, this city has ancient protective runes. Only the city gate can be entered. If we don't deal with Qiongqi, none of us can enter the city. So, let's join forces. Gui Xuanzi looked up and said calmly. The other 3 experts were a little moved, but they didn't believe Gui Xuanzi. After all, it was better to be careful in this place. To show my sincerity, I can be the first to attack Qiongqi. Qiongqi is dead, but its soul still exists. Although it's still fierce, it's not smart. Gui Xuanzi was worthy of being an expert of the Ghost Dao. He could see the real situation of Qiongqi. If you attack first, aren't you afraid that we'll betray you at the critical moment? Du Xiyuan Mountain of the Western Sea Dragon Kirin Palace said. He still didn't believe that Gui Xuanzi was sincere in joining forces. Perhaps he was using them as tools. He wasn't that stupid. Gui Xuanzi glanced at Du Xiyuan Mountain indifferently and then laughed. His smile was extremely bright. You won't betray me because there are countless ancient souls in the city. Although I can't kill the ancient souls, I have a way to attract them to a place. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who didn't know how terrifying ancient souls were? However, Xuanzi had a way to deal with the ancient souls. As expected of someone from the ghost sect. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The ghost sect cultivated the ghost Tao, and ancient souls were a kind of soul. They did have a way, but compared to the restraining method on his side, Xuanzi's method should not be as powerful. At least, it could not kill the ancient souls but only attract them to a place. I see. Bei Xinyang and the others suddenly understood. One had to know that even if they killed the giant beast guarding the city, there were countless ancient souls in the city. In the end, they still had to rely on Xuanzi. Therefore, Xuanzi was not afraid of them stabbing him in the back. This Xuanzi was indeed very shrewd. To show our sincerity, the Thousand Eras Ghost Sect will make the first move. Xuanzi took a big step forward and Ghost Chi spread out. A ghost head with 2 horns appeared on his left shoulder. He pulled the mouth of the ghost head, and a sword shining with cold light appeared. It was the sacred weapon Soul Slayer sword. Whoosh! With a slash of his sword, Ghost Chi gushed out, forming a twin-horned Ghost King that was almost 100 meters tall. The twin-horned Ghost King fiercely swept its claws. Rumble. The city wall rumbled, but there were runes protecting it. When the ghost claw fell on Xianxia's eyes shone with green light, and its ferocious nature burst out. People of the Thousand Eras Ghost Sect, go! Xuanzi shouted again. The people of the Ghost Sect fearlessly rushed forward and blocked Xianxi's attack for Xuanzi. However, many of them were burned to death by Xianxi's flames. The Thousand Eras Ghost Sect was such a ruthless sect. If one wanted to join the sect, one had to hand over his soul and obey the leader's orders, unless one was a Ghost King. People of the Northern Nether Territory, go! Bei Xinyang also shouted. Since Xuanzi had already made his move, she naturally could not hold back. Otherwise, after entering the city, she would not be able to share the treasures with them. Go! The other 2 powerful heroes were also red-eyed and made their moves. Rumble. Rumble. Sounds of explosions rang out continuously from the ancient city. The aura they exuded caused the gazes of the spectators to stiffen. What a terrifying group of 4 heroes, their strength was enough to kill a transcendent 5th realm cultivator. Not only that, among the heroes there weren't many who could match them. Obviously, those who possessed the hero token were all experts capable of challenging those of a higher realm. However, even with the 4 heroes working together, many people were still killed by Xianxia. Although Xianxia seemed to be chained up, its range of movement was not small. However, it had lost its intelligence, so it would not take the initiative to attack. Only when its territory was invaded would it open its bloody mouth. Amazing, after 10,000 years this beast is still so terrifying. It's like 10,000 years ago. Xuanzi was shocked to see the people of the ghost sect dying. He was almost injured because Xianxi's speed was too fast. The other 3 heroes were not any better. They tried their best to attack Xianxia, causing their men to die in large numbers. Their hearts were also bleeding. However, the treasures were right in front of their eyes. What they had to pay was 10 times the reward. Everyone, don't hide your trump cards. Suppress it with all your strength. Gradually, the aura of the 4 heroes became stronger and stronger, causing Xianxia to be suppressed. The chains on its body rumbled as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. This Xianxia can recover by itself, so we need to recover in one go. Xuanzi shouted again and kept slashing with the sword in his hand. Indeed, Xianxi's ancient bloodline was too powerful. Its recovery ability was huge, so it only needed a breath's time to recover half of its aura. Now. Finally, Xuanzi found a loophole in Xianxi's defense. He slashed with the gloomy ghost energy. Ghost City appears. It was as if the ghosts of the entire city came from the void. They moved mountains and seas and pounced on Xianxia. Xianxi's aura was weakened by everyone's attacks. It needed a short time to recover, but Xuanzi's slash obviously would not allow it to recover. Blazing sea flame. However, at this moment the sky suddenly changed. An ancient fist fell from the sky with blue flames, shocking everyone. The fist of the undying Fire King. Some fire elemental warriors narrowed their eyes. They had also been to the Fire Fist relic and even learned some things, so that fist felt very familiar to them. Did the attacker want to join the 4 heroes and get a share of the loot? Idiot. Idiot. Madame Bei and the others sneered disdainfully. That person suddenly attacked. Even if he helped to suppress Xianxia, they would not admit that he was qualified, so that person was an idiot. He helped them for nothing. However, that was their wishful thinking, but they did not know that they were thinking too much. Rumble. Chapter 1159. Great General Immortal Water Pop. When the two strong forces collided, surging spirit chi exploded out, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This was a collision between the forces of heaven and earth. The person who came actually also knew a extreme martial art? Very powerful. It's a pity that your cultivation level is a bit too low, resulting in your power still lacking a bit. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and then sneered. That mysterious man probably had the strength of a hero, but he was still no match for him, let alone compete with him. Pop. The ghosts in the ghost city were still majestic. 2/3 of them were killed by the fire fist, but the remaining 1/3 of them were like moving mountains and seas. In the end, they destroyed the terrifying fire fist. However, Xianxia soon realized that the remaining ghost city's momentum was no longer enough to suppress Xianxia. Moreover, the strange appearance of the fire fist gave Xianxia a moment of respite. Its injured body was recovering rapidly. Rumble. In the end, the sword slashed down onto Xianxia's body, and it blasted Xianxia's enormous body flying backwards. It smashed onto the other side of the city wall and left the city gate open. At this moment, 4 figures shot over like shooting stars, and they flew over the heads of everyone and shot towards the city with mocking voices. That aura was like the arrival of a king, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Bastard. The faces of the 4 heroes froze for a moment before they cursed angrily. They realized that they had been tricked. The other party did not intend to help them at all. Instead, they helped Xianxia. When Xianxia was sent flying by Xianxia's sword, they rushed into the ancient city. The 4 great heroes had been used as cannon fodder. Who are you? Xianxia stared ahead and roared. His usually cold face was now filled with anger. His opponent was too cunning. Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture's Lin Ling. The frivolous voice was accompanied by arrogance. It reverberated in everyone's ears, causing many people to be at a loss. Who was this person? Only Bei Xingyang and Xianxia's expressions changed. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. He was their enemy. Then the two of them recalled the previous scene, and the anger in their hearts surged. Lin Ling, this person's intelligence was too terrifying. He had been holding back and did not make a move. When Xianxia's aura was at its weakest, he helped Xianxia. Then he took the opportunity when Xianxia was sent flying by Xianxia to enter the city. This also meant that the 4 heroes had helped Lin Ling enter the city. The most abominable, after Lin Ling had entered the city, Xianxia was still blocking them, and Xianxia was used to help Xianxia. That meant that the 4 heroes had helped Lin Ling into the city. That meant they helped Xianxia. The entire plan was horrifying and extremely detailed. It made people wonder if Lin Ling had been preparing for 3 days and 3 nights. Just at this moment, the Xianxia that was sent flying let out a furious roar and walked back to the city gate. Its furious eyes stared at the crowd. It had recovered to its peak. Seeing Xianxia guarding the door again, the 4 heroes' faces became even uglier. So many of their people had died in vain. No, they didn't die in vain because those people had helped Lin Ling and the others achieve their goals. Lin Ling, Bei Xingyang will not live under the same sky as you. Bei Xingyang's charming face became ferocious at this moment. Hee, you came to my rainforest sacred land to kill people. Do you think our hatred can be resolved? At this moment, Lin Ling's mocking voice came from the city. I will kill you. Bei Xingyang's body trembled when she heard that voice. Her killing intent became even stronger. Xianxia's face was also gloomy, but he was a shrewd person. He did not show his emotions on his face, so he did not say anything. Instead, he sneered, Lin Ling, if entering the city means winning, then you are dreaming. Don't forget there are a lot of ancient souls in the city. As soon as he said this, many people sneered, especially those in the distance. They stood on the hill and could vaguely see the scene in the city. Therefore, they were looking forward to Lin Ling's group being surrounded and killed by the ancient souls. However, in their line of sight, the ancient city was rippling with Buddhist light. Not only did the densely packed ancient souls not surround Lin Ling's group, but they also avoided them. They have treasures. They are not afraid of the ancient souls. The people who saw this scene suddenly shouted in surprise. Xianxia and the other heroes were stunned for a moment. Then blue veins appeared on their foreheads. Their last hope was shattered. The ancient souls could not stop Lin Ling and the others. Xianxia in particular felt the most uncomfortable. He had reincarnated for a lifetime and had seen all kinds of things in the world. He was confident that he could control everything. And that was indeed the case. Previously, he controlled the three heroes with a single sentence and asked them to join forces to kill Xianxia. However, this was just a wedding dress for someone else. Compared to Lin Ling's wisdom, his shrewdness was like a petty trick. Interesting. This Lin Ling is really powerful. There was no lack of neutral martial artists in the distance. After seeing the situation in front of them, they could not help but smile faintly. They were full of expectations. Treasures that are not afraid of the ancient souls. Great. We must pull this person over. On a mountain peak far away, a slender figure looked in the direction of the ancient city and smiled slightly. Kill everyone, go all out. At this moment, in front of the ancient city gate, the four heroes were going all out. First, they were played by Lin Ling. They had to take revenge for the humiliation. Second, if they did not enter the city, the treasures in the city would have nothing to do with them. However, when they first attacked Xianxia, they had more people. After sacrificing a large number of people, they managed to weaken Xianxia. This time they had fewer people. If they wanted to achieve the same effect as before, it would take a longer time. I, Sakura Tian, will accept the treasures in the city for you. At the same time, a bold and domineering voice came from the ancient city. The four heroes were so angry that they gritted their teeth. At this moment in the city, there were countless ancient souls. However, they were all wandering in the distance like rootless duckweeds. Lin Ling and the other three walked along the streets. This ancient city seemed to be a resting place during the ancient war. Therefore, there were many treasures hidden in the city. However, as time passed, except for the vitality stones, everything else had been destroyed. Therefore, Lin Ling and the other three had collected a lot of vitality stones. As they walked towards the center of the city, they passed by a general's mansion. Lin Ling stopped. This general was the general who had guarded the city in the past. He was also one of the 10 generals under the Star Plucker Great Emperor, Immortal Water. This person's strength is comparable to the Undying Fire King. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the invasion of the ancient demon god. Lin Ling sighed inwardly as he stared at the entrance of the mansion. There was a statue there, carved out of a huge white rock. It exuded an icy aura. The man in the statue was about 20 years old. His features were cold and there was a sense of mystery. His nose was tall and sharp and he looked cold and murderous. His eyes were indifferently looking at the flower in his hand, and there was an indescribable sadness in them. This was an extremely handsome man. His handsomeness did not come from his facial features. Instead, it came from his temperament. It was a temperament that was full of vicissitudes. This man is Immortal Water? Chapter 1160. Rootless water, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as dogs. He painstakingly guarded this place and finally died in battle. Before he died, he didn't even get to see his wife. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then he saw a large number of words below the stone sculpture. Chen Xian Shui, under the order of the great emperor, protected the south of Tong Valley. However, the demon god was fierce and the people were in a terrible situation. He was at the end of the battle and was unable to reverse the situation. He wished to see Xiao Qian again in his life. Sure enough, in order to protect this place, this general didn't even get to see his lover before he died. He died with grievances. The heavenly tribulation is coming, and life and death are in front of us. If we can't be together with the person we love, it will indeed be a regret in life. Yumun Yun said in a low voice. Sakura and the others nodded. Lin Ling was still looking at the stone sculpture. The appearance of the Eye of Time made him frown. This stone sculpture was actually carved by Xian Shui. However, Xian Shui didn't die here. At the crucial moment, he received a secret order from the great emperor to escort the treasure of heaven and earth away, leaving behind the Star Plucker's pride. This treasure wasn't the inheritance of heaven and earth that was passed down in the outside world. It was another treasure, the essence of the Star Plucker Great Emperor's life. As for what it wasn't written below the stone sculpture. It also didn't say where the treasure was. However, one could imagine that the treasure must be extremely powerful. The only thing that left an impression on Lin Ling was that the outline of the treasure was a small 9-floored ancient palace. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He led the group and continued forward. Finally, they arrived at the center of the city. A glittering pool of silver light appeared. This pool was a few hundred meters wide, and the essence of life was extremely rich. There were a large number of bones around the pool. Those people were running in the same direction as if they wanted to run to the pool. However, they failed halfway. Some of their bones were broken. Obviously, the enemy killed them before they reached the pool. This water is the rootless water. It is said that there is no root in heaven and earth. It came from the moment when heaven and earth were created. From a drop of water, the second drop gradually formed a pool of water. This is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's eye of time appeared and scanned the ancient water. Then he smiled. So, we can soak ourselves in it as we wish? Sakura couldn't help but feel happy. Yes, the main function of this water is to recover. Although it can't enhance your competence, it can strengthen your body and enhance your understanding of power Upanishads. Lin Ling nodded again. Everyone could no longer hold back the joy in their hearts and walked towards the rootless water. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His eyes of time continued to check. In the end, he saw the drop of water that had no roots. The water in the entire huge pool was derived from that drop of water. That drop of water must be obtained. Goyulu. The four of them were soaking in the sparkling silver pool, and an indescribable feeling of comfort wrapped around them. The silver liquid was like a gentle hand caressing their bodies. Calm, gogles goggle gogula woken gogulon gon. Transcendent second layer. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face. Sakura should have been stuck in the transcendent realm for a very long time. Therefore, the refinement of this heavenly treasure had finally pushed him to a new peak. Lin Ling then looked at Lai Qing and Yu Mingyun, only to see that both of them had entered a state of cultivation. Their bodies were continuously absorbing the rootless water, expelling the impurities in their bodies. Lin Ling didn't disturb them. He let little flame out to absorb the treasure of heaven and earth. He sank into the pool and searched for the first drop of rootless water. After all, that drop of water was the key. It could continuously produce new rootless water. Silver light flickered in the water. It was dreamy and one couldn't tell which drop was the true rootless water. However, Lin Ling's eye of time had always been heaven-defying. He sank into the water and continued to check. In the long river of time he could find the first drop of water. After a long time, Lin Ling stopped at a spot in the water. He stood there quietly. The water in front of him rippled and the first drop of rootless water was in the middle. However, this water seemed to have a spirit and would often hide in other water. This required Lin Ling's patience to find it. Unmoving like a stone statue, Lin Ling released his mental energy and enveloped the surroundings. This was a test of patience. However, what Lin Ling didn't lack the most was patience. He was able to rely on himself to reach his current height. Patience and hard work were two of the most important factors for him. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling's pupils revealed a dazzling light. His right hand shot out from the water. His palm faced forward and he suddenly clenched his fist. He finally caught the first drop of rootless water. This water was extremely precious. It could be produced continuously. Moreover, the rootless water that was produced had a strong recovery power. It was more useful than any medicinal pill. Gurgle gurgle. After keeping that drop of rootless water, Lin Ling was ecstatic. He swam out of the water and found that Sakura and the rest had already woken up. It turned out that it had been 6 hours since he entered the water. The speed of time flow made Lin Ling surprised. He thought it had only passed in an instant. The rootless water is useless to us now, Sakura and Lai Qing said helplessly. After all, the rootless water was used to train the physical body. Although it could increase their strength, their bottleneck was limited. Therefore, they didn't absorb a lot of rootless water. This was just like the medicinal pill cultivation. No matter how good the medicinal pill was, it still needed time to digest it. Otherwise, no matter how many medicinal pills were swallowed, it would be useless. They were in such a state now. Then use your guardian deity. The guardian deity is stronger than you and can absorb more rootless water. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suggested. Sakura and Lai Qing's eyes lit up. Yeah, I'm so stupid. I can't absorb it myself, but the guardian deity can. After that, both of them released their guardian deity and immersed themselves in the sparkling silver water. Mingyun, if you sense that the rootless water has reached its limit, release your guardian deity as well. Lin Ling said to Yumun-yun. Yumun-yun nodded and entered the state of cultivation again. Lin Ling released the ancient flame devil and crazily absorbed the surrounding water. After all, the water would only benefit others if it was left behind. It was better to absorb it all. Most importantly, the first drop of rootless water had been collected by Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling could freely absorb it. This water is used to train the physical body. I wonder how much of my small world can be awakened. The ancient flame devil's body was submerged in the water. On its neck, Lin Ling's upper body could be seen. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. For this tempering, he wanted to strengthen his foundation and increase his strength once again. Absorb it. With a low roar, Lin Ling and the ancient flame devil seemed to have turned into the eye of a whirlpool. The surrounding water surged crazily. Sick. Chapter 1161. Appearing again. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. He sensed that the number of micro-worlds in his body had reached 600,000. This change made him ecstatic. One had to know that the higher the level of body tempering, the more difficult it was. Awakening a micro-world required a large amount of heavenly treasures, but now, in such a short period of time, he had awakened 100,000 micro-worlds. This rootless water was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling did not continue to cultivate. Currently, the four heroes were attacking Xianxia at the city gate. If they succeeded, then there would be trouble in the future. Wait for me here, I will be back soon. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then left the pool. He noticed that half of the water in the pool was gone. Then he used the green ring to store a large amount of water and shot towards the city gate. At this moment, the battle at the city gate was still in full swing. The four heroes were gasping for breath as they continued to attack the Xianxia. Most of the people under their control had already died. The Xianxia was indeed very powerful. However, they could not swallow their anger. Even if all of them died, they still had to take down the city gate. Especially when they thought of Lin Ling and the others plundering the treasures in the city, they felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Xianxia's momentum is getting weaker and weaker. Gui Xuanzi's face was cold, and his whole body was emitting an icy aura. A name appeared in his mind from time to time, a name that he hated to the bone. Was Lin Ling. Once the city gate was breached, he must kill Lin Ling. Moreover, although Lin Ling and the others entered the ancient city first, they might not be able to take all the treasures. Therefore, as long as they killed Xianxia quickly, they could still obtain a large amount of treasures. In fact, he did not know much about Lin Ling. He did not even know how powerful the other party was. He only knew that this person had an irreconcilable enmity with the Trailura's Ghost King. As the Trailura's Ghost King, he naturally had to help the Trailura's Ghost King kill this ant. Unfortunately, he failed in their first meeting. Thank you for your hard work. At this moment, on top of the city wall, a slender figure stepped on the broken bricks and slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a handsome young man wearing a black robe and carrying a large sword on his back. He gave off an extremely strong visual impact. His expression was calm and he looked down from above. Even if he didn't have a hero card on him, he still had a majestic aura about him. It's him. Looking at the handsome young man, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. They still remembered the scene when the young man led 3 people into the ancient city. Furthermore, that young man was so arrogant that he dared to provoke the 4 great heroes. His boldness and courage were truly admirable. Lin Ling. The 4 heroes looked at the young man on the city wall with murderous intent in their eyes. This guy still dares to appear? The Thousand Lives Ghost Sect and the Northern Dark Evil Territory came to the Rainforest Holy Land and massacred us. You and I cannot live under the same sky. So, don't blame me for being merciless today. On the city wall, Lin Ling was looking at the 4 heroes coldly. Everyone's eyes twinkled. No wonder this guy wanted to fight against the 2 great powers. It turned out that they had a grudge against each other. However, they had never heard of the Rainforest Holy Land. The cultivators born there were not that strong. However, that young man dared to fight against the 2 great powers and even made them suffer losses. His ability was extremely powerful. Hatred can never be resolved. But don't think that you can be proud just because you took advantage of them. Gui Xuanzi's eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Ling. The corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold smile. The other 3 heroes were the same, especially the evil lady of the north. She smiled charmingly and said, "Little brother, after we break the city wall, sister will serve you well." Although her voice was seductive, the murderous intent in it was extremely thick. Many people trembled. It was said that the men who were captured by the evil lady of the north would suffer a fate worse than death. They would be locked up in the harem to nourish their young. That kind of suffering was unimaginable. That young man is in trouble. The crowd looked at Lin Ling on the city wall. He had offended the 4 heroes. His life would be worse than death. Sister? Are all the people of the Northern Dark Evil Territory so despicable? On the city wall, Lin Ling didn't care. His cold voice made the evil lady of the north's face turn gloomy. But soon she smiled and said, "You're so annoying. Don't worry, sister will serve you well." Her voice was even colder. It seemed like she had no choice but to kill Lin Ling. There was no way to compromise. "Let's talk after you break the city wall." Lin Ling's smile didn't change. He was fearless. He looked at Du Xiyuan Shan and Xiao Yun from the Western Sea Dragon Unicorn Palace and said, "You two are very pitiful. You have a hero card and can be considered a hero. However, you're working for someone else. Don't you feel ashamed? Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun's eyes quietly changed. To be honest, Lin Ling clearly came for revenge. However, they had no enmity with Lin Ling. This is a grudge between me and the Thousand Era Ghost sect. Do you want to be used as a tool? Lin Ling said again. Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun became even more silent. They were seriously considering this problem. After all, they were heroes. If they were used as tools, it would be a disgrace. So powerful. He defeated the 4 heroes with just a few words. In the distance, some older warriors were shocked. Lin Ling was a nameless junior, but his wisdom was extremely frightening. Haha, it seems like you're also struggling on your deathbed. At this moment, Gui Xuanzi laughed loudly. His voice shook the sky, causing Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun to react. Their eyes kept flashing. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. This also shows that you're afraid. You're afraid that once Xianxia dies and the city gate is broken, you'll definitely die. Unfortunately, it's better if you don't say such words. Saying it shows us the weakness in your heart. Gui Xuanzi seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. His smile became even more relaxed. Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun's hearts jumped violently. Then they sneered. They almost fell for Lin Ling's trick. If they broke off their alliance with Gui Xuanzi, then Gui Xuanzi and the others would have to spend more time to kill Xianxia. This would benefit Lin Ling. How cunning. Unfortunately, we can't do as you wish. Du Xiuanshan stared at Lin Ling and said coldly, You're courting death. Today the city gate must be broken. How dare you steal from Du Xiuanshan? Do you think you can still live? Use you as a tool? You're just an ant. You haven't reached the point where I'm afraid of you. Xiao Yun also shouted coldly. The two of them snorted disdainfully as if they knew Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling failed to drive a wedge between us. Instead, it made the 4 heroes even more united. I'm afraid that Xianxia won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lin Ling has shot himself in the foot. The crowd in the distance sighed. After failing to drive a wedge between them, Lin Ling probably had no way to stop the 4 heroes. He was like a beast trapped in the city. This was the result of greed. Chapter 1162. A race against time. Hehe, you must be proud now. The city gate is about to be breached. Let's see if you can still smile later. Gui Xuanzi saw Lin Ling's calmness, but he did not care at all. He guessed that Lin Ling was just pretending to be calm, but he was actually very nervous. It could only be said that in terms of shrewdness, Lin Ling was no match for him. Xianxia's momentum has weakened greatly. Breaking the city gate is within sight. Gui Xuanzi ignored Lin Ling and ordered the other 3 heroes to attack Xianxia. Kill. The other 3 heroes sneered and used their full strength. The city gate is about to be breached. The eyes of many people in the distance flickered. Lin Ling was probably doomed. However, at this moment, a calm voice drifted over from the city wall. It's been hard on you guys. However, fighting Xianxia can increase your combat experience. So, for your future, it's better to fight Xianxia a few more times. Especially Gui Xuanzi and that bitch. It's never wrong to fight more. This is what I'm reminding you guys. Fight more? Many people were puzzled. What did Lin Ling mean by this? On the other hand, Gui Xuanzi and Bei Xinyang's faces turned ugly. Lin Ling was instructing them like a senior? He even called himself older brother. Was he mocking them? However, they didn't quite understand what Lin Ling's words meant. Xianxia, try harder. At the same time, Lin Ling waved his right hand. From the green ring, the rootless water that he had prepared earlier sprinkled down like rain. It was sparkling and translucent, as if a goddess was scattering flowers. Many people's eyes flickered. What was Lin Ling doing? However, when the rainwater landed on Xianxia's body, something strange happened. Xianxia's injured body rapidly recovered. The rootless water was a treasure used for recovery in the ancient war. Its effects were naturally terrifying. Furthermore, Xianxia's recovery abilities were strong. Therefore, in just a few breaths' time, Xianxia had fully recovered. Silence. The entire world was deathly silent. Xianxia had recovered. This also meant that if Gui Xuanzi and the others wanted to break through the city gate, they would have to start all over again. No wonder Lin Ling said that it was good to fight more. How could they not fight now? The expressions of the 4 heroes froze as they stared at the revived Xianxia in disbelief. A sense of anger from being toyed with once again rose within them. It's the city's rootless water. Gui Xuanzi roared. He knew what kind of treasure Lin Ling had used. You guessed right, but it's a pity that there's no reward. You guys should continue to work hard. Remember my words. Fight more. You can't go wrong. On top of the city wall, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. His smile was mocking, but it was also cold. These people wanted to break into the city and kill him. This idea was good, but unfortunately, it couldn't be realized in the short term. After leaving these words, Lin Ling disappeared from the city wall. Outside the city gate, there was still complete silence. The crowd's pupils constricted. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling's last resort was to bewitch the four heroes and cause internal strife. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's purpose was not to bewitch them, but to restore Xianxia to its peak? If Xianxia was at its peak, the four heroes would have to spend a lot of time to destroy it. Lin Ling. Gui Xuanzi shouted again. After he entered the star-plucking purple mansion, there weren't many people he was afraid of. It was mainly those heroes and geniuses. Among the heroes, there were only a few who could make him feel fear. However, Lin Ling, whom he had only met once, had made him suffer twice. Kill. The four heroes held their breaths and furiously charged towards Xianxia. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. This kid looks reckless, but he's as meticulous as a needle. He's only at the first stage of Transcendent Realm, but he's able to make the four heroes run in circles. I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll face the four heroes after the city gate is broken. On top of a distant hill, a mysterious young man was drinking wine as he watched the scene in front of him. To him, the scene in front of him was too miraculous. The four heroes are all at the third stage of Transcendent Realm. Moreover, they have the hero token. Their strength must be incomparably strong. Lin Ling thought to himself as he rushed towards the city once more. He was well aware that a martial artist that possessed a hero card wasn't just there to make up the numbers. After all, this was a strength that had been proven after the trials of the Universe Temple and Kun Temple. As of now, Lin Ling didn't fear powerhouses that possessed hero cards, but he had to be careful of those with hero cards. They still need some time to break through the city gate. I'll use this time to increase my strength. In this race of time, we'll see who's the king. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He returned to the rootless water pool and explained the situation outside the city. Yumun Yun and the rest nodded in agreement. This was a battle of life or death. What they needed was to increase their strength. However, they weren't worried at all. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. In this world, strength was everything. In order to become stronger, there were times when one had to put pressure on oneself. Moreover, if they didn't fight for the rootless water, others would become stronger after obtaining it while they would remain stagnant. Therefore, they were willing to take the risk. Natural selection. In this merciless world, it was all about who could run faster. Rumble. In the giant silver pool, Lin Ling summoned the ancient flame devil. At the same time, his miniature world awakened and absorbed the rootless water crazily. The water in the pool decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the path of martial arts, many people had already given up on cultivating their physical body because it was too difficult. If Lin Ling hadn't tempered his physical body before, he wouldn't have continued on this path. However, since he had started, he would continue on with determination. Rumble. It was as though endless lightning had exploded in his body. The 700,000 miniature worlds awakened at the same time. It was as though 700,000 resplendent lights had appeared in Lin Ling's body. Every light was filled with terrifying power. Moreover, these powers contained the power of fire. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the control of spiritual energy. Obviously, the awakening of his miniature world allowed him to control his bones, organs, and everything else. Pop, pop, pop. At the same time, the ground began to sink. Dust soared into the sky, causing Yumun Yun and the other two's expressions to change drastically. In their eyes, Lin Ling sank into the ground with the pool. It was as though the ground couldn't hold up Lin Ling's weight. Is this guy going to transform into a demonic beast? Sakra's face was filled with horror. He looked at Little Flame and suddenly felt that Little Flame was no match for Lin Ling in terms of physical strength. Chirp, chirp. Little Flame waved its fist and was happy for Lin Ling. Obviously, it noticed that Lin Ling was transforming at a crazy speed. This transformation was different from ordinary martial artists becoming stronger. He was walking on another path of martial arts. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1163. Attacking the city, looks like we can't cultivate anymore. Lai Qing shook her head helplessly. However, she had also reached her limit. No matter how much rootless water there was, she couldn't absorb it anymore. Moreover, she and the Guardian had stored a large amount of rootless water in their bodies. They needed to fight to digest those treasures. Yumun Yun sighed. In the Water Moon Holy Land, martial cultivators mainly cultivate their physical bodies. However, when they become stronger, they will realize that this path is very difficult. In the end, they can only follow the general trend and cultivate their spiritual energy. Lin Ling came to the Water Moon Holy Land in the past and cultivated the Tai True Body. I didn't expect him to persist on this path. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If the warriors of the Water Moon Holy Land learn from Lin Ling and persist on this path, they will discover another sky. Of course, the premise is that they have enough treasures to temper their physical bodies. Sakura also sighed. Then they realized that not only the surroundings, but even the entire ancient city was surging toward the well as if it was being sucked in. This was caused by the continuous sinking of the earth. Has he awakened 800,000 small worlds? Yumun Yun was even more expectant. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling had already awakened 900,000 small worlds. His physical strength had reached 900 million. What kind of concept was that? With the strength of his physical body, he could break the sky with his fists and crack the earth with his feet. That kind of power was not inferior to spiritual source attacks at all. The most terrifying thing was that his defense was even more powerful. One had to know that the Tyrant Song Sword was a king-grade sacred artifact, but Lin Ling had never been able to unleash its power. That was because Lin Ling wasn't strong enough. Now that his physical strength had increased, the power of the Tyrant Song Sword was also constantly being dug out. At this moment, in the depths of the earth, the rootless water turned into a whirlpool and was crazily being absorbed by Lin Ling. Moreover, there was less and less of it. Pop, pop. As for Lin Ling, in his senses, the sound of thunder was constantly erupting. One small world after another was crazily awakening. The speed made Lin Ling excited as if he was drinking wine. Oh my God, look at the city. That huge pool has disappeared. At this moment outside the city, the crowd on the hills pointed in horror. They had also seen the terrifying phenomenon in the city. Bastard. The four experts roared. Lin Ling was despicable. They didn't know what method he used to steal all the rootless water. And they were still attacking the city gate. The people who had died before had died in vain. We must kill Lin Ling. The four heroes also had ugly expressions. They wanted to kill Xianxia and split the treasures in the city, but there were no treasures left for them. However, they still had a glimmer of hope. As long as the treasures were with Lin Ling, then they could take back everything they had lost. Unfortunately, they thought that Lin Ling had only collected the rootless water. They did not know that Lin Ling had directly refined it, and even stored what he could not refine in his body. Kill? The chilling aura around Xuanzi's body became even more turbulent, causing countless ghosts to appear around him as if he was enraged by the Ghost King. Bei Xianyang looked at the people in the distance and said, their people were all dead, and it would take a long time for the four experts to kill Xianxia, so she wanted the people in the distance to help. Are you using us as cannon fodder? An old woman in the distance sneered. She wasn't fooled at all. After all, this was the enmity between Lin Ling and Bei Xianyang. Ha, Lin Ling, a nameless person who doesn't even have a hero card or a hero card, how did he manage to obtain so many treasures? If this rootless water is used in battle, it can save one's life at a critical moment, and if it is used to temper one's physique and build a solid foundation, breaking through to the transcendent realm will increase one's chances by 1%. Bei Xianyang wasn't angry but smiled charmingly. Many people's eyes flashed. At their level, it was difficult to break through, so even a 1% chance of breaking through was a great gift. In addition, they had seen the restorative power of the rootless water. The injured Xianxia had recovered in a short time after being nourished by the rootless water. If they could get a drop of the rootless water, it would be equivalent to having a life-saving card in a life-or-death situation. Although her words are provocative and misleading, it is undeniable that she is right. Moreover, I have never heard of Lin Ling. He doesn't even have a hero card. How can he take all the treasures? Yes, for now he has taken all the treasures, but leaving the ancient city is still a problem. Why don't we join Xuanzi and the others and help them kill Lin Ling in exchange for a drop of the rootless water? Many people whispered. Human nature was selfish. They were just watching the show, but now that it was related to their own interests, they were unwilling to give up. Perhaps after hearing Bei Xianyang's words, they thought that they should also have a share of the rootless water. How could they let Lin Ling take it all for himself? We are killing Xianxia now, but you can also treat Lin Ling as Xianxia. Only by killing Lin Ling can we win the battle and get what we deserve. I promise you, those who help will be rewarded according to their contributions. This world is fair. No one can take all the treasures for himself. Xuanzi also said proudly. His voice was full of emotion, which moved even more people. He is indeed a ghost king. With just a few words he has pulled everyone to his side. Those who have reincarnated are indeed astute. How will Lin Ling get out of the city? In the distance, the mysterious young man who had been watching the show smiled faintly. If Lin Ling dies in battle, then I'll take his Buddhist treasure. If he doesn't die, his Buddhist treasure is indispensable when we go to that place. Go. At this moment, more and more people rushed to the city gate to help deal with Xianxia. Naturally, many people died in the process, but more people were blinded by greed. The commotion at the city gate is getting bigger and bigger. At this moment in the city, Yun and the other two frowned. Then they looked at the sunken well. The three of them finally decided to go out and stop the enemies from interrupting Lin Ling's cultivation. Lin Ling should be at the crucial moment. The three of us should be able to hold them off for a while. Let's go. A stone pillar appeared in Sakura's right hand as he strode forward. Yun and Lai Qing followed slowly. After a while, the three figures appeared on the ancient city wall. They looked at Xianxia, who was gradually weakening, and frowned. No wonder Xianxia couldn't hold them off in such a short period of time. It turned out that there were more people than expected. They have appeared. At the city gate, the crowd also saw Sakura and the other two. Many of them sneered. If Lin Ling had countless experts on his side, they wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. However, there were only 4 people on Lin Ling's side. Hence, the rootless water was equivalent to giving them a free gift. How could they not dare to provoke Lin Ling? Hand over the rootless water. This treasure belongs to everyone. It doesn't belong to the 4 of you. One of the old men shouted coldly. Hand it over. As soon as the old man finished his words, the crowd roared with anger. Yun and the other 2 were stunned. Previously, when the 4 heroes attacked the city, no one dared to stand out to fight for it. However, Lin Ling took the lead and fought for the treasure. In the end, he kept the treasure in his pocket. However, these people ran out and said that the treasure belonged to everyone. They were bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Chapter 1164. Share trials and tribulations, not riches and honor. Scram. Scram. Tian disdained to say anything more, only one word. Scram. You 4 are so greedy, are you really not afraid of death? Scram. The crowd was furious. Lin Ling's group not only refused to hand over the treasure, but also wanted them to scram? So what if I die? If you want to fight, then let's fight to the end. I only hope that you won't regret your actions. Tian took a step forward, releasing the tyrannical aura he had back in the rainforest. These people were obviously greedy, but they said that the 4 of them were greedy. Then the only way was to fight to the end. Ignorant. Scram. Audacious juniors. Scram. The crowd was even more furious. They would still pay some attention to Lin Ling, but what qualifications did those 3 have to be so arrogant? Go. Scram. Many people raised the weapons in their hands, releasing a powerful aura. It's getting more and more interesting. Scram. Looking at the scene of monstrous killing intent, Gui Xuanzi said indifferently, as if he was the military advisor behind the scenes. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would leave the city. Lai Qing, I heard that your sword is very sharp. Let's see who will kill more. Scram. Tian jumped down from the city wall, holding a huge stone pillar in his left hand and an ancient plaque in his right. The sword in Lai Qing's hand was filled with cold killing intent. She slashed out with the extreme force slash like a reflection of a mirror, slashing out in a zigzag angle. Shio. With a single slash, dozens of people were beheaded. No martial arts profound could stop her slash. This woman is so powerful. Many people gasped. Lai Qing didn't have any outstanding cards, but her strength wasn't any weaker than an outstanding talent. There were few in the second layer of the transcendent realm who could be her match. Tian's attack was wide open. Although he didn't comprehend any extreme martial arts, the treasure in his hand was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy any martial arts. What kind of treasure does this person have? Why is it so powerful? Even more people were trembling with fear. They looked at Sakura as if they were seeing the descent of an ancient Buddha, as if they were seeing the most ancient overlord. In addition, Yun's relic bloomed with dazzling rays of light and its defense was extremely powerful. It helped Lai Qing and Tian to occasionally resist the attacks of the enemies. For a moment, the experts in the surroundings were actually helpless against Sakura and the others. Instead, many of them were killed by them. Compared to Xianxia, Sakura, 3 people were also not much weaker. They all have treasures in their hands. If we kill them, those treasures will belong to us. At this moment, someone shouted. This caused the crowd, who were initially a little fearful, to go crazy once again. The rootless water and the precious treasure of the Buddhist sect were enough to make them go crazy. However, the crowd didn't notice that a white palanquin had appeared behind them. A skinny and weak figure walked out from the palanquin. The shout from before had come from the palanquin. This person was short and wore a white robe. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders. Through his long hair, one could see that his face was extremely pale, as if he was suffering from a serious illness. His cold eyes stared ahead, filled with bloodlust. Cough, cough. Suddenly, this person coughed and used a white handkerchief to cover his mouth. After a moment, the handkerchief was covered with blood. Many people also saw this person and were extremely puzzled. They noticed that this person didn't have any martial arts on him at all, as if he was a seriously ill ordinary person. Second Life Ghost King, you're here. However, Gui Xuanzi looked at the thin and weak youth and said. His eyes were filled with dense fear. Cough, cough, I heard that the enemy of the Thousand Life Ghost sect is here, so I came to take a look. The man in white said softly. His voice was very soft, as if it was very difficult to speak loudly. However, his weak appearance made Gui Xuanzi even more afraid. He was the first Life Ghost King and had reincarnated once. However, the man in white was the second Life Ghost King and had reincarnated twice. One should know that in the Thousand Life Ghost sect, the more reincarnations one had, the higher their status and the more mysterious they were. Moreover, there was a purple jade pendant hanging on his waist. This showed his proud identity even more. This person was a rare hero. Some people in the distance also saw the jade pendant and gasped. A hero was the most terrifying existence in the Qian and Kun palaces. The man in white looked into the distance and said softly, "The rootless water is also very important to me. I must get it." "Don't worry, Gui Xuanzi will get it for the second Life Ghost King." Gui Xuanzi said softly. He was unwilling to give up, but he believed that if his strength increased greatly, he still had a chance to surpass the other party and control his life and death. "Go." The man in white nodded and walked back into the palanquin again. "Kill." At this moment at the city gate, the battle was still crazy and earth-shattering. Sakura and the other two were still blocking the crowd and were not afraid of death. "Brother Sakura, do you still remember us?" At this moment, 7 figures also shot towards the city gate. The leader was a young man with a bright smile. He looked at Sakura as if he had met a soulmate in a foreign land. The smile on his face was extremely happy. "Xiao Dao." Sakura was stunned for a moment, then a joyful smile appeared on his face. In the past, he and Lin Ling separated at the Rainforest Sacred Land. Lin Ling went to the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture while he trained in Shenping Province. Along the way he got to know those 7 people. Those 7 people were the 7 swordsmen of Tianshan Mountain. They had fought side by side with him and had a good relationship. "Haha, brother Sakura, I didn't expect to meet you here." Under the lead of the young man, the 7 people all shot towards Sakura. "Sakura, be careful." Lai Qing's face was cold as she reminded him coldly. "Don't worry, I went through the Death Abyss forest with them in the past. That friendship was built through life and death." Sakura shook his head with a smile and strode towards the 7 swordsmen of Tianshan Mountain. "Yeah, we went through thick and thin together. How can that friendship be explained in a few words?" The young man in the lead also smiled slightly, but in the next moment, his smile became cold. "You have a Buddhist treasure in your hands. In addition, you are surrounded by strong cultivators today. You will definitely die. Why don't you give the Buddhist treasure to us brothers?" The friendly faces of the 7 people instantly changed and became ferocious. That's right, they went through thick and thin with Sakura. However, humans are the most complicated animals. Being able to go through thick and thin together didn't mean that they could share riches and honor together. Jealousy and the desire to become stronger would change people and make them more selfish. "Kill." At this moment, Lai Qing's sword fiercely slashed over. She didn't trust anyone at all, so she had been paying attention to the surroundings. The head of the person who attacked flew up. He couldn't block Lai Qing's decisive slash. Although Sakura avoided his vital parts, his abdomen was still slashed by the sword. Blood spurted out. Fortunately, he had refined a large amount of rootless water before, so his self-recovery ability was stronger. Otherwise, this slash would have taken his life. "You guys." Chapter 1165. Coming from the city, I'm selfish? Fine, I'm selfish. Sakura laughed crazily. His blood was flowing, but it was also boiling. Kill cleanly. Bang. Taking a step forward, the huge stone pillar became even bigger. Buddha's light shone, and with the stone pillar in his hand, Sakura swept through the army, which made the leader's face change drastically. In the past they fought side by side and everyone's strength was about the same. But now, Sakura was actually so much stronger than him. Buddha treasure, it must be the help of the Buddha treasure. If he got the Buddha treasure, then he could immediately be verified by the Qian and Kun temples and become an outstanding person, shaking Shenpeng province. I must get it. The leader laughed excitedly. Unfortunately, his mind was occupied by the joy of the Buddha treasure, but he forgot that he was no longer Sakura's opponent. Boom. Everywhere the stone pillar passed, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. The leader turned into powder and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. You killed Xiao Dao, you're crazy? The remaining people roared and their eyes were red. Interesting. Gui Xuanzi sneered at the scene, then his low voice drifted out. Did you see that? This person didn't even care about brotherhood for the sake of treasure. What right does such a person have to stay in this world? Moreover, he dared to provoke the experts of the Qian and Kun temples, which is looking down on us. So, this person must not be left alive. Kill. The people here came from all over Shenpeng province and all kinds of sections. At this moment, when they saw others making a move, they all made a move. They seemed to be killing for the sake of righteousness, but in reality they all had selfish motives and that was to get Sakura's treasure. This scene was familiar. Previously, Lin Ling and the rest were enemies of everyone in the first mainland, and now they were enemies again. In the end, it was because Lin Ling and the other three's reputation was too weak, and no one had heard of them. Kill. The arrow was already on the bow and it had to be released. Sakura and the other two unleashed their full strength, and those who got close to the city gate were killed without mercy. As a result, many experts from the various sects died in the hands of the three of them. It's about time. At the side of the four heroes, Xiao Yun lightly said. Now that Lin Ling's group of four had incurred the wrath of the masses, even if they could leave alive, Xianping province would no longer tolerate them. After all, they had killed too many disciples of the various experts. The three of them have consumed a lot of their spiritual source. It's time for us to make our move. Dou Xiyuan Sha nodded. They were like the masterminds behind the scenes, using the greed of the crowd to lure them into attacking Lin Ling's group. Only after exhausting Lin Ling's spiritual source and energy did they attack. The benefits of this were, firstly, that they could take care of the other party effortlessly. Secondly, they had left behind their illustrious names, making the disciples of the various powers owe them a favor. Let me do it. Xiao Yun took a step forward, shooting towards Sakura and the other two in midair. The aura of a third-level transcendent was released. Most importantly, his saint physique had actually reached the rare profound level. This was also the reason why he was able to become a hero. Hero Xiao Yun has made his move. He couldn't stand the arrogance of Lin Ling's group of four. Kill them, these people even killed their own brothers, angering both humans and gods. Many people roared. Seeing their fellow disciples and friends die in the hands of Sakura and the other two, their eyes were already red with killing intent. Rumble. Above the sky, a multicolored giant talisman appeared, emitting a sacred and inviolable majesty. Triple Yuan Golden Dipper Sect's secret art, chaotic clear talisman. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Xiao Yun, he actually cultivated the chaotic clear talisman. It was said that the Triple Yuan Golden Dipper sect had three great martial arts talismans, Chaotic Clear Talisman, and Triple Yuan Talisman. With these three talismans in hand, commanding the world would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Not good, I can't hold on to my plaque. This martial art seems to be able to absorb a martial artist's spiritual source and treasures. Sakura and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They realized that the Buddhist treasure was about to fly into the sky, and they couldn't hold on to it. Damn it, the other party obviously wanted to snatch their treasure. This Buddhist treasure doesn't belong to you, it belongs to everyone. It's the same for the rootless water, how can you keep it all for yourself? In the sky, Xiao Yuan's words were full of majesty. Sakura and the other two had the strength of a hero card, but he was a hero so it wasn't difficult for him to kill the other party. Rumble. The earth shook and the situation of Sakura and the other two was getting worse. The crowd in the distance sneered. Without the Buddhist treasure, these three could still be arrogant. My relic. Yumun Yun's relic made a crisp sound, and the string that was strung together with the relic was about to break. This made her face turn pale. Could it be that she had to use the guardian deity? However, if she used the guardian deity in front of everyone, she was afraid that it would attract even more greed. At that time, the experts that would appear would most likely be existences like the Triple Ghost King. I have advised you but you didn't listen. What a pity. Just then the earth shook even more violently. The mighty voice drifted out from the ancient city, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Did Lin Ling come out? Sakura and the other two couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was in seclusion before, and now he had succeeded in breaking through? Rumble. The ancient city also swayed, and even the ancient Xianxia's eyes were filled with fear. Then, under countless gazes, the ancient city actually floated. This? The crowd widened their eyes. The city also floated? Bang. Dust flew everywhere and rocks flew everywhere. After the huge city floated a few meters high, it immediately stopped. Then it slowly moved forward. It felt as if the city could move. What's going on? More people were shocked. However, when some people's eyes fell below the city, their faces instantly turned pale. Under the city, a black-robed young man appeared. He stepped on the ground and walked forward slowly. His left hand was raised high, and in his palm was the ancient city. Holding the city? Staring at that scene, many people forgot to breathe. It was too terrifying. Many people will die today. A cold voice echoed in the city as if an ancient general was speaking. Then the huge city flew toward Xiaoyun. From afar, it looked like an island falling from the sky, pulling up mountains and rivers. Everyone's heart was filled with a terrifying thought. Lin Ling pulling up mountains and rivers, holding up a city to fight Xiaoyun. Chaotic origin world. Xiaoyun's eyes were filled with shock. If he used his spiritual source to hold up the city, he could still barely do it. However, he saw that Lin Ling didn't use his spiritual source. This meant that he was using his physical body to hold up the city. Pop, 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 pop. The ancient talisman in the sky shot out light like fireflies, majestically sweeping towards the ancient city. Bang, bang, bang. Although the ancient city was huge, it had been there for too long, so it couldn't block the light of the fireflies. Therefore, when the ancient city smashed towards Xiaoyun, it finally disintegrated, causing the dust to soar into the sky. How terrifying is this, a battle between heroes? Many people's hearts were heavy. However, Lin Ling obviously underestimated Xiaoyun, thinking that he could suppress Xiaoyun with the ancient city. This was simply a fool's dream. Are you finally willing to come out? Unfortunately, such an attack can't hurt me. Chapter 1166. I'm ruthless? Is that so? However, at this moment, a meteor passed through the dust that filled the sky, shooting towards Xiaoyun. This speed was something that Xiaoyun had never seen before. It had to be known that this sort of speed was not some mysterious movement martial skill, nor was it some sort of strength that could cross the void. It was a simple straight line speed. However, Xiaoyun had never seen such a fast straight line speed before. It was as if this person was relying on their strength to step on the ground, and after the strength of their legs erupted, they were even faster than thunder. A fist instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun's pupils constricted. So fast. This fist exploded with 900,000 small worlds. It had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Boom. In the sky, the sacred talisman shattered. The fist did not stop and landed on Xiaoyun's body. Xiaoyun's body shook and shattered like glass. Then, it exploded again and turned into sparkling fragments. This was caused by the strength of the fist. It caused Xiaoyun's body to shatter along with the void. Before he could even make a sound, one of the four heroes had fallen. He's dead. The faces of the people below stiffened. They did not see how Xiaoyun died. When the dust cloud in the sky gradually dispersed, they saw a cold youth standing in the sky. At this moment, the youth's eyes were looking at the common people. It was as if an ancient emperor had descended. The rootless water is with me. If you want it, come. The cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the people and made their ears ring. Silence. The whole ground was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's aura. Sir, I only need a drop of the rootless water. After you give it to me, I will not participate in this matter. I am from the Lu Manor. A courageous youth said indifferently. If you can take one blow from me, I can give it to you. In the sky, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. He stretched out his left hand and flicked his finger. Boom. There was an explosion from his finger. The void exploded and a tyrannical shockwave shot out. This was a shockwave formed by attacking the void. It should be known that any attack, even a wave of the hand, would have an attack wave. However, in terms of strength, Lin Ling could make an ordinary attack wave extremely terrifying. Bang. The ground below was like a blooming flower. The body of the youth who spoke exploded. He couldn't be more dead. If you want the treasure, you have to gamble with your life. Staring at this scene, many people's faces turned pale. How could Lin Ling be so strong? He wasn't this terrifying before. We just want some treasures, but you killed him. He's from Lord Lu's mansion. You've offended Lord Lu's mansion, said an old man coldly. Lin Ling was too overbearing. Then when the four heroes attacked the city, you didn't dare to say anything? In the air, Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the old man's expression to stiffen. He was speechless. Before this, when the four heroes attacked the city, their strength and background were too strong, so they didn't dare to provoke them. But now Lin Ling had obtained a treasure, but Lin Ling didn't have any fame, so they dared to attack. What qualifications did they have to say that Lin Ling was overbearing? Can you? Lin. Overbearing. Many people were fearful and unwilling, but seeing Lin Ling's domineering aura, many people still shouted coldly, so you're saying that you won't pay up even if you die, then don't blame us for being merciless. I should be the one saying that. Lin Ling smiled. He took a step forward and shot towards the ground like a cannonball. He punched out and with a boom countless people were crushed to death by his power. Any martial arts were useless against him. Killing dozens of lives with a single punch made the crowd's mouths dry up. However, at this moment, a whining sound was heard. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling had dragged Guqing out. This caused a large number of ancient souls to appear in the city and surround the crowd. Lin Ling, you are too cruel. Many people roared. The ancient souls came out. They didn't know how many of them would die. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Kill. Lin Ling shouted coldly. These people wanted to snatch his treasures and kill the four of them. Now that they were weaker than him, they immediately said that he was cruel? Didn't they think that they were more cruel? Then, ignoring the weak warriors, Lin Ling looked at the four heroes. He knew that all of this was caused by the four heroes. Didn't you want me to come out? Now that I'm out, what else do you have to say? Lin Ling stomped on the ground and the earth exploded. He shot towards Du Shan of the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace. At this moment, Du Shan's face was solemn. Previously he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. But now he was a little afraid. You can't kill me? Du Shan took a step back and said coldly. He didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength of a hero. One move is enough. Without any superfluous words, Lin Ling unsheathed his sword in midair. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down heavily. 900,000 small worlds erupted at the same time with the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Soaring Dragon Qilin. Du Shan shouted and formed complicated seals with both hands. A dragon appeared in his left hand and a Qilin appeared in his right hand. The combination of the dragon and Qilin destroyed the world. This martial art was also an extremely powerful supreme martial art that formed the extreme force. Unfortunately, facing Lin Ling's 900 million strength, the heaven and earth dragon and Qilin's aura were cut down. When one's strength reached its peak, it was already so terrifying. It wasn't afraid of heavenly tribulation, fire, or thunder, not to mention the dragon and Qilin's aura. With a slash, Du Shan was split into two. A deep ravine was formed on the ground. This sword was terrifying. Even the heroes aren't his match? Those who were resisting the ancient souls sucked in a cold breath. They didn't leave because they thought that Lin Ling would die. Therefore, as long as they persevered until the end, they would still be able to obtain some treasures. Unfortunately, Lin Ling killed two heroes with one punch and one sword, destroying the determination in their hearts. How did he become so powerful? Gui Xuanzi and Bei Xinyang's expressions were extremely ugly. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling before, but now they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Gui Xuanzi, if this continues, I'm afraid that Lin Ling won't even be afraid of us. It's very difficult for us to kill him one-on-one. Why don't we join hands? Bei Xinyang's enchanting face was filled with anger. When she first heard of Lin Ling's name, Lin Ling was just an ant. He didn't die because of Venerable Si Kaming's help. But who would have thought that this ant would kill her brother? And when she wanted to take revenge, Lin Ling had already grown to the point where he didn't fear her. This growth speed was too terrifying. All right. Gui Xuanzi immediately nodded. The Soul Slayer sword appeared and shot towards Lin Ling. It slashed out in midair and the ghost city appeared. Clang. Facing Gui Xuanzi's unpredictable slash, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a meteor and shot forward. The Tyrant Song sword collided with the ghost city in midair. Ghost City Massacre. Chapter 1167. Fighting two heroes, playing with ghosts? Will it work? Lin Ling was still holding his sword as he stared at Gui Xuanzi and sneered. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try it. Gui Xuanzi's calm face also said indifferently. Nature energy. Boom. At this moment, an incomparably sacred golden light bloomed. With Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword as the lead, it swept out like an avalanche. After the ghosts collided with the overwhelming righteousness, they instantly let out sinister sounds as they were completely corroded. Now that you've tried it, it's indeed useless. Raising his eyes, Lin Ling looked at Gui Xuanzi, who had an ugly expression on his face, and smiled again. Then, the 900,000 small worlds in his body erupted again, and he slashed out with his sword, which had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. It's my turn. Crack crack. This sword was extremely terrifying, causing Gui Xuanzi's expression to change drastically. He sensed that his soul slasher was about to break. Break? What kind of power could break a saint artifact? Bang. With a burst of power, Gui Xuanzi's body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a crater that was hundreds of meters deep. Lin Ling, let's see how strong you are. Xia Luo Si. At the same time, Daredevil Lady of the North's attack appeared in the sky. She used a pink ribbon that looked weak but was as sharp as a blade. She waved the ribbon in the air, creating a vortex that was bewitching, demonic, and filled with a destructive aura. It was like a tribulation of the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures of life. Sword of righteousness. Lin Ling bellowed and released the power of his body. The tyrant's song sword slashed out and destroyed the terrifying colorful vortex. The battle between the two went from the sky to the ground, shocking the heavens. At the same time, Gui Xuanzi on the ground turned into a ghost shadow and shot out. Ghost fog spread out and formed thousands of Gui Xuanzi, which then rushed towards Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is a nameless junior? Many people were so shocked that they were speechless. He didn't even have a hero card, but he was able to fight 2 heroes at the same time. In the world except for Lin Ling, who else could do it? Impossible. How is this possible? The 2 heroes both possess extreme martial arts. Even if Lin Ling can block one of their moves, it's impossible for him to block 10 moves, no, 100 moves. The older warrior found it hard to believe. Look at the ground. Someone Studio Daybreak Studio 2 Studio Lin Ling Battles Studio 2 Studio Lin Li Studio 2 Martial Artists Studio Day Dietas Studio Notes Studio Daybreak Studio Dime Studio Editor Big Studio 2 Studio 4 Studio. This meant that Lin Ling had a strong physical body and could control it. If he could negate the opponent's spiritual attacks, wouldn't that mean that Lin Ling would never be defeated? Lin Ling. Gui Xuanzi's expression was extremely ugly, and he even felt like he was in a dream. Before, Lin Ling had taken advantage of him twice. He thought that he would take back all the shame he had lost on the 3rd time. Who knew that when they met for the 3rd time, Lin Ling would go head-to-head with them and not be at a disadvantage. If you keep blocking like this, you'll only attract more and more experts. At that time, everyone will want to snatch your treasures, and your situation will be even more difficult. Gui Xuanzi shouted coldly. You're saying this because you're helpless against me and even afraid of me. So, you're trying to goad me into giving up on resisting and fighting you head-on? Still brandishing the tyrant song sword, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling, your future will be like this because you can only block my attacks, you can't fight back. Bei Xianyang had been attacking for a long time without success, so she sneered and tried to goad Yi Shiwen into action. You two are ganging up on me and I don't even have a hero card. So, what kind of martial arts are you talking about? The sword in Lin Ling's hand became even more magnificent, and this time he attacked Bei Xianyang. The sword light was like the sea, as if it could stir up the world. Bei Xianyang was facing Lin Ling alone, and suddenly the pressure increased and she kept retreating. Why are you retreating? Where is your martial arts? Facing me, you can only join forces with others and you can only retreat. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling's heroic voice was accompanied by his sword, and he was madly suppressing Bei Xianyang. Crazy. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked speechless. If Bei Xianyang wanted to compete with Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, then he and Bei Xianyang wanted to see who had the real heart of martial arts. And the result was obvious. The 2 heroes joined forces, but they were still defeated by Lin Ling. How could Bei Xianyang talk about martial arts? You can't touch us at all? You're just stalling for time. Gui Xuanzi gritted his teeth and said. Lin Ling's defense was too terrifying. With the protection of the overwhelming righteousness, his body was strong, and he could control his body to resist spiritual attacks. Now he was ignoring him and focusing on attacking Bei Xianyang. This was a great humiliation to him. He was a hero, a ghost king, and his opponent was ignoring him? Stalling for time? Lin Ling stopped and pointed the tyrant song sword at Gui Xuanzi. I'm not stalling for time. I just absorbed too much of the rootless water, so I need some pressure to refine it. You guys are not enough for me to stall for time. What? Refining the rootless water through battle? Many people's eyes widened. Was this Lin Ling's goal? Gui Xuanzi's face became even more ferocious. He had become Lin Ling's sparring partner? 95. 96. 97. The more Lin Ling fought, the fiercer he became. He was like an ancient beast. Wind and thunder rumbled in the sky as he waved the tyrant song sword. So fierce. One man and one sword, stirring up the wind and clouds. But what is he doing? Many people trembled in fear as they watched Lin Ling rise like a dazzling star and become famous in Shenping province. 98. 99. 100. A low shout was heard from Lin Ling's mouth. As soon as Lin Ling's voice was heard, a huge aura shot up into the sky. The entire land shook and many warriors died. At the same time, a sword slashed through the void, bringing with it a violent, destructive, and murderous aura as it slashed at Gui Xuanzi. Whoosh, whoosh. Wherever the sword passed, all the ghosts were split in half. Gui Xuanzi's face was full of fear. He found that after Lin Ling said, 100, the sword became the most terrifying. What was the secret behind it? With this sword, I will awaken 1,000,000 small worlds. The cold voice drifted into Gui Xuanzi's ears, and he finally reacted. Lin Ling had used him as a sparring partner to increase the strength of his physical body to the peak. 1,000,000 small worlds turned into a sword, and that was the strength of 1,000,000,000. When the strength reached the peak, its power was not weaker than a supreme martial art. Crack. The soul slasher sword was completely broken at that moment. The sword seemed to have frozen time as it slowly slashed at Gui Xuanzi. Gui Xuanzi found that although the sword was slow, it carried a mysterious magic that made it impossible for him to dodge or block. Am I going to die? Chapter 1168. Get lost. This is the vengeance brought by the 3 Lives Ghost King. I shouldn't have helped him. Gui Xuanzi finally realized where he had gone wrong as the memories of his previous life flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom. Gui Xuanzi's body was annihilated by the sword. The ghosts were all swept away by the power, leaving only the black ghost energy in the sky. Lin Ling died. When Lin Ling killed Gui Xuanzi with a single strike, Mistress Bei's beautiful face changed violently. In the end, she made a bold decision, and that was to seize this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Of course, she dared to fight so desperately because she was confident. Because Lin Ling's strength was used to deal with Gui Xuanzi, so he wouldn't have any extra strength to deal with her. Repentance Arrow Hurricane. The colorful ribbons turned into thousands of long spears and gathered together to form a rotating colorful awl. Lady Bei had obviously used her trump card for this martial art. She should be able to kill him with a small success extreme martial art and the strength of a 3rd stage transcendent. Lady Bei's timing is good. Many people clenched their fists tightly, anticipating Lin Ling's death. Who told you that I'm only strong in physical strength? However, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. He didn't withdraw his sword, but blue flames surged out and turned into an ocean, rushing towards Lin Ling's left palm. Then he clenched his fist. Blazing Sea Flame. One of the 10 great generals under the Star Plucker Great Emperor, the Undying Fire King's fist had arrived. His fist was covered in blue flames, and the might of an extreme martial art was released. It majestically flew towards the colorful awl. Rumble. The 2 strong forces collided, and a terrifying power exploded in mid-air, like a catastrophe. Then a figure flew out, spitting out blood. Her face was pale, and even her body was stained with blue flames. However, her eyes looked in front of her with fear, and a shocked voice drifted out. Level 2 Transcendent Realm, Earth Rank Saint Physique. This was why Madame Bei was surprised. She had unleashed her strongest technique, but Lin Ling was the one who had lost. If Lin Ling had used all of his strength, she would have died. She thought that Lin Ling only had a strong physical body, but who knew that he had an earth-grade innate saint body? Was this Lin Ling the most perfect genius? How could she have known that Lin Ling had absorbed all of the rootless water, and Lin Ling's strength had naturally increased by a large margin? How could the current her be a match for Lin Ling? Run. Without any hesitation, she turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. She was afraid. 2 heroes teamed up to fight Lin Ling. One died and the other fled. On the ground, the crowd looked at the resplendent scene in the sky, and their hearts were broken. Their last hope had been destroyed. How could Lin Ling be so terrifying? The most ridiculous thing was that when the four heroes entered the city to fight for the treasure, they did not dare to fight for it. But when Lin Ling was fighting for the treasure, they dared to fight for it. They were simply shooting themselves in the foot. They were trying to curry favor with the four heroes, but they had offended an even stronger existence. I don't want the treasure anymore. Leave this place. Many people finally gave up. However, in the sky, a magnificent blue fist fell from the sky, and with a boom, a large number of warriors were killed. It was too late to escape now. Lin Ling, spare my life. I am a subordinate of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. I was wrong, I should not have harbored evil intentions against you. More and more people were begging for mercy. It's too late. In the sky, the gigantic flaming fist seemed to be able to destroy the world. It smashed down majestically and landed on the ground, causing countless lives to fall. At this moment, the clouds in the sky were also burning, and the ground was burning. Only life continued to fade away. If these people were ordinary people, Lin Ling would let them go. However, they were not ordinary people. They were warriors who wanted to kill and steal the treasure. They knew that they were no match for Lin Ling, so they fled. There was no such thing in the world. Therefore, no matter which faction they were from, Lin Ling would kill them without hesitation. At this moment, the crowd finally regretted their actions. If they wanted the treasure, they would have to leave their lives behind. Very powerful. The 3 Generations Ghost King told me to be careful of Lin Ling's ancient flame devil and soul seal. However, I did not expect that apart from these 2 trump cards, your strength is also so terrifying. On the ground, the mysterious palanquin was still there. The curtain was lifted and the thin white-robed youth slowly walked out. He looked at the sky in surprise. Who are you? In the sky, Lin Ling stopped his massacre and looked at the white-robed youth coldly. The 2nd Generation's Ghost King. The white-robed youth said indifferently. You want to avenge Gui Xuanzi? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The other party gave him a mysterious feeling. Although he did not have any martial strength, he gave off a feeling that he could not be underestimated. In the 1000 Generations Ghost Sect, there are only benefits and no grudges. I will not avenge the 1st Generation's Ghost King. The white-robed youth walked forward slowly and said, however, if I kill you, the 3 Generations Ghost King will reward me. That's all. However, I did not expect you to be so powerful. With your strength, even the 1st Generation's Ghost King is no match for you. The 2nd Generation's Ghost King has entered the 2nd reincarnation cycle. You seem to have no martial strength, but you have an aura that is even more terrifying than the 1st Generation's Ghost King. Lin Ling slowly floated down and looked at the other party. There were many people around, but not many could make him fearful. The white-robed youth was one of them. The 2 of them stood on top of a broken hill. Their eyes met in midair as if they wanted to see through each other. Finally, the young man in white said indifferently, you have killed many disciples of various experts. Those experts will not let you go. You don't have to worry about that. Now you want to kill me? Lin Ling softly spoke, his words causing many people in the distance to gnash their teeth. Lin Ling slaughtered them like slaughtering dogs and wasn't afraid of offending the experts from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. What courage! Although they were enraged in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. Lin Ling could already fight against the 2nd Reincarnation Ghost King. One must know that the 2nd Reincarnation Ghost King had a hero token. Moreover, many of them knew that the 2nd Generation's Ghost King seemed to have no martial strength. However, the more he was like this, the more terrifying the 2nd Generation's Ghost King was. I wanted to kill you before, but now I don't. Those of us who have entered the reincarnation cycle are more cautious. The white-robed youth pondered for a moment and looked up at Lin Ling. It seemed that he did not want to attack Lin Ling. Perhaps he thought about it and knew that it would be difficult to kill Lin Ling. The price would be great. Then you are not afraid that I will want to kill you? Lin Ling smiled and suddenly said. No, I don't think you can kill me. The white-robed youth smiled and shook his head. However, I want a drop of rootless water. After that, we will leave and mind our own business. How about it? Are you compromising with me? Lin Ling still smiled. You can say that. I can promise you that I will not interfere in the matter between you and the 3rd Generation's Ghost King and the 1000 Generations Ghost Sect. I just want a drop of rootless water. It's that simple. The white-robed youth hesitated for a moment and said with certainty. Many people understood that the white-robed youth was afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore he did not dare to attack. Or perhaps, he knew that fighting Lin Ling would be an arduous and unrewarding task. Rootless water? No, scram. However, Lin Ling nodded. Then his cold voice drifted out. Chapter 1169. You win. Although the other party was compromising, he was still a member of the Thousand-Era Ghost sect. Lin Ling was not happy to see such a strong person. Moreover, if the other party had the strength to suppress him, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, in reality, the other party was still afraid of him. You want me to scram? The white-robed youth's pupils constricted. You know, I hate people telling me to scram the most. I love telling people to scram the most. Lin Ling coldly shouted again, as if telling the white-robed youth to scram. The white-robed youth's face became gloomy. An indescribable aura finally erupted, cold and murderous. Terrifying, the Second-Era Ghost King's hidden trump card is actually so terrifying. Many people trembled with fear, as if they saw the arrival of an ancestor from hell. Could it be that the white-robed youth's previous reincarnation was an ancestor from hell? I only want a drop of rootless water. It's fine if you don't give it to me, but you actually want me to scram. The white-robed youth took a step forward, and a vast river of blood appeared behind him. It surged and shook the heavens and earth. You think I have no martial strength, but you don't know that even the Second-Era Ghost King Xianxia was afraid and respectful when he saw this ancestor. That is because this ancestor has the 72 demonic gods. The white-robed youth coldly shouted again. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, Lin Ling would not know fear. Chi. The river of blood behind him overflowed even more. A black fish swam in the river, constantly devouring the bones in the river. Its huge body seemed to have come from ancient times, wanting to devour everyone. One of the 72 demonic gods, the Blood River Ghost Fish. It is said to be ranked 33rd. A knowledgeable old man gasped and subconsciously took a step back. Was this why the white-robed youth was so terrifying? However, it was indeed terrifying. One must know that the 72 demonic gods were extremely powerful existences in Shenping province. Even great heroes did not dare to look down on these demonic gods. So what? Lin Ling's handsome face did not change in the slightest. The other party was indeed an ancestor-level existence. It was only because he had reincarnated that his strength had not reached the peak. However, he was not the only one who possessed the 72 demon gods. Smoke filled the air, and the illusion of an ancient flame devil appeared behind Lin Ling. In the hazy fog, a pair of bewitching eyes stared at the Blood River Ghost Fish, not at all inferior. The fog was too dense and no one could see what Lin Ling had released. What surprised them was that Lin Ling seemed to still have a trump card. Could it be that the strength of this young man was limitless? You can actually make the demon god appear at will. The white-robed youth's pupils constricted. He could clearly see the terrifying desolate beast in the fog. Furthermore, he knew even more clearly that a warrior possessing the 72 demonic gods did not mean that he could completely control the demonic gods. However, to be able to make the demonic gods appear at will without transforming into a demonic god, it meant that the stage of controlling the demonic gods was extremely terrifying. It was even close to the stage where the demonic god and human became one. The legendary stage of demon and god becoming one was no longer the warrior entering the demonic god's body, but the demonic god and the warrior becoming one, allowing one to borrow the ancient strength of the demonic god. Silence. This time the white-robed youth fell silent. It was a rare occurrence that he did not say anything else. Scram. Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly as a deep voice floated out. It was domineering and arrogant, asking the white-robed youth to scram. If he did not scram, then he would fight. The white-robed youth's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had revealed the demonic gods to scare Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was not afraid at all, and even invited him to fight. One had to know that a young junior like Lin Ling only had the seniority of a disciple in his previous life, but now he was asking him to scram? You win. The white-robed youth finally let out a soft sigh. He admitted defeat. In the end, he did not dare to fight because he was not as stupid as Xianxia and the Third-Era Ghost King, who casually provoked some unfathomable enemies. Then you can scram. Lin Ling nodded, not giving the other party any face at all. In this world where strength was respected, sometimes it was that simple. If he was not as strong as the other party, he would have been obliterated by the white-robed youth. Now that his strength was enough to scare the other party, there was no need to give him any face. Be careful of the Third-Era Ghost King. He has found a way to not be afraid of your soul seal. The next time you meet him, he can easily kill you. The white-robed youth slowly walked back to the palanquin, and then the palanquin flew into the sky. As for the surrounding crowd, they had complicated expressions. Lin Ling actually asked a patriarch-level existence to scram. This Lin Ling was too scary. One thing was for sure, after the star-plucking Violet Mansion tournament, Lin Ling's name would definitely shake Xianping province. Why did Patriarch Blood River let him go? At this moment, a voice came from the palanquin, causing the white-robed youth's expression to turn serious. First, although his devil god ranking is not as high as mine, his physical body and soul are stronger than mine. His ability to control the ancient flame devil is stronger than mine. Second, this patriarch has reincarnated twice and cultivated the heavenly fiend Dao. I can see who is not to be trifled with. That young man is one of them. Although his cultivation is low now, in the future he will definitely become a great hero. It is even possible for him to become one of the 10 Langya Temple Hall's experts. Patriarch is wise. A respectful voice came from the palanquin. Lin Ling could become a great hero of the universe in Kuan Temple Halls? This potential was too terrifying because he knew what a great hero represented. At this moment, on the other side, the wicked lady of the north was still running away. Her heart was shaking like thunder. Lin Ling had grown. Even without the guardian deity, he could easily kill her. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many experts there, Lin Ling would have caught up to her and killed her. I must tell father that Lin Ling's wings have fully grown. He is a second-layer transcendent and his strength is comparable to a great hero. The wicked lady of the north felt that everything was like a dream. In the star-plucking violet palace, Lin Ling had completely risen. At this moment, the crowd in the ancient city was silent. They looked at the black-robed young man standing quietly on the ground. The shock in their hearts hadn't disappeared yet. Sir, those who wanted to rob you of your treasures were mostly killed by you. Although we had the same thought, we didn't do anything in the end. Previously we were blinded by the treasures. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. The remaining people bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. They couldn't help but lower their noble heads because even the Second Life Ghost King didn't dare to fight because of Lin Ling's scram. Then what qualifications did they have to speak? You all can leave. Lin Ling said indifferently. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Previously these people were too greedy and that was why they angered him. Now that the remaining people were apologizing, he didn't intend to kill them all. Thank you. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so easy to talk to. After all, if they were in his position they wouldn't let the weak go. It seemed like they had misjudged Lin Ling. Let's go. Chapter 1170. Invitation. Lin Ling watched as the crowd left. His lips curled into a smile. The trip to the star-plucking violet mansion was indeed the best place for a cultivator to grow. Currently, he had awakened 1,000,000 small worlds and his cultivation had reached the second stage of the transcendent realm. With such strength he should be able to obtain a hero token. 3 spiritual sources that are full of spiritual energy. My recovery speed is faster than an ordinary second stage transcendent realm cultivator. In addition to the extreme martial art and 1 billion physical strength, there is finally a place for me in Xianping province. Raising his head, Lin Ling's clear eyes looked at the gloomy sky. The confidence in his heart grew stronger. Lin Ling, your strength has increased so much. At this moment, Yuman Yun and the other 2 walked over with a smile. Lin Ling had always been stronger than them. However, after entering the star-plucking violet mansion, their strength had increased greatly. Even so, they still couldn't catch up to Lin Ling. Instead, the gap between them had widened. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He didn't look proud at all. Confidence and complacency were 2 different things. Lin Ling had confidence in his enemies and his martial arts, but he would never be satisfied with himself. Ever since he came to this world, the only thought he had, or the only thing he could do, was to constantly become stronger. Mengyun, that Xianxia is very weak. You can subdue it? Lin Ling looked at the Xianxia on the ground. Yuman Yun was good at controlling berserk beasts and Xianxia was one of the rare berserk beasts. All right. Yuman Yun quickly nodded and shot towards the Xianxia. Lin Ling didn't intend to help Yuman Yun. After all, it was up to Yuman Yun to subdue the berserk beast. If others helped, the berserk beast wouldn't be willing to submit. If we meet Yang and the others again, I wonder if they will be surprised by our strength. Sakura said with a smile, which made Lai Qing's expression change. She was also looking forward to meeting Yang and the others again to see who was stronger. At present, Yu and Yuera Yang and the others were still training. Their strength shouldn't be too weak. Don't be too proud. There are countless experts in Xianping province. As far as I know, the Qinghuan Palace and the Qinghuan Palace have the enormous Langya Palace and the Carefree Palace. There are also the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, great heroes and outstanding people. We still have a long way to go. Lin Ling chuckled and reminded him. Lin Ling, I've noticed that after reaching the second layer of the transcendent realm, your vision has become even further. Big brother, I have no choice but to admit defeat. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head helplessly. He was proud of his current strength, but Lin Ling was preparing for a rainy day. His goal was set even further. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was able to walk step by step from a small existence to his current height. Lai Qing's eyes flickered, but her heart was filled with admiration. There weren't many people in Shenping province that she admired, but Lin Ling was the only one. The few of you have Buddhist treasures and are from the star-plucking Violet Palace. Can we talk? At this moment, a smiling voice came from afar. Then an ordinary-looking young man slowly walked over. Lin Ling and the other's eyes flickered. Who is this person? Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions towards you. The young man spread his hands and said, Moreover, I've seen your combat strength. I don't have the confidence to win against you, especially you. Lin Ling, you're a nobody in Shenping province. You're just a general under Venerable Si Kaming, but your strength has reached the level of a hero. You're flattering me. What do you want to talk about? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Currently, the experts have found the star-plucking dynasty, but they can't enter it. Therefore, the experts' disciples have spread out to look for the key to enter the star-plucking dynasty. I'm guessing that your Buddhist treasures are very important, so I'd like to ask for your help. The young man said solemnly, Of course, you don't have to be afraid that it's a scam. The experts are all gathered there and I don't have the final say. Moreover, Venerable Si Kaming is there too. Venerable Si Kaming. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he believed it a little. If you can lead the experts into the star-plucking dynasty, then all the treasures you encounter on the way will belong to you. The young man continued. After all, that place isn't a place that ordinary people can go to, and only the renowned experts of Blackping region have the qualifications to go there. So, it's your fortune to be able to enter. All right. Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. Follow me. The young man smiled happily and led Lin Ling and the others away from the second continent. The young man was a disciple of one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars from the Black-White Dao Palace. Therefore, he had this treasure with him that allowed him to bring Lin Ling and the others through the void to another continent. After a long time, when Lin Ling and the others arrived at a new continent, the billowing spiritual qi rushed towards them. This continent was different from the previous battlefield. It seemed to be the core of the star-plucking Purple Mansion, which was also the palace of the star-plucking Great Emperor. The palace of the ancient emperor. Lin Ling looked into the distance and could vaguely see a huge 9-storied palace tower sitting in the distance. The palace tower was very familiar, as it seemed to be the palace tower he saw in the Immortal Water General's mansion. The palace of the star-plucking Great Emperor is there. Legend has it that there are 5 great inheritances of heaven and earth, as well as 18 heavenly saints. Everyone wants to obtain the treasures inside. The young man explained faintly, which made the hearts of Sakura Tian and the others jump violently. They were only transcendents, but it seemed that they were qualified to get their hands on those treasures. Of course, all of this depended on luck in the end. Lin Ling was extremely calm as he stared at the palace. He didn't know if the treasures guarded by the Immortal Water General were in the palace or not. After that, the young man led Lin Ling and the others forward again. After a long time, they finally arrived at the huge palace. The palace was ancient and modeled. The 9-storied tower sat in the middle of the palace, exuding the majesty of an emperor, making people feel like they were worshipping it. In the square in front of the palace, a large number of people gathered there. They were divided into 2 camps, namely Heaven and Earth Temple. In the camp there were countless powerhouses. Any one of them was an existence that surpassed Sakura Tian and the others. The aura of those powerhouses gathered together made it extremely difficult for people to breathe. Lin Ling. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling and the others, and a few of them shouted in a low voice. Sir Venerable. Lin Ling looked at the Heaven Temple. Venerable Si Kaming was there too. At this moment he was looking at them in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be qualified to come here. Yinamo, who are they? At the same time, a calm voice sounded. A middle-aged man stood there quietly. He seemed to be the leader of the Heaven Temple today. Everyone standing behind him was silent and didn't dare to show any disrespect. Palace Master, these 4 people have Buddhist treasures. This disciple believes that they can open the palace door, so I brought them here. The young man who led Lin Ling here said respectfully. Buddhist treasures? Chapter 1171. Victims. As for Lin Ling and the other 3, they felt as if they had been completely seen through. However, the pressure wasn't intense. Instead, they felt comfortable. So powerful, even more terrifying than a venerable. Lin Ling was shocked. I am the palace master of the Black-White Dao Palace. You can call me Lord Shui Wu. If the four of you can open the palace, then the Qian Palace will give you a spot to enter. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then smiled. Lord Shui Wu, you have violated the agreement between the Qian and Kuan palaces. At this moment, someone shouted coldly from the other side. The one who spoke was a man in armor. His aura was like that of a dragon or a tiger, like an ancient dragon god. As for the agreement, it was clear that the Qian and Kuan palaces had discussed it beforehand. They would each limit the number of people who could enter star-plucking Imperial City. Now that the Qian Palace had added Lin Ling and the other three, the Kuan Palace naturally felt that they had suffered a loss. Then do you have a way to enter? Shui Wu said lightly, causing the experts of the Kuan Palace to fall silent. Finally, one of them said, if they can open the palace, then we will give them a chance to enter. If they can't, then they will die. As these words fell, many people of the Kuan Palace nodded. This world was just so fair. If you could enter the palace, then you had to do something. If you couldn't, then only death awaited. No, these four were brought here by the Black-White Dao Palace. If they can't open the palace, then let them leave. Shui Wu said coldly, her attitude extremely firm. What if I want them to die? The experts of the Kuan Palace all shouted coldly. Do you think it's necessary to make us fight for four little fellows? Shui Wu wasn't afraid at all. The people of the Kuan Palace fell silent. To them, Lin Ling and the other three were indeed juniors. To fight for them was clearly not worth it. Then we will do as you say. The experts of the Kuan Palace finally compromised. Lin Ling. Among those experts, there were a few cold gazes that stared at Lin Ling. They were the three-era Ghost King and the Northern Underworld Demon God. Clearly, they had not expected that a junior like Lin Ling would be able to participate in such a gathering of experts. Moreover, Mistress Shui Wu had come out to speak for Lin Ling. Such treatment made them feel unreconciled. This kid is growing too fast. I have to find a chance to kill him. Three-era Ghost King and Evil God North Sea felt a little pressured. One had to know that there were countless martial artists in Shenping province. When they first met Lin Ling, they thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary martial artist among thousands of martial artists. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would stand out today and walk into the core of the strong in Shenping province? Unfortunately, even though they wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling, there were too many powerhouses here. It was not their place to speak. Heavenly Venerate Su Xing's eyes were closed and he did not look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the other three naturally saw Heavenly Venerate Su Xing and their killing intent was extremely strong. However, they also knew that they were not strong enough to fight against Heavenly Venerate Su Xing. Therefore, they were looking forward to the opportunity in star-picking Imperial City. Lin Ling, why are you here? Venerable Si Kaming asked with a smile when Lin Ling and the others walked over. Lin Ling then told him about what had happened earlier. Your strength has grown really fast. You are starting to make a name for yourselves in Shenping province. Venerable Si Kaming couldn't help but exclaim. He had not expected Lin Ling and the others to rise so quickly. Junior sister Mingyun? While the few of them were talking, a familiar voice came from the side. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Nan Ping. That's great. I thought you were dead. Now that I see you here, I can finally relax. Nan Ping seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling and the others. She jogged over and held Yu Munyun's hand. Yu Munyun was shocked. Previously, Nan Ping had betrayed everyone and caused a large number of powerhouses to snatch their treasures. Now Nan Ping seemed to know nothing. It was as if it had nothing to do with her. Venerable Si Kaming, are these the people from your Si Kaming heavenly abode? Haha, they are really ruthless in order to become stronger. An old man with a walking stick walked over and said. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness as he stared at Lin Ling and the other three. Old man of the South Pole, you and I are close friends. If you have something to say, just say it. Venerable Si Kaming frowned. His Si Kaming heavenly abode and Xian Peng of the South Pole were close friends. However, old man of the South Pole's words had other meanings. My Southern Pole Celestial Peng's disciple found the treasure, but your disciple acted for the treasure, killing the disciples of the universe in Kuan halls. He even killed a few of my disciples. If it wasn't for the fact that my disciple Nan Ping fled quickly, he would have died. Old man of the South Pole sneered. Then he looked at Nan Ping and said, I told you long ago that you have to be careful when you go out to train. However, you insisted on telling others after you found the treasure. Isn't this causing others to have evil intentions? You are setting Venerable Si Kaming and me up. It won't be easy for us to talk when we meet in the future. Master, this disciple knows her mistake. However, Master, please don't blame them. They only had evil intentions for a moment. I believe that junior sister Meng Yun's heart is still kind. Lan Ping lowered her head as if she was extremely guilty. Lin Ling and the others were stunned. They understood what Nan Ping meant. Nan Ping had twisted the truth and said that she had found the treasure. However, the four of them had tried to snatch it from her. This woman was so cunning. Some people can't be trusted so easily. Venerable Si Kaming, you may have recruited people, but be careful not to invite trouble. Old Man of the South Pole reprimanded Nan Ping and then looked at Venerable Si Kaming. Old Man of the South Pole, as far as I know, things aren't as you think. Venerable Si Kaming also understood what was going on. However, he believed that Lin Ling and the others wouldn't go as far as to kill someone to snatch the treasure. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't want to affect our relationship. Let bygones be bygones. Old Man of the South Pole waved his hand and turned to leave. Old Man of the South Pole, are you planning to leave without making things clear? Venerable Si Kaming frowned. He couldn't accept the fact that Old Man of the South Pole had wronged Lin Ling and the others. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Star-picking Imperial City is more important now. Old Man of the South Pole continued walking and said calmly. Behind him, Nan Ping's eyes were a little wet. She looked at Venerable Si Kaming and said, Venerable Si Kaming, let bygones be bygones. I don't want to affect your relationship with Master because of this. If we have to say who's right and who's wrong, then it's all my fault. After saying that, she caught up with Old Man of the South Pole and helped him leave. The people around them roughly knew what had happened and nodded. Nan Ping's treasure had been snatched, but she didn't blame Venerable Si Kaming's subordinates. Instead, she was considerate and sensible. Such a disciple was not bad. Venerable Si Kaming's expression was extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Old Man of the South Pole clearly didn't want to talk about this anymore. What a cunning woman. Lin Ling looked at Nan Ping's back and his eyes turned cold. Chapter 1172. Opening the Imperial City Gate, bitch. Sakura shouted coldly. He wanted to kill her the moment he saw her. It was his first time seeing such an ugly person. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. With so many experts here, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. Venerable Si Kaming shook his head helplessly. He still believed in Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling's group nodded and became more cautious of Nan Ping. After all, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. Her strength was terrifying, but a stab in the dark shouldn't be underestimated either. Venerable Si Kaming's subordinates are really ugly. If they didn't steal Nan Ping's treasure, they wouldn't be qualified to come here. Such ugly people, I really want to kill them. Now that Lord Shui Wu is here, we'd better keep a low profile. The disciples of the Qian Hall whispered amongst themselves. These people were the trusted aides of the Qian Hall's experts. Their words caused Lin Ling and the other three to be dumbfounded. The four of them were the victims, but now they had become the victims? Junior sister Nan Ping, look on the bright side. People like them won't live long. Moreover, there are countless more powerful treasures in the star-picking Imperial City. When the time comes, I'll seize a great treasure for you. A young man from the Lu royal residence walked towards Nan Ping and said to her. This person was Lu Ruffing from the Lu royal residence. He had fought with Lin Ling in the past and was one of the 72 demonic gods in the sky. Thank you, young Master Lu. However, we should be lenient whenever possible. We're all from the Qian Hall, so let's forget it. Nan Ping wiped her moist eyes and said with an understanding smile. Then she looked at Yuman Yun, who was not far away, and nodded with a smile. Her gentle look made many people sympathize with her. You're too kind. That's why you're bullied by them. Lu Ruffing was already unhappy with Lin Ling. At this moment he found Lin Ling an eyesore. Idiot. In the distance, Lin Ling naturally saw Lu Ruffing and shook his head helplessly. Lu Ruffing was stupid. Nan Ping was a woman who could betray her friends. If she had the chance, she would definitely betray Lu Ruffing. Such a person should be avoided. Lu Ruffing actually approached her. Wasn't he courting death? Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with it. Your Excellency, you are too reckless to make a decision without understanding the situation. Sakura couldn't help but shout. Lin Ling had a calm temperament and didn't care about the gazes around him, but he couldn't. You dare to be so arrogant after stealing someone else's treasure? If I get the chance, I'll kill you. Lu Ruffing stepped forward and stood in front of Nan Ping. Nan Ping, on the other hand, pulled Lu Ruffing back, as if she was afraid that Lu Ruffing would become enemies with Lin Ling and the others because of her. With your current strength you can't kill us. Lin Ling was calmer than Sakura. He didn't care what others thought of him. He was open and above board and didn't betray his principles. This was enough. Some things time will reveal a person's heart. Is that so? If there weren't so many big shots here, I would kill you right now. Lu Ruffing took another step forward. At this moment he felt that he was extremely tall. Protecting a weak woman, a hero who didn't fear evil. Very pitiful. Let me remind you. Sharpen your eyes. Sometimes what you see isn't what it appears to be. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. As for you wanting to kill me, let me remind you again. The moment you reveal your killing intent, the one who will die may be you. Currently he was at Transcendent Realm's second layer. Lu Ruffing could only rely on the 72 demon gods. How could he be arrogant in front of him? One had to know that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil had absorbed a large amount of rootless water. Its hidden strength had been stimulated. Compared to the demon gods, Lin Ling could easily kill him. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in killing Lu Ruffing. He knew that Lu Ruffing would regret it one day. How arrogant. Universe and Kuan Temple experts are here, but that little guy isn't afraid at all. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. The experts ignored Lin Ling's group of 4. However, their disciples looked at Lin Ling with flickering eyes. As for the Black-White Dao Palace's Lady Mist, her eyes that had been closed all this time, opened slightly at this moment. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That little guy's courage was extraordinary. He knew that he had a Buddhist treasure on him, so he wasn't afraid of the various experts. In this aspect he was much better than many others. It could be said that his courage and boldness were excellent. As for who was right and who was wrong with her seniority, she couldn't be bothered to care. She didn't say anything. Although the other experts were unhappy with Lin Ling, they didn't dare to say anything. Alright, let's try to open the palace gates. Finally, an expert from Kuan Temple suggested. The experts looked at Lin Ling's group of 4. Lin Ling's group of 4 slowly walked out. Especially Lin Ling, who was wearing a black robe. He was neither arrogant nor humble and his expression was calm. Many experts nodded inwardly. This little guy didn't have a hero card on him, so he was obviously an ordinary second-layer transcendent. However, he was still calm in front of so many experts. Moreover, this calmness wasn't an act. Not bad. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling had the eye of time. He was always calm and composed, so why would he be afraid? At this moment, the palace gates were mottled and ancient. It emitted a strong sense of majesty, as if an ancient great emperor was standing there quietly. Earlier we attacked the palace gates but they didn't budge. Therefore the 4 of you must open the gates. Otherwise you'll offend all the experts. At this moment the 3 Lives Ghost King's sinister voice sounded. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Ling. Then you do it. Lin Ling stopped walking and looked at the 3 Lives Ghost King indifferently. The 3 Lives Ghost King was stunned. He did it? If he could do it he would have succeeded long ago. Why would he wait here? Bastard, are all the juniors of Kuan Temple so ignorant of the venerable realm? The 3 Lives Ghost King shouted angrily. Look at who you're talking to. You don't have to show respect to some barking dogs. Lin Ling continued to stare at the Tri-Era Ghost King fearlessly. He knew very well that he had the opportunity to open the door to the palace, and the other experts had to rely on him. Why should he give face to the Tri-Era Ghost King? Besides, the treasure was right in front of him. Although the experts treated him like an ant, they would still side with Lin Ling. Sure enough, a cold voice sounded. 3 Lives Ghost King, shut up. Shut up. The 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. He could only shut his mouth. The one who spoke was an ancient expert of Kuan Temple. He didn't dare to provoke him. You're asking for humiliation. Lin Ling sneered and walked forward slowly. Many people's eyes flickered. This was the first time they wanted to know the name of this junior. Not only was he extraordinarily courageous, he also had a strong backbone. Lin Ling, how do we open the gates? After Lin Ling walked forward again, Indra and the others asked nervously. Currently all the experts were watching them. If they failed, they would be exposed. At that time there would be endless trouble. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the tall gates. With the eye of time, Lin Ling saw the secret behind the gates. He even saw the immortal water great general. Chapter 1173. Unfettered Emperor. The defense of the imperial city's gate was terrifying. Even Saint Realm powerhouses couldn't destroy it. Opening the gate was easy as long as one was a descendant of the star-plucking nation. No wonder the powerhouses couldn't open the gate. Their spiritual energy didn't originate from the star-plucking nation, so they couldn't obtain the recognition of the gate. Moreover, opening the gate required a lot of power. This also meant that the treasures obtained by the star-plucking nation weren't strong enough to open the gate. The 4 great Buddhist treasures possess great power. Maybe they can open the gate. Go! Lin Ling put away the Eye of Time and shouted in a low voice. Let's do it. Go! Sakura and the other 2 looked at each other and took out their Buddhist treasures. Rays of light shot towards the ancient gate. At the same time the gate rumbled. Obviously, it acknowledged the existence of the Buddhist treasures. One had to know that the Buddhist treasures originated from the star-plucking Purple Mansion, and their original owner was obviously an extremely powerful existence. It really works. The powerhouses of Universe and Kuan Palace narrowed their eyes, but they could also see that the gate was still a step away. Swastika. At this moment Lin Ling let out a furious roar. Buddhist light bloomed from his hand, and a huge swastika illuminated the door. The door finally slowly rose up, and a wisp of ancient aura emanated from it. It's finally open. The crowd's expression turned solemn. They seemed to have seen a shortcut to becoming stronger. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His only goal was the treasure guarded by the immortal water great general. That was the most precious thing. Boom. The gate finally opened. Go in. All the powerhouses shot towards the gate, afraid that they would miss something if they were too slow. Lin Ling, go in quickly. Venerable Si Kaming hurriedly led Lin Ling and the other 3 into the gate. At the same time the gate slowly closed, causing people to rush over from afar. However, it was already too late. The imperial city was vast and boundless. Buildings were stacked on top of each other, and it was filled with an ancient aura. With a single glance, one could see the past glory of the imperial city. However, there was no one here today, causing the golden splendor to feel a little lonely. After everyone entered, they split up and walked along the steps of the imperial city, the garden, and other places to search for treasures. You guys go first. I'll look for you later. Lin Ling stopped behind the gate and looked at Sakura and the others. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Who will protect you if I'm not here? Venerable Si Kaming expression. Was Lin Ling was going to be separated from them? Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. However, the path of martial arts has always been walked by one person. Your Excellency may be able to protect me for a while, but can you protect me forever? However, Lin Ling shook her head. Her eyes were filled with determination. In the end, Venerable Si Kaming could only sigh and nod in agreement. Then Dream Clouds and the others will follow me. I will protect them. Lin Ling, good luck. Gate. Gate is gate is. Gate is gate gate. Gate gate. Gate. You gate gate. Gate. It. Gate gates. Yes. Gate. Gate. Gate gate gate. Okay. Yumun Yin nodded. She hugged Lin Ling and kissed Lin Ling on his forehead. Then, she followed Venerable Si Kaming, Venerable Si Kaming, Venerable Si Kaming, Venerable. Good luck. Lin Ling smiled. He looked into the distance and saw a large number of experts searching for their own opportunities. However, Lin Ling knew that many of them would die here. Only a small number of them would be able to obtain opportunities and reach the heavens in a single bound. There were countless treasures in star-picking Imperial City. Lin Ling saw them with his Eye of Time. Among them there were a few heaven-defying treasures. Anyone who could obtain them would be able to shake the heavens and earth. Lin Ling was moved by those treasures. However, he had his eyes on an even more precious treasure. The Eye of Time has made me more familiar with the entire palace. In the past, the Immortal Water General had carved out a map and the location of the treasures at the entrance of the palace. Lin Ling's handsome face looked into the depths of the palace. His long hair danced in the breeze, exuding a strong sense of confidence. This might be the place where he would transform. He would be qualified to enter the more mysterious world of martial arts. Why don't you leave? You should know that if you're a step slower, the treasures will belong to someone else. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Lin Ling. This person was wearing a blue robe. He wasn't tall and had ordinary facial features. He looked extremely ordinary. He looked at the mysterious imperial city and said to Lin Ling lightly, "Then why don't you leave?" Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He smiled gently. This person gave off an ordinary feeling. However, how could he be ordinary if he could appear here? That person was 4 or 5 years older than Lin Ling. He was still looking at the imperial city, but he also smiled. Although there are many treasures, I have to find the most precious one first. Therefore, I'm not in a hurry. Why are you so confident? Lin Ling asked pointedly. Naturally, because I am someone who has been ordered by the heavens to come here. The man shrugged his shoulders, looking extremely easy to talk to. However, when he said these words, a domineering aura burst from his eyes, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. He didn't know why, but he felt that this person was extremely terrifying. Senior unfettered heavenly prince, why don't you go forward and talk to a junior? And at the same time, a powerful old man flew over from behind, his aura shaking the world. This old man's strength had actually reached the Transcendent 7th stage, but what was surprising was that even though he was so strong, he still acted very respectfully towards this young man. Sect Master of Storm Sect, Masters from the 4-star Saint Domain, your speed is also quite slow. The young man smiled calmly as if he was the master of everything. Haha, I was just delayed by some matters. However, what surprised me was that the dignified head of Kuan Temple's Unfettered 10 Temples, Unfettered Heavenly Prince, is actually talking to a Transcendent Junior. How rare. The old man shot a contemptuous glance towards Lin Ling before laughing. He's not weak. The young man smiled faintly, causing the old man's eyes to narrow slightly. What kind of existence was Unfettered Heavenly Prince? He was very clear that there were only a handful of people who could be praised by him, so he couldn't help sizing up Lin Ling, discovering that Lin Ling didn't even have a hero card. How could such a person not be weak? Suddenly the old man felt extremely uncomfortable. Unfettered Heavenly Prince's attitude towards a junior was even better than his, making him feel like he had been humiliated. Good, you can go. Go. The young man obviously didn't want to say anything more and waved his hand, causing the old man to smile awkwardly before flying back towards the Imperial City. Facing Unfettered Heavenly Prince, he didn't dare say anything. Sorry, these people's vision is a bit narrow, so they don't know how to speak. The young man took the initiative to apologize to Lin Ling, his attitude completely different from when he was facing the old man before, as if he and Lin Ling were of the same generation. It's just a false reputation, I don't care, but I'm still curious, why haven't you left yet? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Chapter 1174. General Xianshui's residence. Lin Ling, I've been paying attention to you ever since you appeared. I know you know a lot of things, but the most precious treasure of the star-plucking Violet Palace belongs to me. No matter what your identity is, you can't compare to me. Of course, your destiny is also very powerful. You will rise in the Xianpeng world in the future. Remember, my name is Xiao Yao Tianzi. Yes. The young man took a deep breath and said something meaningful to Lin Ling. Then he strode forward. Lin Ling's face became serious. He used the Eye of Time to see through the young man's origin. However, everything was blurry. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered such a situation. However, Lin Ling used all of his soul force to see through the young man's origin. It was a huge whirlpool. His soul passed through the whirlpool and came to this world. You're not from here. Yes. Lin Ling's heart trembled as he subconsciously opened his mouth to speak. His words caused the young man's body to tremble. He did not expect Lin Ling to see through his origins. That's right, he was not from this world. You're the same as me. Yes. The young man left behind a sentence and disappeared. He could see that Lin Ling wasn't from this world either. Like him, Lin Ling was a true son of heaven. He had unparalleled heavenly luck and was about to become an emperor. However, Lin Ling came later than him, so he was stronger. Of course, he was looking forward to Lin Ling's rise. He wanted to see if Lin Ling could surpass him. Interesting. Yes. The shock in Lin Ling's heart gradually disappeared. A confident smile appeared on his face. Was he also a transmigrator? Or did that guy come from another world? This world was indeed mysterious. If that was the case, would he be able to return to his previous world? Everything was a mystery. The only thing he was sure of was that he, Lin Ling, had won the trip to the star-plucking Violet Palace. The most important treasure belonged to him, Lin Ling. But Lin Ling took a step forward and shot off in another direction. He wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Immortal Water General and obtain the true inheritance of the great Emperor Zhai Xing. The grandson of the divine nun of the northern mountains found a high-grade saint weapon in the garden. How lucky. That's nothing. It's Hao Yi, a disciple of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. He found the peach tree of immortality earlier and has collected a large number of peaches of immortality. I really envy them. Let's speed up. At this moment, in the Imperial City, a large number of figures were running around, searching for ancient secrets. Many people obtained precious treasures. Of course, there were also people who died. There were also dangers in the Imperial City. These were the ancient souls of the guards of the imperial city. After these dead people turned into ancient souls, their strength was even more terrifying. Swastika. Although Lin Ling was the last to set off, he had a Buddhist treasure with him, so his journey was unimpeded. That despicable fellow, his Buddhist treasure is not afraid of ancient souls. I really want to kill him and steal his treasures. Unfortunately, his speed is too fast and he's not afraid of ancient souls. It's hard for us to catch up with him. In the garden and in the corridor, the strong disciples looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. Lin Ling did not even have a hero card, so how could they take him seriously? Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling treated them as small fries and did not care about them at all. Lin Ling's goal was very simple. He wanted to seize the most important treasure and compete with Prince Xiaoyao. This was a battle between him and Prince Xiaoyao, but the outcome would be determined by the final harvest. Although Prince Xiaoyao was extremely powerful and had a high status, Lin Ling was also a transmigrator. How could he be at a disadvantage? Immortal Water Palace. At this moment, in the southeast corner of the imperial city, a large number of young people appeared in front of a mansion. These people were strong and weak, but they were able to appear here because their background was extremely terrifying. If they were not the descendants of some strong experts, then they were the personal disciples of the sect leader. Treasure Protector, never step foot in. There was a stone tablet on the side of the mansion, and these words were engraved on it. Who is the Treasure Protector? Could it be the Immortal Water General? He can't step foot in here, but this is his mansion. The crowd discussed animatedly. They did not know what the stone tablet was trying to say. Let's go in and have a look. At this moment, a heavenly voice came from the crowd. Many of the young people looked at her with longing. They looked at the fairy-like existence and only had one sentence in their hearts: the second fairy of the 9 heavens. Junior sister Luo Xueman, be careful. It's dangerous. Let me lead the way. A handsome man walked in front with a smile. Now was the time to show off. How could he miss it? Ouyang Qin, a blacksmith from the Mountain Valley. Many people looked at the elegant man and frowned. Was this guy trying to get close to the fairy of the 9 heavens? What right did he have? Who are you? Luo Xueman lifted her delicate chin and looked at the young man indifferently. Ouyang Qin was a little embarrassed. However, when he looked at Luo Xueman, he was stunned by her beauty. She was indeed very beautiful. This kind of beauty did not come from her appearance. It came from her temperament. She was as elegant as a fairy. I'm from the Mountain Valley. I'm a blacksmith. Ouyang Qin took a deep breath and said proudly. The identity of a blacksmith was very noble. It separated him from ordinary people. Ouyang Qin. In the past, in Sky Hill City, he wanted to become the disciple of Dong Fu, one of the top 10 blacksmiths. Unfortunately, he was kicked out. He was kicked out by a nameless young man. He has the right to be proud. The crowd laughed mockingly. Everyone could see that Ouyang Qin wanted to get close to the fairy of the 9 heavens. However, how could they let him do as he wished? Sorry, I don't know him. However, Luo Xueman's beautiful eyes were still elegant and cold. She said softly and stepped into the mansion. Ouyang Qin stood there stupidly. He felt extremely embarrassed. He wanted to use this opportunity to get close to the goddess, but the goddess did not care about him at all. Haha, everyone in Shenping province knows about the indifference of the fairy of the 9 heavens. You want to get close to her? It's your fortune that she even spoke to you. You should know that in the past, there was once a prince who knelt in front of the fairy of the 9 heavens for a year just to see her. However, he still returned in failure. There was once someone who gave her a king-tier holy weapon to make her smile, but he also failed. Many people smiled faintly. Their words were filled with mockery, but they were also used to it. In their hearts, the fairy of the 9 heavens could only be admired from afar and could not be profaned. In that case, it's really difficult to solve. However, I'm still confident. Ouyang Qin was not angry. He also knew that he was not the only one who had failed. The others were the same. At this moment, Luo Xueman was walking gracefully through the estate. She didn't even glance at the treasures in the estate, which made her seem even more arrogant. Many people didn't dare to get close to her at all, and they could only look at her back from afar. Even if they could catch a glimpse of her, they would be satisfied. There were even some young girls who were staring at Luo Xueman. They did not feel any jealousy, only admiration. Chapter 1175. You're thinking too much. I saw Xianshui's wife, Xiao Qian, in the ruins. She's the #1 beauty in star-picking nation. I wonder how she compares to me? Luo Xueman's purpose in coming here was very simple. She wanted to see Xiao Qian, the #1 beauty in star-picking nation. Therefore she did not collect any of the treasures in the mansion. Moreover, as the #1 beauty in Shenping province, she was not willing to accept that someone could surpass her in the long river of history. A moment later, a large hall appeared in front of them. Everyone entered one after another. Soon after, they saw a 10,000-year mysterious jade lying at the center of the hall. There was a rare beauty frozen within it. The beauty of this woman shocked everyone. They quietly looked at the 10,000-year mysterious jade. They could not find any words to describe the beauty of this woman in this lifetime. If there was one, perhaps only a poem could describe her. A whirlpool of clouds, a shuttle of jade, a light robe, a thin gauze, a light twinkle of a pair of conches. Even though she was frozen in the 10,000-year mysterious jade, the woman still seemed to be alive. Her long eyelashes were slightly closed, and her cheeks were red as if she was sleeping. That kind of beauty actually made people feel ashamed. This caused no one to dare to approach, and they all looked at her from afar. So beautiful. Is she Xiaoqian? Only Luo Xueman took small steps and walked over lightly. She looked at the peerless beauty, and her heart suddenly lost the desire to compare. There was only sadness. The protector of the treasure could never step inside. This mansion was Xianshui's mansion, which meant that Xianshui was the protector of the treasure. In order to protect the treasure, Xianshui general could never step inside. He could not be distracted because of this place. This was the will of the previous emperor. She was waiting for him, but she did not want to die in the river of history. Therefore she froze herself and became a 10,000-year mysterious jade. Luo Xueman suddenly guessed something. She could never step inside. She froze herself and left her face for the gentleman. This was the promise she had been waiting for 10,000 years. Xianshui general was protecting the treasure, but Xiao Qian was waiting for him here. The 9th heavenly fairy seemed to be touched by the scene. This was the moment when her heart was most moved. In the distance, many people looked at Luo Xueman. They took a step forward, wanting to go to her side and take advantage of this chance encounter. However, as soon as they took a step forward, an indescribable pressure assaulted them. It was as if they had ill intentions, which was why they were rejected by the hall. This made many of the handsome geniuses' expressions turn ugly. Mediocre person, if you can reach this place, it means that you and I are connected, so what if I give you a chance? Unfortunately, they were all mediocre people. Luo Xueman said softly. She was even more arrogant. In this world, only she could come here because she was the most perfect fairy. Her gaze moved about silently, and she saw a strand of long black hair lying silently on the ground before the 10,000-year Shen jade. There were some words at the side, but unfortunately too much time had passed so she couldn't see them clearly. This made Luo Xueman feel extremely regretful. What were those words? When my hair reaches my waist and the general returns, what do you say? This body of a gentleman is free and unfettered, but who would have thought that the mountains and rivers are bleak? Dawn broke and the dusk snow turned white. The cold sword silently listens to the rolling thunder, the long spear alone defends the empty trench. Lying drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh, the wind blows through the corner of the painting. A late visitor from Jiangnan tied with a red rope. At this moment, a soft voice came from beside her, causing Luo Xueman's delicate body to tremble. This person seemed to know the words that had passed away. How did he do it? Could it be that he saw the long river of time? Her gaze moved quietly, and she suddenly discovered that a young man had walked over without her noticing. This young man had a handsome face, and his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes and depth as he quietly looked at the 10,000-year Shen jade. It's him. Luo Xueman frowned and said. She didn't know this young man, but she had seen him before. He seemed to be the murderer who stole the treasure of the old man of the South Pole's disciple. In addition, this person was under Venerable Sea Calming, so she was extremely disdainful of people like him. She didn't even want to look at him. You're very powerful. In order to get close to me, you actually came here. Luo Xueman shook her head and said, but I'm sorry. Even if you came here, I wouldn't give you a chance. Previously, she had been envious of the relationship between the Immortal Water General and Xiao Qian, so she thought that if anyone could find her, so what if she gave them a chance? Now, this young man had succeeded, but she didn't want to give him any chance because she felt that this young man wasn't worthy of her. Wait until my hair reaches my waist and the general returns. At this moment, the person who appeared next to Luo Xueman was Lin Ling naturally. He wasn't here to see how beautiful the top beauty was, but to obtain the treasure in the Immortal Water General's hands. However, after seeing the 10,000-year Shen jade, his heart was moved. Their feelings for each other would last forever. Lin Ling knew that the immortal water general was in the palace, but he had to protect the great emperor's inheritance, so he didn't enter the palace. Furthermore, he had left a stone tablet at the entrance of the palace, stating that the guardian of the treasure could never enter. That stone tablet was telling him to always remember the will of the late emperor. Xianxia also knew this, so she didn't complain. She just waited at home for her husband's return. This wait lasted for 10,000 years. This reminded Lin Ling of his mother and father. Their wait was also separated by life and death. When your hair reaches your waist, I will return in triumph. After softly saying this, Lin Ling stepped forward. This was his promise to Xianxia. He would fulfill this 10,000-year promise and let them meet again. When your hair reaches your waist, I will return in triumph. On the side, Luo Xueman's heart fiercely trembled. She didn't expect this ant-like existence to say such a thing. Was this a promise? Was he going to help the immortal water general and Xianxia? At this moment she couldn't help but look deeply at the young man, but more than that, there was a sense of unwillingness. Why wasn't she the one to help, but this ant-like young man? You did so much just to make my heart move. I have to say you almost succeeded. Luo Xueman took a deep breath and flatly said. After calming down, she realized that this young man seemed to have a goal in mind. His goal was very simple, to get close to her. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Luo Xueman at all. He remembered the second thing Venerable Si Kaming asked him to do, which was to humiliate the Nine Heavens' profound maiden palace. He also remembered how the palace humiliated Sister Lingshan. However, he didn't have such thoughts at this moment. His goal was still the immortal water general's treasure. Lin Ling slowly walked forward and put away the strand of hair. He looked at the myriad-year profound jade and eventually nodded with a smile. It won't be long before he comes back. With that, he turned around and left. I admit that Xianxia is indeed the #1 beauty, and I am the #1 beauty of the new generation. However, you gave me her hair. Is this what you want to express? Unfortunately, my heart is not moved at all by you. Luo Xueman seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's intentions, so she indifferently and proudly spoke. She had seen this kind of thing before. In the past, men who pursued her also did many shocking things for the sake of romance. Unfortunately, despite doing so much, they still couldn't move her heart. She was perfect, she was the only one, and she was even more proud. You are thinking too much. Chapter 1176. Imperial Jade Seal. This fellow is really daring. Yes. Many people thought that Lin Ling had done those things to win the heart of the beauty, but no one expected that Lin Ling didn't even glance at Luo Xueman. This caused them to have no idea what he wanted to do. What use did that strand of long hair have to him? Why did he come here? They couldn't see through him. Everyone felt that they couldn't see through him. Didn't Lin Ling come here for Luo Xueman? Yes. Luo Xueman's pretty face instantly turned ashen. This ant-like young man was ignoring her? Moreover, everything he did seemed to have nothing to do with her at all. Instead, she was imagining things from the beginning to the end. At this moment, she felt extremely humiliated. Since she was young, this was the first time she'd encountered such disregard. This caused her arrogance to transform into anger at this moment. Stop. Leave behind the thing you took earlier. Yes. Just as Lin Ling was about to walk out of the door, a cold shout sounded out. It was Ouyang. Previously, after Lin Ling entered the hall, he'd noticed who it was. That day in the old man's estate, it was Lin Ling who'd played tricks on him and even chased him away. That incident was simply the greatest humiliation of his life. Now he wanted to enter the hall but couldn't. On the contrary, Lin Ling had succeeded and approached Luo Xueman. This drastic contrast caused his rage to surge. So it's you? Yes. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped. He'd recognized Ouyang. He remembered that at the old man's estate, he'd extorted many treasures from Ouyang before he was chased away by him in the end. Leave behind the thing you took earlier. Yes. Ouyang took a step forward and said coldly. What? Yes. Lin Ling said with a spurious smile. This treasure is highly valued by the Empyrean maiden, so you can't take it away. Ouyang didn't know what Lin Ling had taken, but he'd seen Luo Xueman and Lin Ling talking earlier, so he was unwilling and wanted to seize the treasure to win the heart of the beauty. You're stupid. Lin Ling finally understood what Ouyang meant. The star-seizing Violet Palace is filled with countless treasures. Instead of looking for your own destiny, you followed a woman here to waste your time. If you aren't stupid, then what are you? One had to know that Lin Ling had come here for the item left behind by Xianxia. As for these people, They had come here to follow the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens and gain her favor. Lin Ling disdained such people. One had to know that being able to enter this place was a great opportunity. Even if others gambled with their lives, they still wouldn't be qualified to enter. But these people had the opportunity, but they had wasted it. You talk too much nonsense. If I tell you to hand it over, you'll have to hand it over. Otherwise, you'll regret meeting me. Ouyang Qin didn't care about what Lin Ling said. Besides, in front of Luo Xueman he wanted to show off. You're even more foolish than I thought. Lin Ling took a step forward. He was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. His fist shot out as fast as lightning, leaving Ouyang Qin no time to react. Bang! The powerful force caused Ouyang Qin to stagger backward. He crashed into the wall, causing cracks to appear on the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Ouyang Qin is a hero. This person doesn't even have a hero card, but he defeated him with a single punch? The people around them sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. I've said it before. You're stupid. First, you're not as strong as me, but you attacked me to gain someone's favor. In the end, you brought shame to yourself. Second, the person you're trying to gain favor with won't care about you at all. Third, I won't prove myself for a woman I don't know. Lin Ling smiled faintly and slowly left. Blood flowed from the corner of Ouyang Qin's mouth, and his expression was extremely ugly. He had lost, and he had lost all face. Then he looked at Luo Xueman, but found that she didn't even look at him. Instead, she was looking at Lin Ling, who was leaving, and her eyes were filled with anger. Trash. Luo Xueman's disdainful voice drifted out. Before, Lin Ling ignored her, which made her feel humiliated. Then, when Ouyang Qin blocked Lin Ling, she also wanted to see Lin Ling embarrassed. At least, she wanted to let Lin Ling know that he was a toad and she was a swan. However, Ouyang Qin couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling only forced Ouyang Qin back and didn't kill him. This also showed that Lin Ling didn't attack to prove his strength in front of Luo Xueman. In fact, he didn't even care to prove his strength. This also showed that she, the Empyrean fairy, was nothing in Lin Ling's heart. She thought too highly of herself. Trash. Ouyang Qin's face paled. As Lin Ling said, Luo Xueman didn't care about him at all. Even if he was injured, she would only call him trash. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Ling was even more carefree than him. He also saw things more clearly. He was really stupid. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the Immortal Water Mansion. Then he used the Eye of Time to find the direction where the Immortal Water had gone. Now that he had obtained the strand of hair, he should be able to meet the Immortal Water. Whoosh! Lin Ling shot in one direction and entered the inner palace. He was getting closer and closer to the Immortal Water. I wonder what that treasure is? However, the great emperor made the Immortal Water General guard it for her entire life. It must be more precious than all the other treasures. Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. So far, many people knew about the various treasures in the star-plucking Violet Mansion. Moreover, many of the treasures had even moved the palace master of the Onyx Dao Palace. However, these experts didn't know about the treasures guarded by the Immortal Water General, so before they knew, Lin Ling had to strike first. Stepping on the ancient golden bricks, Lin Ling kept looking into the distance. Through the Eye of Time, he saw the direction where the Immortal Water had gone. Clearly, if not for the Eye of Time, he wouldn't have had the chance to touch that treasure. I'm getting closer and closer. In front of him, golden light shone out like a blazing sun. The palace was even more ancient and sacred, as if there was an emperor within. But the result was as such. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the Grand Hall, it was as if he had stepped into another void. Everything was isolated and this place was very quiet. At the top of the hall, there was an ancient battlefield. A tall and sturdy man sat on a war chariot, the sword in his hand pointed forward, as if he was the ruler of the world. Was this the great emperor of the star-plucking Violet Mansion? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes darted around and his heart trembled violently. The path he had taken was a shortcut, but that didn't mean that no one had come here. In fact, there were already many experts here. Their gazes were all fixed on a square jade. That jade floated in front of them, emitting a majestic aura that seemed to control the world. It seemed to be the imperial jade seal of the star-plucking nation. To be called an imperial jade seal, this treasure must be an invaluable existence. It was no wonder that all the experts were eyeing it covetously. Gradually, the illusions around the palace disappeared. Only then did everyone realize that this was the emperor's palace. In the distance, a tall emperor's skeleton sat there. Even after tens of thousands of years, it still emitted a thick, majestic aura. No one dared to act rashly. This was because they knew that beside the Emperor's skeleton was a 2-meter-tall black vortex. That vortex seemed to lead to the 9 nether hells, and anyone who entered would die. Chapter 1177. Glaring like a tiger watching its prey, Lin Ling. At this moment an angry roar resounded, causing the experts in the hall to look around. When they saw Lin Ling, many of them sneered. None of the people here were weak, each of them was a domineering existence. Even the weakest of them was a Transcendent Stage 3 expert. But Lin Ling had come alone. Venerable Si Kaming and Lord Shui Wu were not here. Was he here to seek death? You refused to walk the path to heaven and barged into the gates of hell. We are really fated. The man who had spoken earlier sneered. It was Demon God Northern Darkness. In addition, a large number of Void Star Divine Palace's experts were also present. Among them, Empyrean Void Star was standing there indifferently, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, opened for a rare moment, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he was also surprised that Lin Ling had come. It had to be known that the Imperial City was vast, and everyone had split up to search for treasures. He even knew that Lady Water Mist had obtained a precious legacy, and his luck had been good as well. He had been able to obtain the Imperial Ruler's seal, but he had never imagined that Lin Ling would run all over the place and end up in front of him. I don't know anyone here. Lin Ling took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal. His gaze was fixed on the black vortex. He knew that the Immortal Water Great General had entered that place. There are countless experts here and you are the weakest. Do you think you can still survive? Demon God Northern Darkness suddenly chuckled. His laughter contained a hint of mockery, as if he was delighted to see Lin Ling die in front of him. Before you die, I won't die, Lin Ling indifferently stated. His calm demeanor caused the others to silently admire him. Merely at the second level of the Transcendent Realm, facing so many seniors, he was still able to remain so calm. Such a state of mind was truly extraordinary. I'll kill him. At this time, a young man walked out of the Void Star Divine Palace and coldly looked at Lin Ling. Go. Empyrean Void Star didn't stop them. At present he wasn't the only powerhouse in the hall. Thus, he had to be wary of others and prepare to seize the precious treasures. That youth is a Starry Sea General. He has a hero plate and is a rising star of the Void Star Divine Palace. Many people murmured to themselves before shifting their gazes away. Lin Ling was dead for sure, so it was better to pay attention to the Imperial Jade Seal. I'm afraid that the Imperial Jade Seal has some kind of great power, but from what I can feel, this Imperial Jade Seal is a little weak. The Monarch Bone is next to the Death Whirlpool. Previously, there were many experts who accidentally got close to the whirlpool and were sucked in. I'm afraid they died in the whirlpool. It seems like there are hidden dangers everywhere. It's better to be careful. Those experts whispered among themselves, but they still didn't make a move to seize the treasures. How pitiful. After offending the Void Star Divine Palace, you will die without a burial ground. I only hope that in your next life, you will remember that the Void Star Divine Palace is not something you can provoke. The Star Sea General stepped forward as the aura of a third-level transcendent gushed forth from him. Boundless astral light illuminated the entire Great Hall, exuding an extremely powerful aura. After which, he stretched out his right hand as the boundless astral light blasted towards Lin Ling, causing a corner of the Great Hall to transform into a world of stars, tranquil yet desolate. Ping ping ping. The power was released, but when it got close to the peak experts, it was destroyed by their protective spiritual yuan. Their gazes fell on the Starry Sea General and they nodded. Judging from the power of the Starry Sea General's attack, it wasn't weak. Moreover, they were older, so they were stronger than the Starry Sea General. However, if the Starry Sea General was the same age as them, his strength would surpass them. The Starry Sea General was indeed a rising hero. Hero? Lin Ling stared at the jade token on the Starry Sea General's waist. He pulled out the tyrannical song sword in his hand. It was majestic and domineering as if it could crush the world. At the same time, the 3 spiritual yuan in his dantian crazily surged, appearing behind him like a heavenly river. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Stage 2 expert, but he had 3 spiritual yuan? Interesting. Unfortunately, I'm hero. The Starry Sea General was secretly surprised. His starlight palm moved closer to Lin Ling. However, after a rumbling sound, his palm didn't gain any advantage when it collided with the tyrannical song sword. A majestic and domineering aura was reflected back, cutting off most of his starlight spiritual yuan. In their first confrontation, the Starry Sea General was already at a disadvantage. "I've underestimated you." The Starry Sea General flew back. Not only was he not afraid, he even revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Then he stomped on the ground and shot toward Lin Ling with even more starlight. From afar, it was extremely beautiful, like a comet streaking across the starry sky. Starlight circulation art. Many people's eyes flickered. That martial art was extremely powerful. It could negate a large amount of spiritual yuan attacks and quickly recover spiritual yuan. From this point of view, even if the Starry Sea General couldn't kill Lin Ling in a short period of time, as long as he could buy time, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. After all, compared to the recovery speed of spiritual yuan, how could Lin Ling be a match for the Starry Sea General? Of course, whether Lin Ling could last until the end was still unknown. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was indeed not a hero. However, in the star-picking purple mansion he had madly grown and now had the strength of a hero. "I've underestimated you." Staring at the Starry Sea General, Lin Ling shook his head and said. Previously, he had indeed underestimated the Starry Sea General, causing the latter to only retreat in their first confrontation. Then, the 1,000,000 small worlds in his body burst out at the same time, making the black and white sword body of the tyrannical song sword even more dazzling. Unfortunately, he was currently displaying the strength of his physical body, causing others to only see that Lin Ling's awe-inspiring righteousness was powerful. Obviously, this profound meaning couldn't defeat the Starry Sea General. Moreover, the Starry Sea General had said that he had underestimated Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was also saying the same thing, making others feel that Lin Ling, this junior, was overestimating himself. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding his strength when facing the Starry Sea General? "You talk a lot of nonsense." The Starry Sea General's face was extremely ugly. What right did Lin Ling have to say this? Moreover, all the experts were watching, so he couldn't embarrass himself. Rumble. Endless starlight left strange traces, like fireflies circling around the Starry Sea General. The Starry Sea General's body disappeared as fast as a meteor. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ling. His right hand pointed at the void and the speed was quite fast. In the end, it turned into a finger and shot out. Starlight Ray. This was the starlight circulation technique, a finger condensed from thousands of starlight sources. This was an extreme martial art, so it was magnificent. Clang. In the main hall, a deafening sound echoed. The tyrannical song sword collided with the finger once again, making the main hall seem like it was about to collapse. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling was still standing tall like a mountain. This made the expressions of many experts change. This junior Lin Ling was very mysterious. He had one more ray of spiritual source than ordinary people. That was fine, but facing the Starry Sea General's extreme martial art, he actually didn't lose. It must be known that with an extreme martial art, a transcendent third-layer expert was almost invincible. How is this possible? Impossible. Chapter 1178. Fighting heroes again. I've said it before, I underestimated you. Lin Ling stared at the Star Sea General in front of the great sword and said coldly, "Underestimating me?" Shanghai General roared. He retracted his right finger and pointed again. "My attack isn't just a finger, it's the Big Dipper finger." His finger was like a divine brush in the sky, drawing the Big Dipper star chart. The 7 stars condensed and the power increased. Dang dang dang. However, Lin Ling's physical strength erupted. The rootless water hidden in his body was also slowly refined. He waved the Tyrant Song sword and blocked the Big Dipper finger once again. "Yes, I underestimated you." While blocking, Lin Ling said indifferently. Shanghai General's face turned ugly. He had volunteered to fight for 2 reasons. First, to prove himself. Second, to curry favor with Celestial Master Voidstar. However, after a long battle, he actually couldn't kill Lin Ling. This made him lose face. "It seems that your defense is beyond my imagination. However, do you think that's all I've got?" With a low roar, Shanghai turned his fingers into a palm and grabbed at Lin Ling with endless astral winds. Between his fingers, dazzling and colorful starlight shot out. It was as if a beautiful firework had bloomed in his palm. Not bad. Many experts nodded in surprise. They estimated Shanghai General's strength. The latter was a Transcendent Stage 3 expert, but he could kill a Transcendent Stage 4 or even Stage 5 expert. Endless starlight covered the sky and the earth, wrapping around Lin Ling like a cocoon, forming an even larger starlight, making Lin Ling disappear from the hall. After seeing this scene, the Star General retracted his palm and stood up, spitting out the chaotic spiritual chi in his body to recover his spiritual source. He then turned around and left indifferently. "I've said it before, you'll regret it." His arrogant voice floated out along with his footsteps. Disappeared into the starry sky? What a torturous torment. Many experts knew that Lin Ling was dead. Xinghai General's last move, Starlight Return to Source, could take Lin Ling to the source of the starry sky, never to step into the world again. Xinghai General, not bad. Empyrean Void Star nodded indifferently. The fact that Yi Fuqian was able to master the ultimate technique of his Void Star Divine Palace meant that Yi Fuqian had indeed lived up to his expectations. "Thank you, Celestial Lord, for your guidance. Although the process of battle was somewhat troublesome, fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Xinghai Jiang continued to move forward. His chin was slightly raised. Currently he might be able to take the test for the hero card. Moreover, today's battle had also shown his strength to the other experts. In Shenping province he could be considered to have made a name for himself. With this thought in mind, Xinghai Jiang looked at the evil god of North Darkness and said, "Evil god of North Darkness, I have avenged your son's death by Lin Ling. As for what you want to repay me for, there is no need for that. It is just a small matter." However, before he could finish speaking, a strange sound came from behind him, causing him to frown. He turned around and saw that the enormous starlight was still above the ground. The starlight had not brought Lin Ling into the endless starry sky? It's really a cockroach. Xinghai General frowned and said. At this moment, the starlight split apart, as if an ancient ferocious beast was trapped within the starlight. What? Xinghai Jiang changed drastically. His starlight was invincible. Could someone escape from the starlight? However, the facts proved that it was indeed possible. The enormous starlight continued to crack like an eggshell, causing the pupils of everyone in the hall to constrict. Bang! At the same time, a flaming fist broke out of the eggshell-like starlight. Then, with a series of bangs, the starlight cracked even more, and it began to emit rays of light, which were like the light of a sea urchin. Boom! Finally, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the entire starlight exploded. Under the dazzling light, a slender figure slowly walked out. "It seems that I have underestimated you." A cold voice drifted out of the hall, causing the experts' expressions to change. Lin Ling had actually cracked Xinghai Jiang's strongest unique skill? How is this possible? Xinghai Jiang seemed to be in disbelief. "I am a hero, but you are not even a hero. Your cultivation is one level lower than mine. I admit that you are slightly stronger than the hero who died in my hands." Lin Ling's entire body was engulfed in blue flames as he slowly walked towards the Star Ocean General. That domineering aura caused many experts to frown. Some even suspected if Lin Ling was really at the second level of the transcendent realm. If not, how could he be so powerful? "You killed a hero? How could you do it?" Xinghai Jiang was in disbelief. "You will know when you try." Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the hall to become dazzling. The blue flames in his hand exploded, as vast as the sea, shaking the heavens and earth. He clenched his fist, and the raging sea flame was blasted out. Extreme Mark Martial Art. Everyone's pupils constricted. Lin Ling also knew an Extreme Mark Martial Art. Moreover, although his Extreme Mark Martial Art is only at the small success stage, there is another power hidden within it. Even more experts felt the power hidden in Lin Ling's fist. They guessed that it was the power of his physical body fusing into his fist. Rumble. "How can you know an Extreme Mark Martial Art?" Xinghai Jiang's face turned pale. Previously he thought that he had killed Lin Ling. He even wanted to claim credit from Empyrean Void Star and Evil God. However, it was just his own wishful thinking. At the same time, Empyrean Void Star and Evil God's pupils constricted. An indescribable feeling of dread arose spontaneously. One must know that before entering the star-seizing Violet Mansion, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. They didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. However, in the star-seizing Violet Mansion, Lin Ling's strength had increased even more crazily. Currently he could already shake a hero. That fist not only contained the power of a saint body, it also contained extreme power and physical strength. It was as if it could destroy everything. "You won't get what you want." Evil God shouted angrily. His body turned into afterimages and rushed toward Lin Ling. He knew that Xinghai Jiang wouldn't be able to block Lin Ling's fist. However, since Lin Ling wanted to kill Xinghai Jiang, he would kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had the guts to do so. Evil God's move is somewhat despicable. Many experts frowned. Lin Ling was a junior. Now that he was fighting against Xinghai Jiang, evil god was a senior. He shouldn't have made a move because it would be bullying him with numbers. Therefore, even if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he should do so after the battle between Lin Ling and Xinghai Jiang was over. Lin Ling won't be able to kill Xinghai Jiang. Then the crowd had an intuition. Rumble. The terrifying blue flaming fist covered the sky and covered the earth. At this moment, the Xinghai general's legs went soft and he sat down with a plop. He was actually frightened. That fist made him feel as if his life and death were approaching. He had never thought that a grand hero like him would die here, and at the hands of a junior with no reputation at all. You won't die.